The character wonders what he will think about while drowning, choosing between good and bad memories. But he immediately decides that he will not remember either one, because he barely remembers even his own name. But suddenly he saw a bright light, and clearly felt as if his existence was being controlled like a puppet. Worlds rushed past him as if in a thick and impenetrable fog, and his soul plunged into countless lives. But each of these lives mercilessly rejected him, giving him neither peace nor shelter. This endless and painful cycle was repeated again and again without the slightest hope of salvation. He was a lost soul who was desperately searching for a suitable vessel for his existence. He was reborn again and again, going through the same suffering without end or edge. This continued until the character suddenly exclaimed that he had failed. He is very surprised by what is happening and does not understand at all what is happening around him. With great relief, he realizes that he is still alive and begins to laugh joyfully from the overwhelming feelings. He found himself in the body of a grown man, and his name was Noah. He suddenly remembered through the fog. He remembers individual fragments, the earth, the stars, some kind of impatience before something. Everything is mixed up in his head. It feels like he's been waiting for this moment for an incredibly long time, but it's completely unclear for what reason exactly. Then he laughed loudly again, realizing that these problems were solvable. The main thing was that he was alive now. He has no idea where he is or who he is, and this makes him angry and confused. There's a nasty taste in his mouth, as if this guy had just drunk a strong poison before dying. He at least understands that this man's name was Vermal, and now he is in his body. The healing potion Vermal drank killed him rather than cure him of any illness. Whoever this guy was in life, he definitely had enemies. But the character decides to think about that later. He notices that the local small creatures are not at all like the monkeys from his native Earth. They are too small and weak to make such a huge, jagged wound in Vermal's chest. Whatever it was, he sincerely hopes that this terrible killer is already very far away from here. The main question the character asks himself is what strange world he has just been reborn into after all his wanderings. The hero suddenly takes off and starts running, barely moving his feet on the slippery, swampy ground. The huge creature behind him lets out a deep, dull roar that vibrates the air and makes his ears pop. The creature throws forward its clawed paw, trying to hit the hero and knock him to the ground with one blow. The hero miraculously dodges at the very last moment, feeling sharp claws flash past his back just a centimeter. He trips over a snag, but keeps his balance and continues running, breathing heavily and not looking back. The creature growled again, but the hero was already confidently running away from it. He swears and doesn't want to just run away from the battlefield like the last coward, cowardly saving his own skin. No, he makes a firm decision that he will fight desperately to the very end, no matter what the cost. But in the very first fight, he is grabbed by strong hands, and he again bursts into loud swearing and cursing. He was thrown with force straight into a dirty and cold swamp, from where it was almost impossible to escape. The character falls with a dull thud and mutters something unintelligible about magic. He ironically remarks that dying so quickly after a long-awaited rebirth is a real record. However, he adds that he did not expect that this life would be different from the previous one. Suddenly, he asks to wait and tries to remember what happened after his past life. His soul flies over the fallen body and orders itself to remember at any cost. He always believed that there was something after death, but he never thought that he would have to stand in a long line for something unknown. He thinks about the queue for something and admits that it is so boring here that he is already starting to imagine various non-existent things. All he can do while standing in this endless line is fantasize, can only think intensely about his past life without the right to choose. He says he never had children and bitterly admits that he was not a worthy man, because all he had was a useless education. Although he loves teaching music, and there are moments that he never wants to forget, no matter what the obstacles. But fate irritates him so cruelly it is not fair to him. All because his beloved job forced his colleagues to give him their sick days, just so he wouldn't get fired. And in the end, it didn't make any difference and he lost everything he had, without any meaning or hope. Years, centuries, and even millennia passed while he stood in this line without moving forward. He completely lost track of time, and the only thing he did was take a step only when the line moved forward a little. Before him was endless monotony without the slightest ray of light or hope for change. This continued until he finally reached the very end of the line in front of something important. Some force or being greets him, as if checking him before the last stage of the journey. The tombstone name appears. Noah Vines, the exalting goddess, spoke it. He died at the age of 26, cruelly torn from life. He is informed that he was an authority figure for his 84 students who respected and appreciated him. He has received many prayers from grateful students, and he feels great relief from this recognition. The hero understands that his life was not wasted, but on the contrary, he lived with great dignity and left an important mark on the hearts of people. The character, in amazement, asks the creature that appears before him if this is the god who controls his destiny. The creature replies that it is Rebirth, one of the many goddesses of reincarnation, who oversees the rebirth of souls. The goddess offers him to drink from the well of the water of life in order to continue his next life without memories of the current one. He asks in panic again, is it really true that he won't remember anything from his life, even his beloved students? The goddess confirms his fears, and he sees another crack in reality. The main character doesn't understand what the hell is going on around him. He wonders if something similar could happen in the afterlife, where everything should be arranged differently. Strange symbols appear, as if reality is beginning to falter and crack at the seams. A dark, formless creature appears out of nowhere in front of the hero, exuding cold and primal horror. The creature makes a blood-curdling sound and rushes at the hero. But at that moment, the goddess of rebirth stands between them with lightning speed. The goddess waves her hand, and a stream of luminous energy flares in the air. The creature growls and tries to counterattack, but the goddess is already next to it. She pushes the monster further and further away, giving the hero a chance to catch his breath and not allowing the creature to get any closer to him. The voice mockingly tells him that he is back again and seems to be enjoying playing over and over again without end. The dark creature gathers all of its black energy into one clot and, with a roar, brings it down on the goddess with monstrous force. The goddess instantly puts up a shimmering magical shield in front of her, which absorbs the full force of this attack. The monster's energy crashes against the shining barrier, and although the shield is covered with many thin cracks, the goddess manages to stand firm. The character finds himself in empty space again and exclaims in despair, unable to contain his annoyance. He asks himself a philosophical question about what will happen if he dies after death. Then he himself answers that he doesn't want to know the answer to this question at all. The world around him begins to fall apart before his eyes, and he realizes that he urgently needs to get out of here by any means necessary. The goddess addresses the creature with a demand to try harder and listen to the teacher, as if teaching him a lesson. She states that he must try harder if he wants her to start fighting truly seriously and without mercy. The creature accepts the challenge with a cold smile and says that if this is the wish, he will be happy to fulfill it. The hero understands that the only way out of here is to drink the very water from the well of life, despite the loss of memories. He screams that he can't just stand here and do nothing because it's driving him crazy with impotence. The character wearily admits that he is mortally tired of waiting and endlessly dragging out time without any result. He wants to live so that his real life can begin, and he can become better than he was before in his past incarnations. In a rage, he shouts that he is tired of waiting in this damn line that never ends and brings no relief. He exclaims that he has had enough of this endless hell without end or edge. The goddess, waiting for the moment when the shield absorbed the last echoes of the attack, sharply raised her hand and brought down a column of pure energy on the creature. The shockwave from this explosion was so powerful that it picked up the main character standing behind him and threw him far back. Emptiness unfolds before him, and he utters the words that this is it, drawing a line under endless suffering. He realizes that he too had to wait in that damn line, and wonders if it even exists after all. He comes to the conclusion that eternal death would be much better than being forced to wander here endlessly without hope. Suddenly he feels a sharp tug, a blow, marked as the sound of a chain, which breaks him out of his stupor. He is surprised to realize that he is alive again, although he had just been on the verge of complete extinction and despair. The protagonist again asks the same question about what the hell is going on here. Sitting completely naked in his new body, he found no logical explanation for his torment. The character returns to the same nightmare again and again, muttering to himself about endless repetitions and dozens of deaths in a row. Everything around seemed to be in a thick fog, and each death was indistinguishable from the previous one, like a broken record with no beginning or end. Each time he returned and found himself at that very flask of water, which became a symbol of his torment and hopelessness. He was experiencing unbearable agony. But all this was better than that damned endless queue that had been driving him crazy for centuries. At some point, he managed to return Vermel's things, but the magic never returned to him. remaining unattainable and lost. He could still feel her inside him, hidden in the corners of his clouded mind. But he couldn't reach her no matter how hard he tried. He noticed that the monkeys always used the same attacks over and over again, repeating memorized movements without any variation. Well, he suggested trying again, because with each death he learned a little bit about how to fight them properly. He began to notice how exactly they prepared themselves before jumping, and how their eyes betrayed all their future movements without the slightest error. The hero understood how one could predict an attack in advance by the movement of the paws, because he was not stronger or faster than his opponents. But he was not going to waste these countless lives in vain, because he had been waiting in this line for millennia and his patience had finally snapped. He told his opponent that he was missing the point, and that they were not playing the same game at all, as it might seem from the outside. It didn't matter to him at all how many times he was killed, because the main thing was that he killed his enemy in return once. The protagonist turns sharply and delivers a powerful punch straight into the creature's dark, shapeless face. The creature howled in pain and tried to respond with a blow from its clawed paw, but the hero deftly dodged it. He drove his second fist into its solar plexus, and the creature staggered and lost its balance for a moment. The character immediately took advantage of the third crushing blow to the head. The creature tried to retreat and regroup, but the hero did not give it a second's respite and brought down a fourth and fifth blow in a row. A fair-haired guy flew by, thinking about his problems. Suddenly, he heard someone's desperate cries for help, where the person was begging to show him the way. The hero said that he was lost in these damned plains. The guy was surprised to see those who were moving on flying swords. The newcomer asked what happened to the unfortunate man. The character replied that he was wounded. He understood that he could not tell the truth, because he himself did not know who Vermal was and what he did in this world. He said he had been hit hard on the head by a giant ape, and all his memories had become jumbled into one meaningless mess. The savior offered him help and asked if he was a teacher in the arbitration. The character answered uncertainly, probably due to complete memory loss. They discussed how the monkey was quite strong, but not a fiend of hell, because the character remained alive and did not burn to ashes as expected. The savior assumed it was one of the thugs and remarked that it was a bad sign if they became strong enough to beat the teachers. The guy introduced himself as Frederick and offered the character a seat on the other side of the board, promising to take him all the way to the arbitration in one piece. The character asked if these flying things were safe, but Frederick told him not to be afraid and to come closer, assuring him that everything would be fine. He added that he didn't want to deal with a dead arbitration professor, so he told them to hold on tight and shouted forward. The character thought that if Vermal was a professor, then people should know who he was. He considered that his killer could even be one of his acquaintances. The guy realized that he needed to be more careful, because now he was in no less danger than in the forest, where wild creatures attacked him. Before him appeared the city of Arbitrage, which turned out to be home to one of the greatest runic academies on the entire continent. He admitted that now he didn't even know who his enemies were, and at that moment they arrived at their destination right at the gates of the academy. The character mentally noted that despite the desperation, this situation might be ideal. He realized that there was nothing better than a real academy, where he could blend in with the crowd and start studying magic under a false name. He just needs to avoid unnecessary attention, hiding behind complete amnesia and pretending that he doesn't remember anything about his past life. He heard someone say that Vermal had returned, and he realized that rumors were spreading throughout the academy faster than he expected. The character thought to himself that this man was talking to him so rudely and familiarly, as if Vermal were an old acquaintance. He would have liked to answer with dignity, but decided to cite a strong blow to the head, which had left everything in his head mixed up and confused. The interlocutor noticed that the character was indeed wounded and asked if he really didn't remember the person standing in front of him. The character cautiously asked if he was dealing with a healer, to which he received a mocking answer that he had terribly simplified his role. The stranger introduced himself as Richard and said that he specialized in healing runes, and then mockingly reminded him of his name. The character worried that examining Richard might reveal the secret that he was not a real Vermilion at all. Richard began to examine him and noticed that his mind was very clouded. However, he expressed confidence that after some rest, everything would fall into place. He asked the main question about whether the character could say that the former Magus Vermal was finally dead and would not return. Richard stated that there was nothing more to heal, so only time would determine whether the character would recover or remain in that state. He added that he would notify the director of Vermal's return and his unfortunate situation with memory loss. After asking if the character remembered where his room was and hearing an awkward silence, Richard sighed and told him to follow him. They came to a door marked Magus Vermeil, and when the character tried to open it with an old key, nothing worked. Richard said the old key no longer worked, and with a flick of his wrist, he canceled it as if it were the most ordinary thing. He warned that he would send someone to check on the character, and until then advised him not to leave his room. Looking around at the terrible mess in Vermeil's room, Richard noticed with disgust that he was clearly not obsessed with cleanliness and order. The character felt that Richard knew much more than he had decided to reveal, and this uneasy feeling did not leave him for a minute. Left alone, he decided to bring order to this chaos and look around to find at least some useful information about Vermeil's past. He told himself that he was a teacher again, and therefore no particular difficulties should arise if he was careful and attentive. He found some kind of note for a student, but he couldn't make out what was written there due to a complete lack of understanding of the local language and handwriting. The first-year schedule appeared before him, and he thought with horror about how he was supposed to teach the others when he himself did not understand anything. There was a loud knock on the door, and someone asked excitedly for Vermeil, introducing himself as Braden and wanting to know what had happened to him. The character replied that he had received a serious blow to the head and lost some of his memories, so he did not remember much from his past. Braden called him an idiot and said that he had warned Vermeil about the dangers, and then asked how severe the memory loss was. He added that the Linwicks would be furious if they learned that the character had been injured without proper treatment and care. The hero thought with relief that at least Braden didn't hate him, and that was good considering his impressive build and possible strength. Braden said that the character had a lesson in an hour, but if the condition was serious enough, another teacher could replace him. He suggested assigning someone to watch the character closely, but the hero refused, saying that he could handle it himself. Braden added sternly that under no circumstances should this man be let down for anything in the world, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming lessons. The character thanked him dryly for the information and help, after which he was left alone with a stack of incomprehensible papers and schedules. The character found himself in the G arbitration building and began stomping loudly through the corridors in search of his class. He cursed loudly, realizing that he was lost in this building, which resembled an endless and confusing labyrinth with no exit. He thought that the students had better not leave if he didn't arrive within the first 15 minutes. Turning into the room, he asked himself if this was where his class was. He noticed that no one had taught there for many years, and he was genuinely puzzled as to why his class was located in such an abandoned place. He exhaled heavily and told himself that he hadn't killed a single soul on the way here, which was already a good sign for starting classes. He wondered if there was anything useful here for him and his new role as a teacher in this strange academy. Suddenly, he felt someone walking down the corridor, and he could hear the quiet sound of hovering footsteps approaching him. He was asked what he was doing there, to which he replied that he believed he had come there to teach a lesson. Hearing someone ask who he was talking to named Isabel, the character was surprised and realized that two of his students were standing in front of him. He had never seen this man appear in class, and he wondered with bewilderment whether these two were really his real students. He expected to see small children, but these two turned out to be practically his age, which put him in an extremely awkward position. They whispered to each other about whether he had any idea that the lesson had already started 40 minutes ago and he was very late. One of them remarked with disdain that the character probably thought that he would be here completely alone and that no one would come to his lesson. The character tried to calm himself down and said that he had to deal with this couple and give a wonderful lesson no matter what. They asked him what he was trying to portray, to which he replied that he was not portraying anything, but simply came to conduct the lesson as usual. The students noticed that he was somehow different and a little strange today, not like usual, and this made them suspicious. He asked them for forgiveness for what seemed to them to be different from usual, and attributed it to a strong blow to the head and a slight loss of memory. He told them to sit down and said that although probably no one else would come, he was still obliged to teach them, and they would answer all his questions. They informed him that there was no one else, and that he and Todd were the only class stuck there with him for this lesson. He replied that 2 was much better than 0, and again asked them to sit down to begin a full lesson. They were indignant and said that he was probably joking since they were of the same rank as him, and he had no right to teach them like little children. The students added that he only holds this position because he is a member of the Linwick family, and that is the only reason for his appointment. The character thought to himself that the name Linwick was coming up in conversation again. It seemed the Vermeil family was very powerful in these parts. The students suggested that he simply set up a machine gun for them during the exam and promised that they would not interfere with him if he agreed to their conditions. They said that everything should remain as it was before, and that there was no need to change anything or complicate their calm and carefree life. The character responded that he was afraid that it wouldn't work out that way, and while he might not be as talented as others, he had experience that they didn't. They said no briefly and didn't think about the fact that he might have something important for them on his mind. He said that he had until the end of the lesson, and whether they liked it or not, he would still teach them against their will. The boy barked for silence and said that he was their teacher and they were not obliged to love him, but they were obliged to treat him with due respect. He cleared his throat and asked the simplest question about what runes are in their essence, and not in their external functions. The students were indignant, asking whether he was serious in addressing them as little children who did not know the basics of magic and runic writing. The hero explained that they had given a definition of what the runes do, not what they are as an independent entity. The student said that only one rune could be used at a time, and it could not resurrect the dead, no matter what the legend said. The character was delighted with this answer and realized that magic does have certain limits and restrictions that cannot be crossed. He explained that the beginning of any understanding comes from knowing the most fundamental elements and simple truths without complex theories. He added that runes can definitely bring a person back to life, but no one really knows their true nature and deep meaning. The student asked him if he was claiming to know the answer to his own question, to which the character evasively replied that it was useful information. He noted that runes were still being studied, and anyone who said they knew exactly how something worked was either a liar or a madman. The student asked in surprise if the character had just drawn his own rune right on the board in front of everyone. The character said that the rune was simply in his book, and he simply reproduced it from memory without any particular purpose. He thought with horror that now he had definitely screwed up, and obviously he shouldn't have done this in front of other students. The student asked incredulously if the teacher would really just allow them to kill this rune and use it completely free of charge without any payment. The hero heard the students quietly whispering that he had really hit his head hard and was now acting strangely. He reminded them that a teacher's job is to teach his students and that this is his main responsibility. The student stood up and explained that the lesser runes could not contain as much magic as the greater ones, and they were much less controllable. He added that the great runes are also simply stronger in their sheer power and potential in magical battles. He demonstrated with a clear example the difference between a small and a great rune, emphasizing that small runes are not weak at all because of this. Todd asked to look at its power and realize how destructive even the simplest rune can be. The protagonist noticed that their definition of what a rune was had expanded a bit after the explanation. So he asked someone to give a more precise answer. He said that realizing that you don't know something is the very first and most important step towards real knowledge. He warned that this does not mean that one should stop looking for an answer, but rather that one should dig deeper and not rest on one's laurels. The hero suggested that if they had no ideas, then they should just guess something and think about what else the rune does and why it is needed in magic at all. Then he moved on to the most important question and turned to Isabel, who had been silent all this time and had not taken an active part in the discussion. He asked her how exactly she activated her runes and what she felt the moment the magic began to flow through her body. She hesitantly replied that you need to imagine yourself diving inside yourself, and perhaps this helps to focus on the magical flow. The teacher suggested that they find out everything in practice and said that if they were not sure of their answers, then were they even sure of what they were talking about? He told me to look at my runes again and tell him what would happen when they finished activating and released the accumulated energy. The hero said that he would do the same with them to show a clear example of the correct activation and control of magic. He began to talk about how it takes time to feel the magic within oneself and to properly tune into its unstable flows. The guy mentally wondered where exactly the runes could be located inside the human body and how to find them. He assumed that the runes were inside his soul, as he had a lot of experience over the years of wandering between lives and deaths. The hero compared activating magic to medicine, but immediately admitted that it was not as if he had ever practiced full-fledged meditation. Suddenly, he saw the 8th rune in front of him, completely different from all the previous ones in its shape, color, and energetic glow. She reminded him of something very important from his past life, but the memories slipped away from him like water through his fingers. A few hours after the lesson, Noah sat in his room and tried to concentrate, imagining the rune and the magic inside him. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang, and the guy happily realized that he had managed to activate his magical abilities. His runes started working again, and the mage felt a huge relief that he hadn't lost his magic forever after the blow to the head. However, the energy around him began to waver and tremble, and the poor fellow realized that even magic had its limits and could not be infinite. He walked out of the room and noticed the library, which looked much better than his abandoned classroom, and wondered why there was such a disparity. The character thought that this place looked exactly like what he needed to find useful information about runes and magic. He wondered if they would give him free coffee, and after saying hello politely, he said he was looking for some books. The librarian replied that she would be happy to help and asked what books he needed. The guy replied that he thought it was books on runes. He then clarified that he needed some basics and a beginner level, to which the stranger said with a grin that he must be joking. She added that the Linwick family had fallen much lower than she thought, since the professor was looking for such primitive books for beginning magicians. The hero wondered who this girl was and heard her ask if he couldn't find something so basic with his family's resources. He replied that using the Linwick family's resources for such a trifle would be wasteful and disrespectful to their ancestors. The girl said that it was unexpected to hear this from him, but asked why he should waste their time if everything could be found here in the library. She noted that it was still stupid, but even a warrior wasn't so stupid as to continue banging his head against the wall in his search. She added that the fact that he is a first-rank professor is a pitiful sight for the entire academy and its students. She mockingly said that perhaps the reincarnated one would find a new way to lift women's skirts with the help of these books. The librarian called her by her name, Moxie, and told her that she didn't have to come, but it was too late. The protagonist thought to himself that old Vermeil was a real piece of shit, and no wonder everyone around him hated him. He wondered how the guy was supposed to respond to such insults and accusations against the previous owner of the body. The girl called him his old bad hobby and said that he was a disgrace to his family, but perhaps he fits in perfectly with their overall image. The character noticed that this girl clearly didn't like him and that she had an interest in face snatchers. He read the title of the reference book and remembered that her name was Moxie and thought that she might be one of those who tried to kill Vermeil. Noah returned to the conversation about books and again asked for help in finding the necessary literature on runes. He told himself that he needed to better understand how his runes worked and how to properly control their energy without mistakes. The boy felt that the huge hand he saw during the lesson had something to do with his past and the nature of magic. But the professor decided that drawing attention to her would be foolish and dangerous, at least until he figured out his own strengths. The boy wondered why Vermeil had so many crappy small wind runes, since he came from an influential family of mages. He supposed the real Vermeil must have had better runes, unless he only needed them for lifting up skirts. The poor guy counted his runes again and was convinced that, if you don't take that giant into account, he had 5 wind runes and 2 loop runes. The hero noticed that, despite the fact that these 2 runes are both wind runes, they feel different when touched and activated. One of them was not heard and behaved differently, as if each of them was either a fan or a separate source of energy with a different structure. The hero realized that the more energy the runes were filled with, the stronger and more effective they were in combat and in everyday use. He compared it to killing monsters, which makes a bucket bigger and fills it with water to the brim. This is probably what he felt in the forest when he finally killed that giant ape after several unsuccessful attempts. The warrior realized that even though the energy of the loop runes was almost at 0, it was still more powerful than the almost fully charged wind runes. It turns out that small runes are, in a way, like small buckets, which are always small and will remain so, regardless of efforts. The reborn proudly told himself that he had cut them, and now he more or less understood and mastered wind magic at a basic level. He added that perhaps one day he would even be able to fly if he mastered all the intricacies of wind magic to the end. But the guy can't even feel the ash rune when he tries to activate it. It just doesn't seem to respond to his call. Suddenly, he had a great idea, and the professor thought that he could clean his room using wind magic instead of his hands. The hero decided that it would be easy to tidy things up this way, and began to carefully blow on the scattered things. It was time for the next stage of his masterful plan to fully master magic and regain his true powers. Noah exhaled with pleasure and said that there was nothing better than taking a warm, relaxing bath before bed after a hard day. The boy muttered under his breath that, at least in one thing, Vermeil was constant, and that concerned his love of comfort and cleanliness. Suddenly, the guy heard a loud knock on the door, which came right in the middle of his evening of solitude and relaxation. The guy thought that maybe if he didn't answer, they would think that he was already asleep and would go away. But the knock was repeated again, and the professor realized with horror that these could be the very people who wanted to kill Vermeil. He thought fearfully about whether he had forgotten to lock the door and jumped up from his seat, ready for any danger. A girl burst into the room and shouted loudly that she needed Noah, which completely confused the character. She slipped on the papers scattered across the floor and fell with a dull thud right onto the floor in front of his bed. The hero, shocked, asked if she had really slipped on his papers and carefully inquired if she was okay. The hero tried to feel her pulse and realized with horror that he couldn't feel it, after which he wondered if she was really dead. He panicked and imagined how everyone around him would think that it was the professor who killed this girl with his careless actions. Heavy footsteps outside the door drew closer, and the reincarnated man heard the loud stomping of several pairs of feet heading straight towards his room. The hero started a conversation with Moxie and admitted that he knew about her dislike for him, adding that she had good reasons for it. He asked her to believe him and wanted to explain that he was not to blame for what happened, but the girl abruptly interrupted him with the words that he had killed him. Noah cursed under his breath and tried to justify himself by saying that she had fallen herself and that it was not his fault. But Moxie did not listen to him. Suddenly she froze and asked again about him, clarifying who exactly they were talking about and asking what was going on. She admitted that she was impressed that he had managed to kill the creature and asked if he had been training lately. The character was puzzled as to why she was acting as if everything was fine and tried to figure out who this person was. Moxie called him an idiot and suggested that he just hypothetically imagine that it was so, as if it were true. She explained that the creature that burst into the room was a face stealer, a dangerous monster capable of stealing other people's bodies. The guy asked again what it was and who it was, to which the girl asked if he hadn't read the warning that had been sent out to everyone. He remembered exactly and admitted that he had completely forgotten about the existence of such creatures in this world and their abilities. Moxie asked how he even knew that the creature should be killed, since he had no idea it was a face stealer. She noticed that he clearly felt at home and confirmed that if he was a face snatcher, he had stolen someone's body. Noah said that meant they could only capture dead bodies and thought he should be more careful with the bodies. Moxie added that although it was not some important person, but some poor maid, even so it was a tragedy for the academy. The hero asked if there was a chance that she had survived, but the girl replied that there was no chance because she had already been dead before the creature possessed her. Moxie wondered why the face stealer had come here in the first place, since they were usually attracted to magic. She said that you could accidentally destroy everything around you, and the guy spoke sheepishly, realizing that his training was dangerous. The girl asked him to keep what happened a secret only between them, because otherwise she would be reminded of this mistake for the rest of her life. She said not for free, to which Noah asked in bewilderment and tried to explain that he didn't mean anything like that. Moxie called him disgusting, but agreed to answer a few questions that had been plaguing him lately. The reincarnated man explained that he had recently received a blow to the head and his memory had become jumbled, leaving gaps in even the most basic knowledge. He asked to give him just 10 minutes, and the girl reluctantly agreed to listen to his stupid questions. He asked why there were monsters at school, shouldn't it be safe? To which she replied that it was safer, but not secure. Moxie explained that face snatchers were a new problem for them, but far from the worst they had encountered in the history of the academy. She added that monsters want to get their hands on runes just as much as ordinary mages because it gives them immense power. Noah asked if this meant that people could take runes from monsters, to which the girl replied that they could not, unless they were master runes. At this time, one of the monsters flew past the window as if eavesdropping on their conversation. The hero asked again about the 3 seeds, and Moxie said with irritation that he was asking questions that a child might ask. The girl casually threw the seeds in front of her, not paying attention to the protagonist's bewilderment. She said that if she didn't know better, she would have thought he was one of the face snatchers, but even they were smarter than this pathetic professor. The guy thought about the fact that she mentioned master runes, and he wasn't quite sure what exactly that definition was. But that huge rune in his soul definitely didn't look normal and standard, and he asked if there were any monsters with master runes nearby. Moxie replied that she really hoped so, but no, because the strongest of them could level the arbitration with 1 blow. She said that the closest one to them was a Hell Reaper, and even he would smear him like paste, not to mention stronger monsters. She clarified that the Reaper's power was at the 2nd rank level. With the Master Rune, it even approaches the 3rd, which is extremely dangerous for everyone. The hero asked how to make new runes, to which the girl was surprised and said that if the Linviks figured out how to do this, then let them know. He asked how it was that their books didn't say a word about creating new runes. since this was the most important knowledge for magicians. Moxie replied that she didn't know, and added that although the runes were useless, which she was sure of, she asked about the grimoire. The boy realized that he needed to study it more closely, and asked if it was possible to simply learn the runes by drawing them and memorizing the drawing. The girl explained that if you have a drawing of a rune without a grain of power in it, then it is just an ordinary drawing and that's all. She compared the runes to vessels, and the power to what these vessels store, and said that in order for the runes to store power, power is needed. Noah understood the problem and said that it was like a starting impulse, because it is impossible to start moving without using energy from outside. The character said that it was clear and good, and asked the last question about who exactly among the people around him did not like him. Moxie replied with a grin that it would be much easier to list those who liked him, since such people practically didn't exist. The reincarnated man exclaimed ironically that this was simply wonderful, and realized that he would have many enemies among the teachers and students. The character said he knew it and stated that he had no more questions, promising to leave the little incident between the two of them. The girl reminded him not to say a word to anyone about the face snatchers and left, slamming the door. Noah looked around and asked if this was the same transport cannon that he had heard about from other teachers at the academy. He said it was not at all what he expected when he heard teachers talk about magical public transport in their lectures. The guy sighed and told himself that if he sat and waited, he wouldn't become stronger, so he needed to act despite his fear. He thought with despair that even in another life he would have to stand in another endless line, just like before in the afterlife. A gun operator approached him and politely asked where to send the esteemed teacher on this beautiful sunny morning. The hero sarcastically remarked that this looked like the most unsafe way to get anywhere in the world. He said he was hoping to go to Scorched Acres, and the operator asked him, surprised, why he wanted to go there, to teach or something else. The reborn replied that yes, for some reason, and the operator remarked that it was good that this time he was using a cannon and not walking through the lands. The guy heard the operator say that the previous passenger had been shaken to death by the ride, and he wondered what he had been doing there. The operator cheerfully asked if the professor was ready to leave, and the professor anxiously asked if it was even safe. The operator assured him that it was, of course, safe, and added that he had never had any problems with it during the entire time he had been using it. He urged Noah on, saying, "Come on, get in," and explained that although he liked to talk, it was usually boring here. The boy asked what would happen now and heard the door slam behind him with a loud bang, leaving him in complete darkness. He felt the cannon fire with great force, and a loud roar and the whistle of cutting air echoed around him. The poor guy screamed in panic that he didn't think it was safe and begged to be let out immediately. The operator was surprised and said that the professor always liked this part of the flight and did not understand why he suddenly became so nervous. The guide tried to calm himself with the thought that even if this thing killed him, he would at least be resurrected just like before. In the Linwick estate, which looked gloomy and majestic, it was already dark, but the moonlight was creeping into the room. Inside the estate, Braden reported to his father that Vermal had been acting strangely since his return to the academy. The father noticed that this was an improvement over how he usually behaved and shook his head in annoyance. Braden suggested that perhaps Vermal was simply nearing the end of his mission. Father said he strongly doubted it. The boy said coldly that Vermal would serve his purpose both in life and in death. He said he left no doubt about his intentions. Meanwhile, the protagonist found himself in the Scorched Acres and landed with a crash on the scorched earth. He was surprised that he had stopped moving and remarked sarcastically that there was no way in hell that Gunn was safe. The landing was not the most pleasant. The ground felt like just stone. He looked around and said it was nice to see that the place was still as charred as when he left it. He told himself that he had nothing to fear and that he could endure the pain because the gun would return him back in 24 hours. He promised that by the time he was done here, these monsters would learn to fear him and respect his strength. He realized that he could practice here without any fear. The main thing was to go a little deeper into the forest, because this place was essentially abandoned. The character jumped up and tried to climb onto the hill, but fell with a crash and fell to the ground. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and said it was a good thing there was no one there to witness his pathetic athletic abilities. Noah decided to see if Vermal had anything more interesting than the wind among all his books and notes. The guy said that if he was going to charge his runes, he needed to charge them correctly, because Vermal had amassed an impressive collection. The hero began to consider his options and rejected the plant rune, saying that he did not want to kill the succulent that his students had given him. The reborn rejected the rune of darkness, calling it too pretentious for his style and character. The poor guy tried water light, electricity, and metal, but rejected all these options one after another. The hero exclaimed that he was a music teacher, and this thought struck him like lightning from a clear sky. The guy began frantically searching for that very rune that was associated with sound and vibration, and he had definitely seen it somewhere in Vermel's books. The character finally found it and read the description of the first rank minor vibration rune, which Vermel had long written off as useless. The guy said that Vermel had written off this rune too early, because with a strong enough vibration, earthquakes could be created. Noah added that it was possible to create resonant concepts, and the phrase "raised to the ground" took on a whole new meaning for him. The hero said contentedly that he seemed to have found his style, and began to think about which of his old runes he should replace with a new vibration rune. The reborn realized that his loop runes were much more powerful than the other runes, but he still didn't even know how to use them properly. He decided to start by replacing one of the 5 wind runes with a new vibration rune. This teacher broke the old rune and told himself that now the hardest part was behind him, and he needed to rebuild it into something better. With concentration and effort, the warrior was almost finished and felt that he was succeeding. Then he exclaimed that he had succeeded and he had created his own unique vibration rune. The guy proudly added that he had made a hand, meaning that he had successfully replaced one rune with another in his soul. The new rune fell to the ground with a dull thud, and the character noticed that it had practically no energy. The guy said that for now, we'll have to rely on his good old wind runes in combat and defense. Noah announced that it was time to look for some monkeys in the nearby forest, and this would be his little revenge for all the past humiliations. The hero prepared for a long hunt in the scorched acres. A disgruntled growl was heard in the distance, and the reborn realized that his goal was already close and the real battle would soon begin. The boy noted with annoyance that the energy of this killed monkey had hardly replenished the charges of his runes after the tough battle. He said he really hoped it wasn't an endangered species because he planned to exterminate a significant number of them in the near future. The warrior looked around and asked where his next victim was, and immediately noticed a new target in the distance. He told himself that there was, and admitted that he had never had to fight a whole group of monsters at once. The guy pointed to one of them and said that that one looked like one of those individuals that killed him last time. The character said that the time had come for a real test of his strength and skills in combat without outside help. The guy wondered whether these creatures were intelligent. This is because it almost looked like they were communicating with each other through signs and gestures. Noah said that was a rather unpleasant thought and that he might need a minute to get his head around it. The hero cast aside his doubts and said, "Okay, that's enough," because those bastards were the first to kill him in his past life. He decided to go out to his 2 opponents without waiting for them to see him. The reborn had already seen how he could kill 2 monsters in a row, remembering how he had already dealt with the previous ones. So he apologized with a grin, asking if these 2 were their friends or if he was just going to eat them. The poor guy tried to hit a moving target and admitted with irritation that it was much more difficult than shooting at stationary targets. The hero remembered seeing the monster do the same thing and realized that the enemy would strike with both hands at the same time. The warrior told himself that he could predict their movements thanks to past experience and hundreds of deaths at their hands. He confidently added that he could defeat him in a fair fight if he was attentive and quick enough. The guy failed the dodge and, cursing, admitted that he knew what he was going to do, but he simply didn't have enough speed. So he died again. One of the monsters jumped on him and tried to bite his face, and the hero, in horror, prayed that the monster would not eat his face. The hero already knew that after each death his head would begin to split, and until the headache went away, he would not be able to use magic. He noted that the pain subsided around 12 o'clock and called this useful information for future battles. He said, "Let's try again," and with a crunch he entered into a new fight with another monkey. The guy anticipated that the monster was going to grab him from the sides and prepared to defend and dodge. Then, according to his calculations, the enemy should have struck from above. This knowledge gave him a tiny advantage in battle. He realized that a horizontal attack would come next and mentally prepared himself for this blow. He managed to survive the fight before the monster finished him off. He survived another dangerous collision. The character didn't know why all these monkeys fought the same way. However, this clearly made it easier for him to destroy them. He returned to the academy, and the gun operator asked him how the trip had gone. The hero responded with disgust that this was definitely the best way to travel. The operator saw his rumpled appearance and asked if he was okay, to which Noah replied that he was not injured, but simply forgot that he was supposed to be back soon. The guy said that next time he would take a spare set of clothes with him, because every flight turns him into a walking misunderstanding. The boy hurried to class and saw that the students were already sitting in their seats and looking displeasedly at the late teacher. The late students whispered that he would make them wait again, and someone said that he had told them he would be late again. One of them asked how he found out, since the professor didn't even show up for class yesterday. Noah asked, confused, what they meant and didn't they have class today, since he clearly remembered the schedule. He realized he had missed something important when he went to Scorched Acres and discovered that classes were held every 2 days. The character apologized for ruining all their plans, but since they were all here, why not have a class to make up for yesterday? He added that studying together was the best way to spend free time, and the students rolled their eyes in displeasure. He cleared his throat and asked how the homework was going, to which one of the students admitted that nothing had come to mind. Isabel said she thought about the question for a moment. Noah replied that if it were easy, we would have had an answer by now. The student became indignant and asked why it was necessary to waste their time by making them think about it all week. The teacher calmly replied that she had answered her own question, and that it was all so that they could think and come to their own conclusions. He began to explain the theory and said that you need to combine all 7 of your runes into one stronger combination. He added that, if possible, it would be possible to absorb more runes of this rank without harming the soul. This way, you can move from general runes like fire or wind to more specialized ones like ice mist. But if the combination doesn't work, the runes might break, and then you'll be crippled until you heal your soul. That is why working rune combinations are so well guarded. After all, the intentions of the person combining the runes also have a huge influence on the result. The better you understand what you're doing, the greater your chances of success, and this sounds quite logical and understandable even for beginners. Most likely, the Vermila family has amassed a veritable collection of runes and their combinations, accumulated over many generations. Although the character thought that he didn't think asking them for help would be a good idea given his precarious situation, after 30 minutes, he said that this was the end of the day and the students breathed a sigh of relief. He began to summarize what they had learned and said that runes were like buckets of water. Only water is the energy that we fill them with in battle and training, killing monsters and absorbing their powers. The small runes are the smaller buckets, and the great ones are the larger ones, and when they completely fill all 7 buckets, they will combine them into one better bucket. He asked the students if everything in his explanation was correct, and they nodded their heads uncertainly. Isabel asked if that was all the runes were, and the teacher hesitated and couldn't find a quick answer. The guy said that they didn't have to answer that question yet because they had already discussed it enough, and he didn't want to overload anyone. The students breathed a sigh of relief, and one of them asked how hard the professor had hit his head, since now he didn't look like himself. Noah clarified that their next class was in 2 days, correct? And the students reluctantly nodded their heads. One of them replied that if the teacher was going to insist on it, then yes, in 2 days at the same time, Professor. The character reminded them not to be late for their next class, and said it was his job to enforce discipline. He added to prepare for the next lesson, because he had not yet finished his deep philosophical conversations with them. Noah said he needed a break for now, putting his hand on his head. He wondered if the fatigue was a side effect of his many deaths. The boy sat, thinking about the fact that he still had a couple of hours before the start of the next lesson. He wondered why magic made his head hurt so much. Maybe it's just paranoia from knowing Vermila's killer is still on the loose. Suddenly, he noticed something strange and exclaimed in surprise, not believing his own eyes. He started to say why he was here, but didn't finish the sentence because he saw a familiar shadow flash outside the window. The hero swore that he saw the very monkey that killed him in the forest. But then he began to doubt that maybe it was just a trick of the light and he needed to sleep more. He cast aside his doubts and decided to check if yesterday's training in the Scorched Acres had led to anything. Noah said that it would be better if the energy had time to accumulate in this rune. Otherwise, his efforts would go down the drain. To be honest, he didn't expect it to work. But the rune responded to his touch with a faint vibration. He thought for a moment and said that if the vibration and wind runes were working well, then he was using the ash rune incorrectly. He began to experiment with a new combination and, for greater manifestation, concentrated all his will on his fingertips. The hero exclaimed joyfully, realizing that he could not create ash, but he could control it when it was already around. The character realized that runes do not create their elements from scratch. They only control existing matter and substances. He became interested in how much more powerful the great runes were compared to the small ones, and whether the difference was really that great in real combat. The guy asked himself why he hadn't realized this before, because the answer had always been right there, waiting for its time. He supposed the difference wasn't that big, but even if he could control the ash, it was still no substitute for proper magic. The boy realized that it was easier for Vermal to use a few weak wind runes than to work with more powerful but unpredictable runes. He said it was good that he only got rid of one wind rune, otherwise he would have lost a reliable way to fight in close combat. But the boy still couldn't understand what that huge mysterious rune was that was hidden deep in his soul. It would probably be stupid to try to do anything about it, since he doesn't even know how it works or what principle it's activated by. But he decided to try and thought that maybe just a touch would be enough to feel her true nature. He carefully touched the rune and suddenly saw a vision of some insect-like creature buzzing before his inner eye. He thought it was an insectoid era or a participating Franza, but he couldn't make out the exact name due to the static. Noah told himself that if he remembered this, he would be able to use this amazing ability in future battles. In the vision, the creature simply destroyed its enemies, tearing them apart with incredible cruelty. However, then the guy took a closer look and realized that no, it did not destroy them completely, but did something else. He saw that it was tearing them apart into tiny pieces, pulling chunks of flesh, bone, and magical energy in different directions. It deprived of any possibility of recovery and return to life. This rune showed him what it really did, and the knowledge shook him to the core with its terrifying potential. This potential opened up incredible prospects. He realized that the rune could separate any matter and energy, and did so with frightening ease and grace. The rune left absolutely nothing whole from the target, as if it had never existed. She reduced the monster to its constituent atoms, as if disassembling a complex magical mechanism into its smallest parts. I did this without any regret and without the possibility of reassembly. Not only the monster, the guy realized, she could separate the runes themselves into their basic components and primordial energy. From this, they were once created by ancient magicians. The boy realized with horror that he could now separate the runes of his enemies. However, he immediately began to wonder whether he could do this without harming his own soul, which was already covered in cracks. He compared combining runes to baking a cake, where it is impossible to separate the already mixed ingredients back into their individual parts. But isn't that exactly what his new amazing rune allows him to do? Can't he restore the egg and get the ingredient back? He realized that he could neutralize and separate any runes. He can do this without thinking at all about the terrible combinations in which they were used against him by his enemies. The hero realized that he could try this technique an unlimited number of times. He may have honed his skills to perfection, but after looking at his watch, he cursed and said that he was late for his next lesson. He decided that he shouldn't experiment with splitting the runes now anyway, all because it is too dangerous and unpredictable for his wounded soul, which has only just begun to recover. Any mistake could lead to irreparable consequences, up to and including the complete destruction of his magical core. This could also lead to final death without the possibility of rebirth. The guy ran out of the room and told himself that this rune almost turned him into a bug. Therefore, you need to be much stronger to even try to control it. He reminded himself that it was time to remember to lock the doors, because he didn't want another incident with the face stealer. He ran into the classroom, and the students looked at him reproachfully, to which the professor said that he knows, I'm sorry. They reminded him that he said he wouldn't be late, but Noah countered that he actually said it was his job to be late. But now he was here. One of the students asked what their plan was for today and suggested options such as energy saturation or possible rune combinations. Another added ironically that perhaps there is a meaning to life, to which the teacher replied that he was afraid there was none, and nothing so grandiose. To be honest, today he wanted to go on a short hike to the training ground, which caused confusion among the students. They asked if he was serious about dragging them to the training ground, since he didn't even know the answers to his own questions. The professor replied that he would not do anything here, but the two of them would spar with each other without his participation. The students were indignant and asked if this was another excuse not to teach them, and if he wasn't afraid that he would lose again. The girl quipped that the last match had ended in a draw, and the teacher knew this perfectly well, so there was no need to make up excuses. Noah calmly replied that then she shouldn't have any problem getting another draw in this sparring match. He nodded approvingly and said, "Yes, that's the mood," encouraging the students before the start of the mock battle. The character has equipped a shield icon on his hand, which creates a barrier that protects the owner from a certain amount of magical damage. He explained that these two icons are modified and only work on training grounds. He asked Isabel if she was ready to receive, to which she replied that the greatest harm he could do was to burn their dinner again. The guy retorted that she looked just like dinner. causing a displeased grimace to appear on the student's face. She said seriously that it sounded lame even to him. Then she advised me to save such jokes for the moment when Vermila was not there. She asked to end it already, and Noah said to attack, activating the protective barrier. The protagonist noticed that they were creating daggers out of fire and called it a clever move to bypass the element's limitations. The guy was surprised and asked what kind of rune this was. Plasma, watching as a bright clot of energy flew past his head. The students actually started fighting, and the professor thought it would be better if they didn't hurt each other during this sparring. He encouraged Todd by shouting that he was swinging his fists, but everything was missing, hoping that the guy would be able to land at least one accurate blow. Isabel asked what the accuracy was like now, and Todd replied that it was so-so, clearly unimpressed with her attacks. The girl shouted whether he would dodge it and released a powerful volley of magic towards her opponent. She lost her sword, and the guy thought, well, that's it, that's the end. But he was surprised to notice that she was still running at him without a weapon. He didn't understand why she continued to attack with her bare hands, and suddenly, with horror, he realized that she had created another sword out of thin air. Damn, she had that look again, full of determination and thirst for victory, and the guy realized that now he would have a hard time. He cursed, and Isabel asked triumphantly, "Well, this is also called a draw." Todd groaned, trying to hold back the girl's attack. He used his fire shield, just so the enemy wouldn't test it. However, all his actions did not help. He clenched his teeth in anger. The guy can't stand her magic and admitted that he almost won and was able to knock her sword out of her hands. The girl replied that yes, she had thrown it away on purpose, and the guy skeptically said yes, of course. The character cleared his throat loudly to get their attention, and when they turned around, he began clapping his hands slowly. He said it was amazing, and the way they both talked about Vermil made him think they would hardly be able to do magic. It turns out that he was wrong to worry about their preparation for the exam, because they demonstrated excellent fighting skills. Isabel asked when he said there was an exam. He didn't mean they would have to come to it, did he? Noah was surprised and said, "What is she talking about? How are they planning to hand it over if they don't show up for it?" The students were indignant and said that this was the agreement, since he had only really started teaching them a week ago. They reminded him that they would get what he asked for, since they had agreed on this at the beginning of the semester, clearly hinting at a bribe for Vermil. The character thought to himself that Vermil was going to take a bribe from them. Every new fact about him makes him hate the previous owner of the body more and more. He firmly said that the plans had changed, and they were now acting differently, to which the students panicked and screamed that they would be killed. He stated that they must pass the test fairly, and if they fight as they did today, there should be no problems. He added that these monkeys are fast, but at the same time predictable if you know their habits and weaknesses. The students were indignant and said that it was easy for him to say that, since they would have to fight them, not the professor. Todd quipped that when the teacher took the exam, he probably bribed someone, just like they were now bribing him. Noah calmly replied that he had killed slashers, and quite a lot of them, in fact, which caused the students to laugh incredulously. They said the only reason he would have encountered them was if his family had kept them on a leash. The character sighed heavily and thought about how much he missed the times when students respected him for his knowledge, and not for his money and connections. Noah shook hands, and Isabel asked what he was doing, to which the guy replied that they had no choice. He said that if they wanted to kill, that is, if they wanted to become stronger, they had to stop cheating and relying on bribes. The girl turned to the teacher and said that he had time before the exam, and if he did not convince them by then, the deal was off forever. Isabel said goodbye so that he wouldn't flatter himself because he was still a terrible professor, and the guy couldn't help but agree with her. He sparred 3 times in a row and found out that he could use magic without showing his runes, just by imagining them in his head. He said that it was very convenient, and if he could kill special worms so easily, then the students really had nothing to worry about. Once you've fully mastered their attack style, the monkeys have nothing to surprise you with, and the fight becomes predictable and controllable. He suggested that maybe there was a monkey sergeant around here somewhere who was commanding everyone else and teaching them the same techniques. He chuckled and said that it would be very funny and at the same time frightening if such a creature really existed. Suddenly, he heard a strange crunching and grinding sound somewhere behind him and turned sharply towards the sound. He froze and wondered what was happening, because the air around him began to thicken and darken, as if before a thunderstorm. He felt a strong pain throughout his body and whispered that he was already dead, but then why did it still hurt so much? The character flew over the body again and listened to the disgusting chomping of the monkey. He wished they would shut up because it felt like they were driving nails into his skull. He groaned and asked himself what was going on, because every time he died, his head hurt more and more. The boy wondered if he was dying too much. The guy didn't understand whether he had any limit to the number of deaths. He couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at the birds to finally shut up and drove them away. He cried out in pain and said that he seemed to have become overconfident after several victories over weak monkeys. The birds still wouldn't stop, so the hero leaned out the window and yelled at them. The bright sunlight burned his face, causing him to quickly move away from the window. Predictable or not, he admitted, the monkeys were still stronger than him and would kill at the slightest mistake. And while he has endless chances to be reborn, Todd and Isabel do not. If they go after monkeys that throw stones like the one that killed him, the boys won't survive. Runes, rolling monkey blood, keeping his students alive, he thought. There was so much to keep in mind. He cursed why he couldn't just be reborn as a slime or some other creature without all this trouble. Suddenly he saw a silhouette in the distance and whispered slasher, realizing with horror who was standing in front of him. He felt his mind begin to cloud over and said that he felt like he was going crazy from the constant fighting and death. He decided that he needed a drink to calm his nerves a little and get his thoughts in order. Having dealt with that, he said, it was time to move on to the next item on his endless to-do list. But which one exactly? Because they are all important and require an immediate solution, the guy thought. He sighed and said that adding the vermal killer item to the end of the to-do list was probably not the best idea. He waved his hand, saying it didn't matter, and started with the headache that tormented him after each revival. The hero wondered whether pain could be somehow connected to the state of his soul after numerous deaths. After he died for the last time, strange cracks appeared in his soul hands, and this greatly disturbed him. He looked inside himself and said that he didn't look very good because there were a whole bunch of holes in his soul, and they are huge. He was surprised how he had not noticed them before and continued to die again and again. But after a second, he noticed that they were dragging on, and he was pleased to realize that the problem was capable of resolving itself without his participation. The third item on the to-do list was a catch. It told Todd and Isabel to train and spar for the next week. The monkey throwers worried him a little, or rather their stones, because he couldn't kill those monkeys. And besides, at the moment when they were killing him, he was able to notice them only 2 times out of 4. They were so fast. Luckily, he'd only seen throwers deep in the burnt acres, so as long as he kept the boys trained, everything should be fine. With each death, he learned a little more about how to fight the throwers, but at the same time, the headache grew worse. But he could have dealt with them if it weren't for the risk to his students and the damage to his own soul. With the exam just around the corner, he couldn't afford to relax and waste time on empty worries. His students needed him, and he wasn't going to let them down like old Vermal had with his dirty habits. He ran into the training ground and asked, "Damn, he was late again," to which the students replied that they didn't expect anything else from him. Isabel asked if he thought this was all a bad idea and whether he had decided to cancel the agreement to study for the exam. Noah said no and asked if they were ready to train because they had a long and busy day ahead of them. Todd asked why he had suddenly decided to worry about their training and what had changed in his attitude towards them. The guy thought for a moment and, to tell the truth, didn't say much. He then admitted that he simply didn't have the opportunity to see how they would achieve everything. Noah said he was worried because it was his job, and the guys looked at him blankly. The hero added that now it was time to go and explore many places. He walked up to the transport gun, and an operator named Tim waved at him. Tim said he was glad to see the professor in good health again. Tim noticed that the professor had brought some young people with him and asked if they were going on a hike to the scorched acres for training. The guy answered something like that and said that he was conducting training for the students before the survival exam. The operator said it didn't sound too bad and added that the gun was set up and they could go in as soon as everyone was ready. The character thanked him and told the students to enter immediately after him and not to linger, so as not to waste precious time. Todd muttered that he was going to throw up from fear of another jump through magical space. Noah replied with a smile that their love of learning and self-improvement inspired them to take risks. He added that they would also find opportunities to become better versions of themselves, to which Todd countered that the teacher was simply blackmailing them. The students reluctantly answered, "Yes, yes, Professor," and with a dull thud, the cannon door slammed behind them. The hero pointed forward with his hand and said loudly that the target was there, drawing the students' attention to the vague silhouette in the distance. He reminded the girl that she herself boasted of her victories in battles and asked her to prove her words in action in the face of danger. The girl cursed through her teeth and told herself that she had to try, or else she would forever remain a weakling, incapable of decisive action. She tried to convince herself that it was just a stupid monkey and that it shouldn't be difficult for her to kill the pathetic creature with one blow. But deep down, she knew that if not, the consequences could be fatal for her and the entire group. The monster let out a piercing screech and rushed to attack, but missed its target, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. The teacher noted ironically that perhaps next time the student would be able to react to the attack faster and more accurately than now. The girl was indignant and asked if he was making fun of her, because this monster almost killed her with its sudden jump. Noah calmly replied that she was unsure of her abilities. If she fought as fiercely as she did in the arena, she wouldn't have any problems. She snapped back that it was easy for him to say, standing aside and watching her fight with a dangerous monster. The girl added that they couldn't afford shields like kids from rich families, and that they were nothing like the professor. The guy asked again about the shields and clarified whether she meant the ones on the training ground to protect against magical attacks. The students asked doubtfully if the teacher really thought they had this fancy shield, since he was Linvik and should have access. Noah sarcastically replied that yes, of course, it was a small shield that didn't really protect anything from strong blows. He asked them then to tell him where he was, and honestly admitted that he simply did not have it, contrary to their expectations and assumptions. Todd said mockingly that it meant he was wearing his pants, and added that the professor shouldn't even think about taking them off in front of strangers. The character replied that he hadn't thought about it, to which the student remarked that he was much more stupid than they had originally imagined. They asked why he even decided to come here without a shield, since he was only a first rank and didn't have much survivability. The girl asked what would happen if the monkey tried to kill them, to which the teacher replied that that was the whole point of the training. The student said that with this damned shield, he would at least have had a chance to save himself in a critical situation. She added that now, if they came across a slasher, he would simply kill them all here with one blow of his clawed paw. The girl understood the teacher's intention and asked if they thought it would be safer this way, because if he had a shield, he would have bought them time to escape. The character confirmed with a grin that, of course, the students also realized with horror the full depth of his reckless plan. They screamed in panic that it was a slasher and that now it was all over for them and no one would get out of this forest alive. Noah announced that it was time for their first field lesson and told both students to watch his every move very carefully. He said that this fight would be on the exam, and if they didn't remember everything now, they would later regret their inattention. The professor began to explain that slashers, like all the other monsters in the forest, attack in the same memorized ways. If they can anticipate them and prepare in advance, they will be able to defeat even the strongest opponent without much difficulty. The students stared in disbelief as the teacher single-handedly charged at the massive slasher. The girl whispered in shock that he had actually killed the slasher, cutting him in half with one precise blow. Todd smugly noted that he had said so, and that the professor had known what he was doing all along. Noah explained that they didn't need a shield unless they were getting hit, and that dodging and anticipating attacks was far more important than passive defense. He said it was now his turn to show his class and prepared for the next attack. The girl became indignant and shouted that no, she had to restore her reputation after her shameful blunder. She added that she was not inferior to Vermal, and that she could deal with any monster on her own without his help or protection. The protagonist said that right now he is teaching them a slasher attack pattern that is repeated over and over again. Noah added that if they learned to see this pattern, then they would not need a shield as support at all in future battles. He ended with the phrase that life is not a single race, and that mistakes need to be analyzed and conclusions drawn for the future. The character said that the key to success is repetition, and told the students to keep training in the same spirit. Todd noted that he understood what the teacher was talking about, but asked if this was really what the professor was spending the money the Linwick family gave him on. The hero was surprised and asked again if his family really was giving him any money for training and equipment. He wondered if that Braden guy was also a Linwick, and if he could have been the one who gave the real Vermal the deadly poison. The student said that of course he spends money on potions and shields, because only someone who wants to die would fight a slasher without protection. Noah replied that he had no desire to die, but he was not afraid of death itself, because he had already experienced it countless times. The girl objected that everyone was afraid of death, and she did not understand how one could treat it with such indifference and calm. The guy said he uses his multiple deaths to his advantage and finds it a bit disingenuous to lecture about death. Todd asked what the strange glow in the distance was and added that he didn't see anything unusual. The hero saw the thrower and whispered in horror what he was doing in this part of the forest, since they hadn't gone that deep. He ordered the disciples to leave immediately, and told them to go back the way they had come and not to return under any circumstances. Todd asked what about the professor himself and pulled the girl by the hand. He told the girl that they would only get in the way. Noah said that if he died now, he would not have the magic to kill this enemy and protect his students. He asked them not to worry, saying that he would be fine and that he could deal with this threat alone. The guy added that if he died now, then his students wouldn't survive either, because the monster would follow in their footsteps. The girl screamed that he was not aiming at her, meaning that the professor's sacrifice would not save them if the thrower was faster. The students watched in panic as the monster approached, and Isabel cried out in horror, realizing what was about to happen. The girl tried her best to reach the professor, but Todd held her tightly and did not let her go back to the scene of the fight. The main character, having come under attack from the monster, began to cough up blood. Seeing this, Isabel screamed for Todd to let her go, but the guy only tightened his grip and said that they shouldn't go there. Noah wiped the blood from his lips and told the disciples that he had told them to run. He commanded, urging them towards the road of salvation. He himself could barely stand up on his own feet. However, he looked ahead confidently, not doubting that he could win this fight. He rushed forward to meet the monster and thought that the next time it came to life, it probably wouldn't have magic. However, he would be damned if that meant he would let the creature get to his students. The guy promised that he would kill the thrower, and added that it didn't matter how many times he died here, because he was ready to sacrifice himself again and again. He let out a battle cry and rushed at the monster, which responded with a piercing screech and prepared to attack. Noah told himself that although he had countless lives, this life was his best chance to finish off the thrower. The only question is how he is supposed to fight this monster, since his strength is running out and his magic is almost useless after his recent death. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake, and the boy realized that his vibration rune had finally awakened and begun to act. He heard a crunching and cracking sound and realized that his plan had begun to work, and the ground opened up under the feet of the huge monkey. The hero said with a grin, "Let him try to hit something he can't see." It continued to create powerful vibrations that tore apart the ground around the thrower. The earth continued to shake, and the disciples panicked and asked each other what was happening and whether an earthquake had begun. Todd yelled that it didn't matter and just keep running without looking back no matter what happened. The girl whispered that the teacher should not even think about dying, and that they would not forgive him if he sacrificed himself to save them. Noah said that he didn't need to see the monster to fight because he knew everything about it that was needed to win. He delivered a powerful blow and hit the thrower's body straight, causing him to stagger and let out a painful cry. The guy said he had a theory about monkeys, and with each blow he became more and more convinced of its correctness. Now he understood that these monsters were being controlled by someone, and that they were not acting of their own free will, but were obeying someone else's command. He swung for the finishing blow and shouted that "You are finished." But at the very last moment, the creature miraculously dodged the attack. The guy exclaimed in shock that she dodged it and could not understand how she managed it, because he was absolutely confident in his blow. He hissed in pain and realized that his wind runes were completely depleted and only one separation rune remained. Noah fell to his knees and whispered the names of his disciples, hoping that they were already far away and safe. He told himself that he hoped he had bought them enough time to escape from this terrible monster. The boy began to think that maybe when he killed this thrower this time, the monster would finally stop haunting his students. He noticed that the monkey's movements changed just before that dodge and counterattack, as if it had become a completely different creature. It was as if someone else had taken control of the monkey and started to manipulate it like a puppet in order to save it from certain death. The hero realized that behind all these creatures there was something more than just wild instincts and animal rage. The boy heard an icy voice in his head, which said that he would never be able to be reborn again, and these words made his blood run cold. Noah replied mentally that he still had one rune that could save him and destroy the enemy in a last desperate battle. He concentrated all his remaining energy into his fingertips and prepared for the final blow. Numbers and indicators flashed around him, as if reality itself was failing and trying to recalculate his fading strength. The hero recognized this voice and whispered in horror, "Could it really be the Hellish Reaper, the very monster that Moxie warned about?" Everything around froze, and the boy realized that now his fate and the fate of his students would be decided in this final battle. Noah heard a chilling voice in his head that told him he would never be reborn again, and those words made his blood run cold. He felt a sharp pain run through his body and heard strange sounds, after which he fell into darkness, but then opened his eyes again. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and told himself that he had done it, and that he had managed to kill the thrower at the cost of incredible effort and the last drop of magic. Now he had to find the students who had fled deep into the forest to escape the enraged monkeys, but he believed that they were alive. He took out the spare clothes from the hiding place, which he had prudently hidden here during previous training, and quickly changed. Noah looked around and realized that the rest of the monsters had been torn to shreds by his vibration attack, and now there was dead silence all around. He asked himself where they had gone, and thought with relief that he was lucky that they had at least listened to him and run away from danger. The boy told himself that God forbid anyone should see him die and be resurrected, because it would draw unnecessary attention to his personality. Voices were heard in the distance, and the students ran out shouting that the professor was alive. The girl said that she heard a huge rock hit him and did not understand how he survived such a blow, especially without a protective shield. She asked to attribute it to luck and the huge amount of healing potions that the professor told them to buy before the trip. Todd added that they should have guessed, and that now they understood why the teacher asked them to stock up on potions in such quantities. The girl said that they ran as fast as they could, just as he had said, but one monkey saw them and tried to catch up. The guy calmed them down and said that he had already dealt with her, and now they were in no danger on the way back to the cannon. Noah announced that the lesson was over and told them to meet in 2 days, adding that they were not to stop training for a minute. He asked if he had said something wrong, and the students looked at each other, hoping that the professor was okay after such a hard fight. They whispered quietly and admitted that he had indeed saved them, and if it had not been for him, they would have died at the thrower's clutches. The hero walked away and thought that he needed to quickly find a cure for this headache that tormented him after each resurrection. He realized that immortality could become a curse if someone realized that they were completely powerless in the first minutes after returning from the dead. And this is not even the worst that can happen, because with each death, the hallucinations only intensify and become more real. The boy was afraid that at this rate he would very soon lose touch with reality and would no longer be able to distinguish visions from real life. He was walking down the academy corridor and suddenly bumped into someone, after which the stranger rudely told him to watch where he was going. Noah looked up and saw a huge man standing in front of him, who was clearly someone important in the hierarchy of the school. He asked what kind of monster it was and whether someone could get hurt because of this monster, without understanding who they were talking about. Suddenly, one of the students standing next to the man exclaimed that Professor Vermeil had hit him. It was not the thrower, but he attacked the student. The boy, shocked, asked if they had seen it, and quietly admitted that if it weren't for the student's shield, he could have killed him without looking. The student indignantly asked what that was and how he was able to break his shield with a normal blow without any magic. Noah muttered in confusion that he didn't know and that maybe he should beat the crap out of him, but he didn't get to finish the sentence. Professor Silvertide, apparently the injured student's superior, sternly told him that he had only left him alone for an hour and he had already broken his shield. He added that this happened right within the walls of the academy and that this is very bad. He then called his subordinate unreasonable. The student made excuses that Professor Vermeil had almost knocked him out, standing there one moment and then trying to wring his neck the next. Noah panicked, thinking he would be fired, or worse, arrested, and then it would be unclear what would happen to his students without his supervision. He told himself that he was in trouble and that Silvertide would skin him alive for attacking a student right there in the academy. Now I'll have to work even harder next week to make amends and avoid losing my job. Silvertide looked closely at Noah and said that this man is a soldier, and you need to look into his eyes because they have seen a real fight. He added that the guy was lucky he wasn't killed, because anyone who fights monsters can't afford to care whether they're a friend or an enemy. The student was taken aback and asked if he really looked like a soldier, since he was actually a teacher by profession, not a military man. Noah apologized for the inconvenience and bowed, feeling extremely embarrassed about the incident. He wondered why everything was happening the other way around, and wasn't he the one who needed to apologize for almost killing a student by mistake? The guy muttered that it was nothing serious and apologized for the broken shield, saying that he needed to run on urgent business. Silvertide and his student looked at the professor with thoughtful glances, and one of them said that he hoped to see him again. He added that the man was interesting and asked his companion, Tyler, what he thought of the mysterious Professor Vermilion. The guy told himself that he needed to find out what was happening to him, because he couldn't continue living like this, constantly dying and going crazy. There must be some clue in the books or in old Vermeil's notes that will help him overcome this curse, right? He inhaled sharply and froze, because he saw right in front of him a huge eye hovering in the air, staring intently at him. Noah whispered in horror, "What the hell is this?" and took a step back, not believing his own eyes, which were clearly starting to fail him. He recognized this eye and quietly said that he remembered it, and this vision was connected with that very huge rune that he found in his soul. The hallucinations and damage to his soul became stronger and more real, and he could no longer distinguish them from real life. Suddenly, someone called his name. He told Professor Vermeil that they needed to talk, and his tone did not bode well for the boy. The character saw Richard in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became wary, because he did not expect anything good from him. The guy asked what he had done to deserve such an honor and cursed silently, hoping that this visit was not connected with his recent outburst of aggression. Richard replied that he had been asked to check on the professor's strange behavior and that he had encountered Silvertide on the way. Noah said he had just had the honor of meeting this formidable professor and asked if his condition needed to be checked again. The healer replied that attacking the students was much worse than being himself, and that it was a simple misunderstanding. The professor assured him that he was doing fine, and Richard reluctantly agreed, adding that he didn't like it when Father Vermeil paid attention to him. The guy promised to keep it in mind and said goodbye, but the healer stopped him and handed him an envelope with his last month's salary. He explained that the school had asked him to bring the money because the professor had decided not to collect it himself, and Noah was surprised to thank him. Richard muttered that he would spare him that next time because he was not an errand boy. He added that he didn't know anything, and Noah wondered if this was a warning or a threat directed at him. A few days later, the students sat in class, eagerly awaiting the professor's arrival, whispering about whether he would come today. They doubted it because he still seemed to have not fully recovered from that terrible fight with the slasher in the forest. Suddenly, Noah burst into the classroom, out of breath and disheveled, clearly late once again. Todd indignantly asked what was going on and where the professor came from. Isabel yelled for everyone to move aside, looking up at the teacher. The guy tried to brake and shouted that he was about to land. However, he didn't have time to finish and crashed straight into the wall, after which he slid to the floor. The students looked at each other and said that he said one word, and apparently, he was feeling perfectly well since he was capable of such movements. Noah gave the command and they drove off, recovering from the collision with the wall. The main character asked what it was when they handed him the flowers. The students presented the professor with a modest bouquet of flowers and a card as a token of gratitude for saving them in a deadly battle. Noah looked at the gift with emotion and quietly thanked the guys, feeling the warmth spreading in his chest from their sincere concern. He said that he actually had something for them too, and the students looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The professor took a small package from his bosom and, unfolding it, showed 2 brand new grimoires with runes of the Linvik family. The boys gasped and asked if this was really a grimoire with the runes of the Linvik family, and if this was a joke, then it wasn't funny at all. Noah replied that it was not a joke, and honestly said that he would do everything possible to help them in their studies in preparation for the exam. The students warned that his family would kill him for spreading their secrets. The professor replied that if the family didn't find out, then everything would be fine. He added that he expected them both to replace one of their lesser runes with a greater rune by the next lesson, and the students cheered. The girl asked why he was constantly risking his life for them and began to look through possible runes. Noah explained that the family pays for the great runes themselves, and they are not usually given out to students for free, but he is willing to take the risk. He said that they were just words and added that he had to go, so when they were finished, they should just put the grimoire in his desk drawer. If anyone asks, let them say that he forgot it here and told them to have fun with the new runes, and he quickly left the classroom. The students shouted after him that they would have a lot of fun and thanked the teacher for the incredible gift. Todd looked after him and said that their teacher was clearly something, and if his family didn't kill him, the sword itself would handle it. Noah ran into Moxie in the hallway. In fact, he was waiting for her. The girl asked coldly and angrily what he was doing there. The boy replied that he was there to watch the professor teach, and crossed his arms over his chest, clearly intending to watch. The hero said he wanted to study with the professor, and Moxie was surprised, asking why he wanted to do that. He explained that he had been slacking off from work too much, and now it was time to study the necessary materials so that he could also teach his students. The girl had heard that Vermeil had gone crazy, but it seemed that the word crazy wasn't even close to describing what was happening. Moxie called over a student named Emily and told her to sit down, asking her to ignore the guest who would only be sitting in for one lesson. The girl asked if they would study runes again, to which the professor replied no. They need to discuss her latest written exam. She said the painting wasn't the best, and she has a duty to the Torren family. Emily sighed heavily and muttered that the test was too hard, and she had studied for it all night without sleep. Moxie explained that understanding others is what allows one to properly behave as a nobleman, and this is very important for her future. She asked her to try harder and said that the first question was an essay on who can use runes, and she wrote one sentence. But even that was better than the answer to the second question, the answer to which she left completely blank. Emily justified herself by saying that the second question was about combining runes, and if she needed a new one, she would just ask her grandmother. The professor said that it was possible, but it couldn't be the answer on the exam, and that one needed to study the theory and not rely on relatives. She noticed that she had given her an easy question, but she still made a mistake and asked how she could forget one of the 4 great families. The girl replied that she remembered them and listed some of them, but hesitated at the last family. The hero thought that this girl didn't have even half the tenacity that his students had, and that she had been handed the whole world on a silver platter, and she didn't care. The guy said that this only confirmed his decision to give these 2 access to the Linvik runes, because they earned it through their work. Moxie turned to the hero and asked why he was still here. The guy replied, "Thank you for letting me sit in, and it was educational." Noah the boy cursed to himself and thought that he himself was a nobleman and therefore should have already known all this. But for some reason he forgot. The character heard Moxie say that she was probably happy to help, but there was a hint of doubt in her voice. She admitted that she may have used the wrong word earlier when she called the professor crazy. The girl added that perhaps she should have said that he had become better than he was before. She wanted to add something, but she hesitated and did not finish the sentence, thinking about her words. The boy left the classroom and went to his room when he suddenly ran into important people. He immediately apologized, but people didn't care and decided not to waste their time on him. It seems that the Torin family knew Vermal, and now he can't hold out any longer and needs to find out the connections of the body's previous owner, until one of them stabs him in the back because enemies surround him on all sides. The professor stood on the training ground and watched as the students fought with dummies. He noted with satisfaction that the most interesting part was beginning. He yelled at Todd to take his training more seriously. This is all because the exam is just around the corner and you can't lose concentration for a second. The boy clapped his hands and said that both students were making incredible progress. He is very proud of their progress over the past few weeks. He added that he was confident that soon they would be able to kill slashers without each other's help, and each would become an independent fighter. Noah noticed that it had been a long time since he had last died, and his soul had finally recovered from the series of deaths. The hallucinations became fewer, and he felt much better than in the first days after being reborn in Vermeil's body. With this flying sword, he will be able to spot the thrower long before they get close to him, and this will give him a huge advantage in combat. The boy thought that whatever the hellish Reaper had planned, he would not allow him to harm his students again and would protect them to the last. Noah suggested continuing their training while it was still light, if their runes still had energy left after the tough fight. Todd said he was still full of energy, and the girl added that her magic was using almost no energy and she was ready to continue. The guy then gave the order to go and said that they had to kill many more slashers before dark. They returned to the transport gun, and the operator asked how it went and whether they had shown those monkeys where the crayfish hibernate. The hero replied that the 2 had done a great job, and he was very pleased with their success in destroying the monsters. Todd bragged about destroying those nasty creatures, and the cameraman said to keep it up and hope to see them back here soon with the head of the Hell Reaper. Noah noted that then it would only be a matter of time and hard training for which of them would get the main rune. The guy remembered that Moxie said something about one such rune belonging to a Hellish Reaper whose power was very great. He wondered if this had anything to do with the Hell Reaper being able to control other monkeys, and if so, that was another reason to kill him. The professor ordered them to continue in the same spirit and said that he would see the students in the next lesson, after which he headed to the library. Todd noticed that his girlfriend looked a little downcast, so he asked if everything was okay, looking at her with fear. The girl replied that yes, and asked him not to worry, angrily brushing his hand away. He sighed and thought that all this was becoming too much for her, and she didn't know how to cope with her emotions. The girl said that before she could just brush it off as a pipe dream, but now she is actually getting stronger. She cursed and said, "Damn it, Professor, why did he end up being a member of that family?" After all, it makes her life difficult and makes her feel obligated. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was no longer able to hold them back. Meanwhile, the guy sneaked into the library and told himself that he was just lucky that there wasn't a single librarian here right now. He wondered how he could search for a book about the Hellreaper or the Linwick family on his own without attracting unnecessary attention. He wanted to find out who was in his family so he would know who to avoid. Because anyone who knew Vermal well would quickly realize that he was not him. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout that ordered someone to sit and not dare to get up. Otherwise, he will show what a real magician is capable of, threatening reprisals. The girl squealed in fear, and Noah heard a name, after which he realized that things were getting serious. He came out from behind the shelves and told the man to move away from her. The protagonist stood between him and the frightened Isabel and directed his magic at the man. He said that he uses magic against him, which means he is even more stupid than this girl. He called him a pitiful sight, a first-rank teacher. Noah ignored the insults and prepared for battle, realizing that he was facing a very strong opponent from high society. The girl whispered from behind the teacher that everything was okay and asked him not to put himself at risk for her because it was too dangerous. Noah replied that not now and explained that the student had just asked him to do something and he was obligated to do so. The guy added that he was therefore obliged to shove his head so deep that he would never see the sunlight again. He shattered the shield with one blow and said with a grin that it was an excellent shield and that he had clearly overestimated his strength. The enemy whined and muttered that he couldn't believe he had just done that. Even though he was lying on the floor with blood dripping from his mouth and nose, he still did not stop talking. Rubbing his fingers in fear, he said that the hero would regret his actions. The protagonist said he had no idea who she was, which meant he could just chalk it all up to a misunderstanding. However, if she reports him, he will simply kill her and get rid of his problems. The guy turned to the girl and asked if everything was okay, to which she replied that he was crazy for attacking his own family members. Noah replied that he was simply doing his role as a professor and could not allow her to bully his student. The girl again said that he was definitely crazy and that she couldn't believe that he hit a member of his family for her. She asked if he was sorry and suddenly realized that he wasn't joking about not recognizing the man. The girl explained that it was Edward Linwick, the only student from the main branch of their family at the school. Isabel asked in horror how the professor could be so calm after attacking a member of his family. She added that the Linwicks were not famous for forgiving everyone, and now he would be in big trouble. Noah shrugged and replied that technically he didn't know who he was hitting, so it couldn't be considered an assault on a relative. The girl said that it would still be bad, but the guy assured her that everything would be fine. He's more worried about Edward taking that book. He asked her if she knew if there was another identical copy of the Linwick family tree in the library. Isabel was surprised and asked why there would be two copies here, since this wasn't the Linwick estate, but an ordinary academic library. The guy asked why she was studying his family, and the girl replied that it was because of the exam, because it was part of the required program. He noticed that her expression suggested that studying the Linwicks was more than just a casual interest to her, but something personal. The girl said that many noble houses would come to watch the exam, and she heard that the Linwick house would also be there. She wanted to know which of the students from the Linwick family were studying at the academy, so that she would know who she needed to be more careful with when communicating with. Noah told her to follow him and suggested that they leave before someone came looking for them both to sort things out. The guy asked where everyone had gone because the corridors were empty and quiet. The girl replied that everyone was sucking up to noble houses, trying to become servants in order to gain access to runes and connections. The guy cursed and said that it seemed they had found where everyone had gone because a huge crowd had gathered in the main hall. He asked if there was a safe place she could go, at least until this whole thing with the beaten Linwick died down. The girl objected and asked why he was asking her, since it was not she who hit Edward, and he would be better off worrying about himself. The professor told her to leave and said that he hoped to see her in class tomorrow, but the girl reminded him that he was always late. He called after her to let her know if he got the book and apologized for getting her involved in this dangerous situation. He had no idea how seriously the Linwicks would take the situation with one of the main branch members being punched in the face, so he came for help. Noah walked up to the door and answered Moxie's question about what his fist wanted, meaning, by mistake, of course, that he had become acquainted with the nose of young Linwick. Moxie led him into her room, which turned out to be much better furnished than his own. The guy thanked her and said thanks, and the girl asked if he wanted to watch TV or something else. He said no. And Moxie noted wryly that what he needed in his room was a big stack of paper on the floor to keep him out of trouble. Noah reminded them that they had agreed not to mention this incident and asked them never to return to that topic again. The girl said she almost let him in because she wanted to tell him how badly he was doing after his fight with Edward. The guy said that Edward had been harassing his student and he told him to stop. Noah said that he forced it, and Moxie indignantly asked, "And that's all?" and demanded to know the details and at least name the offender. She asked how he managed to get through the shield in the first place, which he should know because Edward was his relative. The guy was surprised and asked again who this person from the main branch of his family was, and thought that this explained a lot. Moxie asked how he managed to get through Edward's shield, and Noah innocently replied that he just punched him. The girl asked him again what he had done, and the guy repeated that he had hit her like this, and showed a movement with his fist in the air. Moxie said she knew what a punch was, but how it hit through the shield, and Noah hesitated, not knowing what to answer. She suggested trying to hit her to understand the mechanism, to which the professor asked fearfully, "What if he hurt her?" The girl replied that he was first rank, so she would be fine, and told him to try hitting her with full force. The guy said, "Well, since you're the one offering," and swung to hit. But Moxie stopped him by asking what he had just done. Noah replied that it was a trick and nothing special, and asked why she was so surprised. The girl said that no, it was not just a trick. Every bit of his punch came out of nowhere. She added that this was, of course, good, but should she prepare herself for a bunch of angry people? After all, they might pounce on him for teaching their child a lesson. Moxie assured him that his own family wouldn't kill him, and the worst they could do was force teacher Edward to challenge him to a competition. Noah said that it was nice to hear and that he could handle it because he wasn't afraid of any competition or fight. The girl said with disappointment that she had hoped that she would be able to participate and would try to beat him herself for everything he had done. She added that this would have been the highlight of her week, but apparently it wasn't meant to be, and she would have to settle for less. Moxie said that he helped his student like a real teacher, and not the pathetic person she previously considered him to be. The guy thanked her and asked if this meant that we were now friends, to which the girl replied with horror that no. She threatened him not to dare say such things again, otherwise she would smash his head through the wall. The girl pretended to vomit and told them to get out of her room. Noah quickly left, while the operator greeted the guest with a question. It was Magus Allen talking to the operator and asking if Vermal came here often. The operator hesitated and didn't know what to answer, and he said that they were going to set up a small meeting for him. He demanded that the operator tell him when the professor would be heading back to the academy after his latest expedition. After some time, the main character came with his students. Tim looked at him with fear as he realized that he was heading towards him. He looked thoughtfully at his map, not knowing what the right thing to do now was. The important man asked Tim if he had met Vermal, and he promised to tell him the exact time the professor would leave. Noah went up to the cannon and told it to send him to the same place as usual, and Tim said that he always traveled to the same place. Tim added that he had already set everything up and asked if this wasn't the best time of his day when he went out into dangerous lands to hunt monsters. The guy thanked him in confusion, and the operator said that he still hadn't realized how predictable and vulnerable he was to ambushes. Noah noticed Tim's warning and asked if it meant someone was watching him and planning an attack. He thought that if he changed his plans now, they would understand that Tim had warned him, and he didn't want to put the cameraman in danger. The professor replied that yes, he was coming, and apologized for dragging Tim into his problems with the Linwick family. Tim wished him to be careful and not to return tired. Noah thanked him and told him to take care of himself too. After these words, Tim pointed to another mark on the map. The boy flew out of the cannon and landed in dangerous lands, thinking that if someone knew the exact time he was leaving, they could already be waiting for him. The students ran up to him and asked if everything was okay, and the professor replied that yes, he was just a little distracted by his thoughts. The girl asked if he could use a rune to sense people's breath through the air and detect an ambush. Noah said that was a great idea and he could use another rune to find a way that would allow him to do it. Todd pointed ahead and shouted that the dead monkeys were straight ahead and offered to choose her, wanting to fight them first. The girl said that he was having visions and that there was no one there. But the guy replied that if you look with more than just your eyes, you can see. He reminded that the whole point of the teacher's classes was to think differently, and that one of his runes was the rune of warmth. Todd said he thought it was just a weaker fire rune, but humans are warm, like monkeys, and that gives them an advantage. The girl guessed that he used the rune of heat to see the heat emanating from the bodies of living beings, and admired his guess. The guy said that this meant that there was no one there, otherwise he would have seen, and added that now he could start training himself. The girl asked if it sounded dangerous, since there were only 2 weeks left until the exam, and they couldn't risk their health. Todd replied that she herself said that they needed to work harder, and that he had a healing potion, so if he was nearby. Noah said that if they got too far and everyone needed help, They should just shout and he would come to the rescue right away. If someone really was planning to ambush them, they would have attacked as soon as they approached the cannon. This means that they will wait until after they return, so there is no reason to interrupt their training now and they can practice in peace. The teacher told him not to worry, he would be fine, but the girl noticed that suddenly something would go wrong. She told how he once tied his shoelaces by accident at the age of 8. Luckily, his shoelaces were already tied, so the threat was eliminated, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief. Noah said that he was no longer 8, and Todd, although strange, was a very capable magician just like herself. The girl sighed as she landed on the ground after another fight. The teacher said she would have to get used to it. She asked why exactly, and the hero explained that it was to fight, but at the same time to worry about someone who was dear to him. She assured him that she was fine, to which the guy replied that if she had said even a word of that seriously, she would have. The girl asked what they wanted her to say, and the hero replied that all their problems should remain between them. And he is here, one might say, just like that, teaching them to make them stronger and does not interfere in their personal relationships and feelings. The girl exclaimed that they had no problems and that in fact they got along very well. But the professor doubted her words. She asked if there was any point to that, and Noah said yes, he would tell her the answer and to stop making excuses where they weren't necessary. At the very least, she should be honest about her feelings for her teammate in her conversations with him. The girl asked how she was supposed to just stop worrying, her voice shaking with tension and fear for her friend. He said that fortunately for him, everyone he loved was long dead, and he did not have to experience this excruciating anxiety. The girl replied that she understood what he meant, but it wasn't easy, and added that they were just classmates. The boy nodded understandingly and said, "Okay," and noted that that's why she knew Todd when he was 8 years old. What he didn't realize was that passing his exam meant she would have to end a lifelong relationship, and that was a huge sacrifice. The girl sighed and said that he didn't understand, and at that moment the professor suddenly raised his hand and ordered everyone not to move. The students looked at each other and asked, "What do you mean?" And Noah whispered that it was quiet, she hadn't noticed yet, and he would figure it out. He pointed ahead and said that the monstrous creature had appeared again, using his supernatural senses. The guy cursed and asked what the hell because the creature was huge and clearly more dangerous than all the previous monsters. He noticed that the monkey was already dead, and something had killed it before him, and he wondered what kind of predator would just rip apart the flesh of its prey and leave. Noah answered himself that he was the one who killed for pleasure, and this realization made his blood run cold. He commanded that they return to Todd, and in the distance a joyful cry was heard from a guy who boasted that he had won. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was fine and wasn't even hurt in the fight. Then she ran up and asked why there were 2 professors there, meaning that there was a stranger in dark clothes standing next to the guy. Noah stared in surprise at his exact copy and asked if his split rune had split him in 2, creating a living double. He thought about how if the rune did this every time he died, then there must be a huge number of clones. But then he remembered that he had seen his dead bodies. So such thoughts were groundless. This double may be one of a kind. The professor realized that in front of him was an alien creature that had stolen his body at one of the moments of death and was now walking around in it. He asked what was going on, and the students looked at the 2 identical professors in bewilderment. The guy said that he would like to know the answer to this question too, and that it was a little awkward. He asked Todd to step back a little so he could explain the situation without putting the students in danger. Noah told the students that this was actually a special project he had been working on, and it had a unique combination of runes. He added that this was why he was so confident when he left Todd alone, because the doppelganger was watching over him. The girl didn't believe it and asked if he had created a copy of himself, and in general, if such a thing was possible in principle. The young man was delighted and asked to be shown how it was done. But the professor said he was afraid. No, it was his secret. The students asked which of them was the real Vermal. The guy explained that the plan was to keep it a secret, but now that they know, he wants to keep it between them. Noah said that he would go talk to his double for a moment, and they went behind a tree. He pounced on the double and asked what the hell it was doing in his body. After all, this is impossible because he must be dead. The creature replied that it had one of Vermal's bodies, and he raised his hands up. Then Noah threatened that if he killed him, the disciples would wonder what had happened. The guy said he wouldn't let a stranger walk around in his body and kill people. It's all because his reputation is bad enough without this. The double replied that they did not need to eat people, and they could eat other meat, such as regular food, which was much tastier. Noah asked why they hunt people if they don't eat them. He said that the taste was very good and he wouldn't know until he tried it. The professor asked why he should trust the creature and what would stop it from leaving with his body as soon as he turned away. The double suggested that he could change his form into something else, for example, an animal or a bird. The boy said that this did not inspire confidence and asked if the creature could be at least a little intelligent. He said that where he came from, it was mostly just endless waiting, again suggesting a change of form. Noah said it wasn't that bad, and unless the creature gave him a good reason, he wasn't going anywhere as long as he still had his body. The double hesitated and couldn't think of anything. The guy said that, as strange as it may sound, the bloodthirsty creature seems quite good. He offered to swear by his runes that he would not hunt or eat people. Then they will work together until they reach an agreement. The protagonist was surprised and asked if the best he could come up with was a promise. But the double said that this was not a promise, but a runic oath. If he broke it, his runes would be destroyed, and he asked if the oath was supposed to be self-fulfilling. He replied that of course she obliged him to do so, and Noah offered to check it out. The guy swore on the runes that if he didn't do what he said within the next minute, he would kill him. The creature froze in fear, and Noah dictated the terms, his eyes lighting up with a bright light. They will not hunt or eat people and will work together. He added that during this time he would work in the common interest, and in exchange the double would help him collect runes. The professor asked if this was acceptable, and the creature replied that as far as it could tell, it sounded good enough and there were no obvious loopholes. The double said he thought that was enough. Noah replied that who knows, maybe this will develop into a fruitful collaboration. They shook hands, and the guy added that it was better than death, because killing your own double would be stupid and wasteful. The student said they had been talking while he was gone and suddenly noticed that the double had disappeared. The girl asked what happened to his double, and the professor replied that he had sent him to check on the mutilated body they had found. He added that she had spoken of it and asked if she thought it had been killed by another monkey or perhaps an alien creature. The boy told the students that he wasn't sure who exactly it was, but he hoped his double would be able to figure something out before they returned. He told them to get ready because it was only a short time before they would be transported back to the academy. Isabel asked why the teacher sounded worried about it, and Noah replied that there was reason to believe they were in for an unpleasant encounter. It's all because of the incident with that man who now wants revenge for the public humiliation and broken nose. Meanwhile, at the academy, the man said to remain calm because the professor would be here soon. The operator promised so, and one of those present noticed that wasn't this the girl who walked past with an important air. Professor Allen chuckled and said, turning to Vermal, clearly anticipating the opportunity to humiliate him in front of his students. He said that he had heard about the quarrel with his student, to which Noah replied that he did not understand what was being discussed. Allen told Edward to shut up and said that for someone who wasn't even part of the main branch of the family, he was getting too carried away. The guy objected that the only one who had gotten out of hand here was his student, who had pestered his student. He added that he never thought he would sit idly by while one of his students was attacked, even if Edward hadn't done it. From his point of view, he spared Allen the humiliation of having to apologize for his student's behavior in front of the entire academy. Edward said indignantly that the professor could not leave him unpunished, and that Vermal had broken his nose. He demanded that something be done about this disgrace, and Allen ordered him to hold his tongue, promising to discuss it later. The teacher said that the insult to Edward's honor could not go unnoticed, and Vermal should not have interfered in their affairs. Noah asked what he wanted, and Allen suggested a duel between the students. But the guy said that a fight was too much for that level of insult. The professor demanded that Vermal's student be brought in, since an incident had occurred between her and Edward. However, Noah immediately and firmly answered no. He said that he would not bring her, and that Edward himself was the reason he got hit, and he got what he deserved. Allen asked if he was refusing to obey a direct order, and the boy confirmed that yes, he was. Then the professor suggested solving this problem on an exam by organizing a competition where the one who is stronger would win. He said that the student who defeats more enemies during the exam will win. When Edward emerges victorious, Vermila's apprentice will apologize. Noah thought and said, okay, they agree. However, when his student wins, Allen will give her a great rune from his collection. After these words and conditions, the main character raised his finger up. Edward was indignant, saying that this deal was not worth the great rune. Allen replied that no matter how much you bet, there was no chance that your opponent would win. He ordered Edward to shut up, and the boy added that if his student somehow won, he would give up one great rune. Noah breathed a sigh of relief and said that, frankly, everything had gone much better than he had expected and his student would win. Moxie approached him, and the hero asked if there was a reason why she came here, since she doesn't work with them. The girl replied that there was no way she would deal with these people, and frankly, she was hoping to see Vermal get the living daylights out of him. She added that it would be the most interesting day of the week, but she had to go, and wished her luck on the exam. Moxie told him to try not to hurt himself, and Noah thought he didn't understand this woman and her strange sense of humor. The main character had a terrible nightmare in which his bed suddenly burst into flames on all sides. He felt an unbearable heat, as if the very air around him began to burn and melt his skin. Tongues of fire shot up and he tried to scream, but his voice was stuck in his dry throat. He woke up in a cold sweat, unable for a long time to understand where reality was and where a nightmare was. The guy groaned heavily and asked himself what it was, because he hadn't died for a long time, and his visions should be getting better. He saw a hellish reaper in front of him, and realized that this was the very same terrible monster that had been tormenting him for the past few weeks. Noah promised that as soon as the exam was over, he would kill him, no matter what the cost. For a long time, the image of the hellish reaper who laughed with a terrible voice remained in my head. The hero tried to control the flying sword and said that he seemed to be starting to figure out how to use this flying thing. But a second later, the guy said with disappointment, or maybe not, and called the sword a useless thing. The protagonist lay flat on the ground, thinking that he first needed to learn how to control it well. He looked around and said it was good that no one saw it, to which the double replied that he shouldn't complain and just do his body replacement. Noah said that anything was better than watching him control his body, but the double countered that he didn't control anything. He spent weeks absorbing Vermal's body, memorizing every detail so he could recreate it perfectly. It's even better than just controlling the body. The guy wasn't sure why, but he asked, "Is this what you chose for me?" And the double replied, surprised, "Seriously." The double said, "Stop being picky. He got everything he could, and Noah would rather not think about how he got them in the first place." The guy couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary creature, so he asked what kind of body he wanted to wear instead. The double replied that everything was within reason and that it didn't really matter to him, to which the professor asked his name. The creature said that he liked trees and suggested the name Tree, but Noah replied that it was not quite a human name. He was surprised and asked if the trees were serious, and then suggested the name Lee, which seemed more suitable to both of them. The creature was delighted and said that this was wonderful and that it would now change bodies, asking Vermal to deal with the monsters. Noah heard a crunching and cracking sound and realized that the sound was unpleasant, and Lee said that Vermal's body was uncomfortable and cramped. The guy exclaimed in shock, and Lee asked with a smile who he thought he was and how he liked the new look. Noah asked Lee what gender the creature was, since it could change shape at will, to which Lee replied that they were uniting. Two of them tear off half of their body and then merge together to form one new one, and then change their bodies. The guy said it sounded weird and noted that Lee had simply gone and made a new body, although he thought they needed a full body to transform. It looks like it worked, and now Lee isn't him, but they need to come up with a story for the new teacher. The guy asked if he had any ideas, and Lee said that he was a teacher. Then she too can be one, although she has not done this before. Noah asked what she would teach, and Lee smiled. She said this in reference to martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. She quickly transformed, and then the main character lost sight of her. Finding herself on top of the guy, she asked him what he thought, to which the professor replied that he barely saw her because of the speed. He asked why other such creatures could not change as quickly, as if they were completely different creatures. Lee replied that she was not human, but faster and stronger than him, and that this made her the best in her field. Noah pointed out that she usually didn't die no matter how badly she was hurt, but Lee countered that he didn't die no matter how badly he was hurt. The guy said he was just lucky, and Lee asked how many times she had seen him get killed, implying he was cheating. He agreed to cooperate and said that people could believe in the legend. The legend is that he hired an assistant who could teach him the art of fighting. Lee said she would be more than happy to show off her skills if needed, since he can't die. Noah said no more shows because he could die, just not forever, and he wouldn't be a suitable target. He added that there was no mention of his death in front of others, and Lee asked that even a single blow was not allowed. Lee asked if they should go to the academy already, but Noah replied that not yet because there was still one detail left. The weeks before the exam were short, and he still had a lot of work to do, and he met with Lee several more times. And as much as it was painful to admit, she had skills he needed to learn, and to his surprise, she was sincere. She did nothing that could pose a threat to him or his students. So he decided that once the exams were over, he would let her teach his students, but only when he himself was present with them. And Lee asked if she could eat anyone who interfered with his student. Noah said no, and added that, by the way, he had replaced 2 more runes and began to feel their power grow as they filled. But he was exhausted because every night the Reaper's eye prevented him from sleeping. Every day he saw his face out of the corner of his eye. It was as if he was enjoying his torment. Every day was filled with tension, but at the same time with fatigue. Until finally the morning of the exam arrived, and the students eagerly waited for their mentor to triumph. The young man said, "Oh, what a face that man will have." Then he asked how much time was left before the start, when there was a knock on the door. The guy asked who decided to drop by so early. Opening the door, a girl stood before him and asked in surprise how many people were willing to talk to Vermal. She said enough is enough, adding that the sudden growth after so many years of stagnation raises questions. Moxie listed the professor's odd behavior, the sudden increase in power after years of stagnation, and that respectful tone. She added that even the students suddenly began to respect him, and Noah bewilderedly thanked her for her observations. The girl said that he had changed a lot, and now she understood why, because he was not really Vermal. The guy laughed and asked, and of course she revealed who he was then, and reminded him that he also had a head injury. But Moxie said, "Who cares?" and suddenly hit him in the face. She then threw a tree at him, pinning him to the wall, causing him to scream and ask what the hell she was doing. Noah was outraged that first Lee and now Moxie and why everyone was trying to hit him lately. He said, okay, if she wanted it differently, then so be it, and prepared to defend himself. The girl noticed how determined he was and decided to use a spell against her. She said that the real Vermal would never have had the courage to do such a thing. She pinned him against the wall and said, "Be quiet. I'm not blind, and to be honest, many people have noticed changes in him." Moxie explained that Vermal had done a great job of making people shy away from him. But when he started working here as a teacher, she was lucky enough to become his mentor, so she couldn't be fooled. But Noah said that she didn't think about it, and at that moment, Lee attacked her from behind. The guy thanked Lee for the lessons, and Moxie said that everyone got their share, meaning that both women got their comeuppance. She said that she was begging. His magic couldn't even penetrate her shield. To this, Noah replied, "But this one will break through," pointing to a huge object. The girl asked if he had decided to stab her with a knife. And what was that surprise in his voice? How was such a technique worse than using magic? Well, if that's the case, although it doesn't matter, she already said, she doesn't care what he did to Vermal, but attacking her is a strange way of conveying thoughts. She told him to get off her, but the boy said no. Even if her shield could block magic, he had seen them break. So he will sit on her until she explains herself. The girl began to scream in his face. However, the main character was not going to give up. He only repeated his condition. Moxie was tense. She looked the hero straight in the eyes, and excitement appeared in her pupils. Then she sharply pushed the guy away and again trapped him in the branches of the plant. Moxie asked if he was happy. If she wanted to kill him, he would have been dead long ago. She said that the word satisfied was clearly not appropriate for this situation and asked what he wanted. Noah asked if she could confirm this for his peace of mind. But the girl replied, "Just enough, we both know he's lying. He's not vermilion," but the guy said, "Weird, then why does he have vermilion on his badge?" And Moxie sighed and said, "Oh my God." She agreed and said that there was something more important than her curiosity. Moxie said that after meeting Alan, she decided to check out his students. He believed in them so much that she almost believed he could win. Noah said it was kind of her, and Moxie replied, "Not to mince words." The guy asked what kind of papers these were, and the girl replied that the girl's family was blacklisted from all noble families. Both of his students were the same in this regard, and when she tried to find out why exactly, she found nothing. This means that someone powerful decided to cover everything up, and they were sent to him for training because they were destined to fail. Noah thought about how there were a lot of things he didn't know much about, including which of the Linwick family Vermal was subordinate to. The girl asked if he could imagine how powerful the person behind all this was. Noah chuckled and told Moxie that his students were being set up, adding that she thought he hadn't thought of that. She was surprised and asked what, and then sharply asked how he knew about the blacklist. The guy replied that this Edward was an idiot and that the setup was just like him. Moxie then asked if he thought he could stop what they had prepared. He wondered how much they would have to prepare, as his disciples were only first rank, and this was worrying. Noah said he needed to prepare anyway, and he appreciated that the girl cared enough about him to come and warn him, especially considering how much she hates him, to which Moxie replied that she doesn't hate him because he's not vermilion. She added that she could even help him if he admitted the truth, and the guy asked to be allowed to ask something. Noah asked her to imagine a ship, and the girl reluctantly agreed, saying that she did not understand why but would play along. He said to imagine that the ship was going on an adventure to fight pirates, and suddenly a storm started. The ship crashes into the rocks, and they have to rebuild it piece by piece, replacing the old broken parts with new ones, until finally every part of the ship became different, and he asked if it was still the same ship or not. Moxie replied that of course, although perhaps not. Noah said that this is something that people have been arguing about for a very long time. He added that he thought he agreed with her, smiling slyly. The girl asked what happened to the old ship and whether it mattered. The guy replied that no, it didn't matter, and said that now he needed help. If she suddenly wants to help, she can give him his pants. He said he didn't want to be late, and Moxie remarked that maybe it was time for him to restore his reputation. Tim burst into the room and said he was there to pick them up for today's exam, but caught the professor at an awkward moment. The girl blushed, and the guy hesitated and could not utter a word from embarrassment. Tim realized his mistake and said, "Oops, guess he can't keep his mouth shut?" Noah confirmed that he was the biggest talker on campus. Moxie sighed and said that she could forget about restoring her reputation for now after everyone saw this embarrassment. A proctor named Megas 10/4 announced that they had combed the scorched acres to ensure there was nothing more dangerous than a slasher. He added that if anyone were to slip past, it would be the responsibility of the nearby professors to ensure that it was postponed until he arrived. 10/4 said everyone was assigned to groups to participate in the exam and asked them to stay in their groups for the entire duration. He noticed that almost everyone except Todd and Isabel had shields, and the students were eagerly awaiting the start. The proctor declared the exam open and wished everyone good luck, and Alan asked Vermal if he was nervous and wanted to admit defeat. Noah replied that he didn't, and said he was just wondering if Edward was going to use his shield as a crutch instead of his own powers. Alan countered that he had no reason not to use it, unlike the professor, since he was a valued member of the Linwick family. The guy chuckled and said they would see about that, and Lee came up to him, saying that it was just in time. He announced that he would take on the first one, and that this would be enough to get through, and then the students would deal with the rest of the monsters. The man rushed forward and knocked down one of Alan's students, who indignantly asked what he was doing. Edward shouted that it was his, but the boy retorted that he had taken too long and missed the moment. The students shouted at him to dodge or he would get hit. Thanks to this, the man deftly dodged the flying attacks. Alan asked if the professor now saw why his students couldn't win, and shook his head mockingly. Noah noted that in order to block physical attacks, shields must use physical materials, like Moxie's vines. But this must be done manually, while blocking magic is automatic, and it is useful information for combat. He said that Edward's shield might be strong, but it wouldn't be able to withstand attacks forever, and prepared for the next blow. Noah told Todd that the monster was all over him, and that Edward was currently tickling his opponent to death. He added that they should fight more gracefully, and the student replied with a grin that he would be happy to, and asked, just as the teacher had taught them. Noah said that if you can predict their movements, you can defeat them. Todd shouted happily that this was how it was supposed to be done. The guy turned his fierce gaze on his opponent. He was ready to show who was stronger here. Getting as close as possible to the monster, Todd directed his fiery energy straight at it. The professor praised him and said, "Well done, it was magnificent." He added that if they continued like this, they would throw a party when they returned. He noticed that Edward had also dealt with his monster and asked if he was okay. Noah commanded them to move on and said that now they needed to find a slasher for Isabel. Alan stopped him and said that if they went on their own, there was a risk that they would fail. He added that he would not allow this, and the guy suggested, "Then come with us." But he replied that he could not allow this either. Alan said that Edward needed rest after the fight, and they would stay here until he was ready. The professor objected that the young man was fine and could continue. Alan added that while they were resting, he would not have to take any further permanent action. Then the guy asked how long this short break would take. He replied that as much as it took, and his voice betrayed a steely inflexibility and a desire to buy time. The guy indignantly told Alan that this was simply ridiculous, and that everyone present understood perfectly well what he was trying to achieve. Alan replied that this was very unfortunate. Although, incidentally, Such behavior was to be expected from the scum who had been blacklisted. He added that being in the same place with such a noble man as Edward would be the best moment in their miserable lives. Noah cursed under his breath and called him petty. After that, he was surprised to see that Todd had brought a huge slasher straight to them. Todd shouted happily that he thought the teacher might have trouble finding it. That's why he brought the monster here himself. Isabel praised her comrade and said that he was the best, and Alan indignantly asked what the hell was going on here. The professor stated that he could not allow the slashers to get so close to his student while he was resting, and ordered Todd to find another one. Edward tried to attack, but the boy deftly parried his blow and said with disdain that he was simply pathetic. Isabel sat down next to Edward, incinerating him with her gaze. She squatted closer and began to ask him if he was really that pathetic. She asked if Alan really needed to cheat to beat a student like Isabel. After all, she has neither a powerful shield nor an influential family. The young man said he was ready to continue, and Noah nodded, giving silent approval for further action. He whispered his plan to the students, telling them to let Edward attack first. Then they will steal the kill with the finishing blow. The exam rules didn't say anything about how exactly to kill a slasher. They only had one condition written in them: the monster had to die. He added that Isabel was a close-range fighter and advised her to use ranged attacks. Edward shouted that this monster was somehow fast, but he still got caught. He chuckled and said it was because she called him pathetic and hit her hard. Noah panicked, thinking that he wouldn't be able to protect her in time and that he wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, Lee intervened and saved Isabel from certain death, after which the girl finished off the slasher. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and said that Lee had done everything on time and that he owed her one. He admitted that he needed some serious aim practice, and the students, shocked, asked what the hell had just happened. The professor said it wasn't his fault and that the stupid student shouldn't have jumped in front of the attacks. Alan countered that the little worm had done it on purpose and sternly told him to watch his words. He said that, teacher or not, Noah was deliberately provoking conflict and demanded an apology. The guy asked if he really wanted an apology. Alan noted with a sneer that the first-rank professor had finally gotten angry. He asked what this family scandal would lead to. Noah tried to hold out until the last, but the man was clearly provoking him. He continued to say hurtful things to him and irritate the hero. Noah couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly hit him in the face. Then he asked if he was okay and apologized, saying that there was a big mosquito right on his interlocutor's nose. He said that he couldn't be blamed for that, and after that the score between them became 1-1, and he suggested moving on. He added that it would be very unpleasant if Edward had fewer kills than Isabel, and sincerely praised the student. The girl thanked him shyly and said that she herself didn't know how she managed it, and that she was probably just lucky. Alan told Edward that they needed to kill more slashers and asked if he was ready, to which the boy hesitantly replied that of course he was. Noah remarked that he didn't plan on losing, and the student asked why Magus Allen was bleeding. The boy replied that there was a big mosquito there and commanded his students that they now had to hurry. The kill count was 1-1, and the professor said that there should be another slasher around somewhere, but he didn't see it. Noah said he thought a deal was a deal and reminded them that Alan had cheated on the exam. He indignantly asked if that was really true, and the guy asked Edward to tell him exactly what techniques he used. Noah added, "Would you mind telling me exactly when in the exam he did this?" And the young man hesitated and could not answer. The professor said his students had names and asked them to use them, calling them Isabel and Todd. Alan replied that the two were blacklisted trash, and that one decent rune wouldn't fix their shoddy foundation and lack of talent. Noah sarcastically thanked him, saying he was so kind, and offered Isabel to tear out any page from the grimoire she wanted. He added that he would not stand there for hours for her to learn it, and said that she should use it well, because it's the last good rune she'll ever get. The boy led the students away and told Edward that he needed to train to make up for everything. He praised his guys and said that they both could be proud of themselves, and promised to throw a party at the next lesson. Noah announced that they were free for now and asked with a smile which rune she had ultimately chosen. The girl thanked the teacher again and added, "For everything," and he himself knows what she means. The guy clarified that she meant thank you for everything else too, but he added that not for everything, because before that he was a loser, so thanks only for the last month. Noah replied that yes, mostly over the last month, and sheepishly said, "You're welcome." He added that she didn't need to thank him. It was all thanks to her own hard work. He asked if they could continue that conversation now, referring to his secret conversation with Moxie alone. The girl replied that she didn't need it, since stealing his food was much more convenient. and Noah called her lazy. She replied that she was progressive and agreed to help him, promising to answer question after question, and told him to begin. Noah said he was ready, and Moxie asked if he wouldn't admit he wasn't Vermilion, then at least explain why he decided to change. He replied that it was a waste of a question because he had already spoken self-improvement, and he himself asked where he could get the information. The girl said that right now the only book they needed from the library was on loan to someone. She doesn't think that its current owner will agree to give it to him voluntarily, but if he was in such a hurry, then he should just take the book from the Linvik estate, and the guy was surprised, asking how he would get there. She said no, it was her turn to ask, and asked how this change had happened, to which Noah chose to remain silent. He apologized and said that he was afraid he couldn't answer that question and asked me to ask something else. To this, the girl replied that this was expected. Moxie then asked him why he knew so little about everything, and the guy replied that improvement itself is a difficult path. He said he needed to go back to the things the old him once knew and determine whether he really knew them or not. The girl noted that it looked more like he had serious brain damage and asked if he had seen a healer. Noah replied that he had asked, but they hadn't found anything strange, and that there was no point in treating him. Moxie said it was weird and his mind was clouded. She added that she would not count this question against him, and the boy countered that ordinary healers could not detect damage. Moxie exclaimed that this was what he really was, and Noah realized that she had guessed his true nature. He thought to himself, "This girl is good at finding connections." He said out loud that he didn't think they had understood each other correctly just now. He's talking about self-improvement, not murder. And the girl said it was her turn to ask anyway, and it was time to change the subject. The boy asked how rare the Great Wind runes were because he needed one. Moxie replied that compared to other great runes, they were not very rare, and she could get one for him. He asked if maybe they could make a deal then, and she said it wasn't exactly a deal, but okay. The girl asked if he was so determined to pursue the path of self-improvement, then why did he decide to continue his business? Noah answered because he was a teacher and he could not abandon his students to their fate. Improvement does not mean renouncing previous decisions. Moxie suggested continuing their conversation outside because she still had a lot to do, and the guy agreed. He warned that it counted as a question and added, returning to his family, that she could tell about her. The girl asked him if he was asking such questions and still insisting that he was Vermal, and told him to give her a break. Noah told her to just answer, and Moxie said that as much as she hated to admit it, his family was really powerful. She added that the Linviks were one of the most influential noble families in the empire, and they were the ones no one wanted to cross. The guy said that was clear and added that it was nice to chat, but they had already approached his room, and a monster stuck its head out of there. At this moment, the protagonist began to have visions again, causing him to clutch his head and curse them. Lee stood in front of the main character. She was glad that he returned. Moxie asked who it was, but the guy replied that he would explain later. Noah quickly ran into the room and slammed the door, leaving the woman in the hallway. She shouted indignantly at him to wait because she had not finished. Inside the room, Noah bumped into Lee and screamed, mistaking her for a slasher, but immediately realized it was her. The girl said she thought she smelled him, and Moxie, outside the door, asked who it was. The guy shouted that not now and asked Lee how she even got into his room. He asked what she was doing there, and Lee looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what they wanted from her. The hero stared at Lee and asked if she had flattened herself and if all face stealers could do that. She replied that she had no idea how it was for others, but she personally could. Noah asked for a second, but Moxie was indignant. The hero told Lee to stop touching things and asked how old he was, since she was acting like a teenager. Lee said she didn't know, and the guy asked why she came to his room in case someone saw her, but she objected that they wouldn't see her. Lee said a little later that she wanted to tell him about the Hellish Reaper. She added that he had been muttering loudly about it in his sleep, so she thought it was important. The girl added that he was tossing and turning on the pillow, and she was wondering if he would be able to defeat him at all. And she had an idea. Noah said he was listening carefully, and Moxie began to explain that a Reaper usually had a huge ring of fire raging around it. The guy confirmed that yes, although to be honest, he had never seen it up close, and the girl added that sometimes this aura fades for some reason. She assumed it was due to the passive effect of his master rune, and Noah asked what that passive effect was. She said that this is one of the main differences between regular and master runes, and that it always exists in the owner of such a rune. Noah ignored her and said that this was exactly what he had been missing all this time, and that to divide meant to split and tear into pieces. He added that he was tied to the very flask that killed Vermal, and Moxie, shocked, asked what the hell was going on. Noah introduced the women and told them that Lee was a face stealer, and she waved happily. Moxie sternly demanded that Vermal explain himself. Then the guy calmly replied that everything was fine and that she had taken a runic oath to work with him. The girl asked again with disbelief and added that he had found a face stealer who had agreed to the runic oath. So she asked how, why, and called him crazy. Noah replied that none of this concerned her, but Lee interrupted and said that it did. He asked her to talk to Moxie without those weird antics. The hero added that he needed her help and asked if she couldn't break the rune oath since it took something from both sides. The girl explained that they literally link their runes to each other. If this face stealer dies, his rune will also be damaged. Lee wearily said that it was so boring to sit and do nothing, and that she was tired, and the guy said that she was on their side. Moxie admitted that her speech and movements were much more animated than those of other face thieves she studied. She begins to believe the hero. Noah said that all this is unjustifiably dangerous. Noah said the idea was justified in the first place, and now he thinks Lee can help her. The protagonist looked at Moxie and Lee and smirked at his thoughts. The girl looked at the character and angrily asked him how exactly to help. 2 days later, Noah gathered the disciples and thanked everyone who had decided to come. He said he knew they didn't usually gather here, but he had special plans. Noah announced that he wanted to introduce his assistant professor and called loudly for Lee, who came running around the corner with a joyful cry. Emily asked skeptically if she could be a professor. The guy said that he understood her doubts. He doesn't have the best reputation, and he doubts he would appreciate a demonstration he himself would put on. Besides, Lee is a much more impressive fighter, and her blows don't make him want to curl up in a ball, so he asked to show her a lesson on Moxie. The girl was surprised and asked why her, and Noah replied that she was his deputy, and he wanted her to believe in the validity of his words. Lee said it was wonderful and suggested they start, and the guy asked her not to make him regret it. He set the rules that only physical attacks were allowed and no magic. Lee added that the winner is the one who puts the other on his shoulder blades, and the girl agreed. She let Lee make the first lunge, and in an instant, Lee had her down on the floor. The girl didn't even see her movements. The students were outraged that this was probably magic and that she had cheated. Noah said that such lessons did not bode well. Moxie admitted that as much as she didn't want to admit it, this lesson was really what she needed. She seemed to understand now how he moved like that. Emily looked at Lee with respect and said that she was a girl, and Lee winked and proudly confirmed it. Noah asked Lee if she had used magic as Moxie tiredly rose from the ground. Moxie added that there aren't many ways to use magic. Then Lee raised her hands and laughingly said that she had cheated. Lee replied that it was a body enhancement, a common technique for high-ranking individuals. But using it at rank 1 is unheard of, and such a small flaw is worth it. She added that there is more to the battle than just magic. When the student suggested that it was power, Lee said that was incorrect and told her to keep thinking. The guy swore and said, "Damn it, Lee." She replied that the correct answer is flexibility. Control over your body helps you avoid enemy attacks and strengthen your own. Lee announced that it was time for the second lesson, and she herself was already standing in an incomprehensible pose in front of the students. Lee stood in front of everyone and said that she would teach each of them a daily routine. The student asked forebodingly what it would be, his eyes shining with excitement. Lee said she hopes they have a high pain threshold. It will be a stretch. An hour later, the students lay on the ground, exhausted, and the boy groaned that he couldn't feel his legs. Lee told me to do a full set of stretches every morning and said that progress would not take long to come. She said goodbye and that she would see them at the next class, and Noah said that he seemed to be stuck with them a little longer. The guy said it looked like bullying, only they were grateful to her for it, and Moxie handed over the trap paper. The hero explained that it was a special type of magical paper used to catch runes from slain monsters. Noah promised that he would come for the hellish reaper, and there was a steely determination in his voice to put an end to this monster. The character heard someone's voice saying that he had tried hard. The voice said something again and thanked him for helping him get this far. Noah stopped and asked to wait. He felt something incomprehensible inside himself. He wondered what would happen if he tested the separation rune on a monster. He wondered if there would be any energy left for him to absorb after this. He only wondered if he could even cope with the force of division. The guy screamed in pain, stretching his hand further and further. But he told himself that he just needed to touch them, and he reached for the glowing rune. He almost reached for it, straining with all his strength, and wondered if it would split into 7 parts, like his own soul once had. Noah cursed and said he hoped not, and realized that answered one thing. He can't separate base runes, but he could absorb pieces of their energy. He realized that he still had much more energy left to work with than usual. He could use it to infuse his new Great Wind rune. He used the power of the separation rune for the first time and felt his strength growing at an extraordinary speed. The energy absorbed from the Lesser Wind rune charged his new Greater rune. The last hurdle before defeating the Hellish Reaper was passed, and his soul was almost completely restored after all the trials. He stepped forward and told Lee that she was just in time, and the girl was surprised, asking how he knew it was her. Noah replied that he had a project that needed some time and he wasn't sure how long it would take. He asked Lee to continue teaching in his absence. She asked why he was leaving so suddenly, to which the guy replied that he was tired of putting up with all this crap. He added that it didn't matter and said that he would be nearby, he would just not appear as often, and if something went wrong, they should find him. The girl said that if he was so confident, then fine, and she and Moxie would sort out the classes, but she had an idea of what he was trying to do. Noah chuckled and said, "Really?" And Lee said yes, and that she didn't think he could do it. But in any case, she wished him luck. He left the academy and headed into the deepest reaches of the Scorched Acres, where the Hellish Reaper was already waiting for him. The monster was huge, no smaller than a 3-story house. His body was made of solid muscle and dark scales that shimmered with a crimson light. Dozens of bone spikes protruded from the monster's back, and it had huge horns on its head. A ring of fiery aura swirled around the Hellish Reaper, which would sometimes flare up with a blinding flame, then almost completely die out. Its clawed paws were the size of a human body, and every step the monster took caused the ground to shake and crack. Noah said he believed the monster had been waiting to see him, and the Hellish Reaper replied that it was time to put an end to it. The boy repeated the word end, and the monster growled that it would not end until his soul was shattered into tiny pieces. Noah rushed forward with a scream and ran straight towards the Hellish Reaper, breathing heavily from the tension and fear. He hit the monster with a dull thud that shook the ground and was thrown back, but immediately rose. The boy screamed in pain and asked the monster if it felt the difference between him and itself, and the monster replied that yes, it did. The Hell Reaper growled that the only difference was that he was just a cockroach, and you could play with him as much as you wanted. On the first day of the fight, the boy rushed at the Hellish Reaper with a scream, hoping to inflict at least some damage on him. He resurrected a few hours later and went on the attack again, but the Hellish Reaper met him with a wall of fire that burned out his lungs. On the second day, he tried to use the vibration rune to collapse the ground beneath the monster's feet, but the Reaper leaped forward. Before dying, the hero whispered that he felt the difference between them, to which the monster coldly replied that he felt it too, but it didn't change anything. On the third day, exhausted and weakened, Noah still rose and rushed into battle again. But the Reaper met him with a powerful blow from his tail, which broke his ribs and punctured his lung. He fell to his knees trying to breathe, but instead of air, only wheezing and bloody bubbles came out of his chest. The boy tried to use the rune of separation in a last desperate hope, but he didn't have enough strength to even touch the enemy. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, but his lungs refused to work, and every movement caused unbearable pain. The Hellish Reaper approached him and placed his paw on his chest, slowly squeezing it until the last remnants of air left the hero's body. Noah tried to scream, but only a silent wheeze came out of his throat, and he realized that he had lost for the 3rd time in a row. He died a long and painful death, looking into the faceless mask of the monster, and felt how life left him cell by cell. At the last moment, the faces of the students flashed before my eyes, but then they faded, giving way to blackness and suffocation. The hero was once again unable to breathe, and his body went limp, becoming another victim in an endless series of deaths. He lost because the monster turned out to be faster, stronger, and more resilient, despite all his knowledge and predicted techniques. Even knowing all the Reaper's movements, the boy couldn't keep up with his monstrous speed and found himself trapped every time. 3 days, 3 deaths, and not a single step towards victory. Only endless agony and the inability to take a simple breath. When consciousness finally faded, Noah fell into darkness with the only thought that he had failed to win again. Lee asked how he was doing, and Noah replied that she knew, judging by the fact that he had been doing this for several days in a row. The monster chuckled and said that, judging by everything, it looked rather pathetic. Lee intervened and said that he understood that she couldn't keep making up excuses for his students forever. Noah replied that he was not going to stop and that he was too close to victory to give up. He explained that the Hell Reaper was somehow connected to him because he could see his eyes in his soul. It might be because the monster killed him so many times. The guy added that the Reaper can create visions in his head, and he poses a threat to everyone until he kills him and breaks this connection. Lee asked if he was sure he was okay, adding that he smelled strange and asking how many times he had died. Noah yelled that he was okay and asked if she wanted him to tell him to stop. He replied that he wouldn't stop, and Lee said that watching him die over and over was pretty funny, but maybe he should slow down. The girl said she didn't know how his resurrection worked, but nothing was limitless. She doesn't want him to know his limit while her runes are linked to his. She admitted that she didn't always make the smartest decisions, but she couldn't sit back. Lee noticed that he seemed to tell himself that every time, and there was a weariness in her voice from the endless deaths. Noah replied that now he knew all the Reaper's tricks, and it was like fighting small monkeys. The girl said it was almost the same thing and asked what if the monster had other tricks he didn't know about. The boy replied that he would then die and try again, adding that the Reaper couldn't have that many tricks up his sleeve. He said that when he found out about them all, then it would be his turn, and he would finally be able to end this nightmare. Noah told himself that this time everything would work out, clutching the pen in his hand as he wrote on the paper. He shouted at the monster to try to hit him with fire this time, hoping that the Reaper would make a mistake and miss the target. The monster only growled loudly in response and released another fireball, which flew a centimeter from the guy's head. Noah cursed under his breath and said that he just kept dying over and over again without end, and that this endless cycle was driving him crazy. He added that with each new time, he understands more and more, and he is already very close to finally seeing the Reaper's weak spot. But as he spoke these words, the boy felt how his wounded soul was barely holding on inside his body. He understood that his patience and resources were not limitless, and that if he did not finish off the monster soon, he himself would crumble to dust. Noah said that there was one thing he had been keeping secret in reserve, and that the Hell Reaper could not possibly be prepared for it. He clutched a small piece of fur in his hand, torn from the monster's body during one of the previous fights. The monster noticed this movement and in an icy voice asked how much longer his fragile soul could endure before crumbling into tiny fragments. The guy only spat out blood in response and yelled at the monster to shut up and just die. He declared that this fight would be his last, and it simply had to be his last, because his soul physically could not bear it any longer. Noah understood that behind him stood his past life, his disciples, his new goal, and he had absolutely nowhere to retreat. He said that this small hair was all he needed to finally defeat the monster and sever the cursed connection between them forever. The boy brought the wool to his lips and whispered an ancient spell that he found in Moxie's grimoire. The hair flashed with a bright light, and Noah felt an invisible thread stretch between him and the Reaper, connecting their souls together. The monster roared in rage and tried to retreat, but the boy did not give it a second's respite, rushing forward with a cry of despair and hope. He knew he had only one chance, and that if he missed or hesitated, he would lose everything he had achieved in the last months. Noah thrust his hand straight into the Reaper's chest, where his fiery heart beat, and activated the separation rune at full power. The monster began to convulse, trying to throw the man off, but the guy held on with a death grip, gritting his teeth from inhuman pain. His own soul was bursting at the seams, and he felt how every movement caused him agony. Noah whispered that he would not stop even if it killed him completely. From the very beginning, when he entered the afterlife, he always clung to his humanity. But now, as his soul is crumbling, he feels it leaving him and his consciousness begins to cloud over. The Hell Reaper still stood before him, his faceless mask expressionless. Its body was made of solid muscle and dark scales, and dozens of bony spikes protruded from its back. A ring of fiery aura swirled around the monster, flaring up and then fading away. Noah rushed forward, dodging the fireball, and shouted at the monster that it was afraid because it knew it was about to die. The monster froze and asked what he was, and the guy replied that he had finally won and ordered the creature to get away. Thanks to his magic, the protagonist was able to easily cut this monster in half. The character turned to him and began to laugh ominously into his lifeless face. The monster fell with a crash onto the stone ground, its whole body glowing, divided into two parts. Noah exhaled and said that that energy was definitely enough to raise him to the next rank. Lee looked around Devil's Acres and said that he had managed to defeat the Hell Reaper. She sat on a tree and smiled evilly at what was happening in front of her. The guy asked what it was and felt the ground beneath his feet shake from approaching steps, and an incomprehensible portal opened. The one who came out of there said that apparently someone had just killed their hellish reaper. The elder added that this meant that the arbitration was under threat. The guard added that if it was not there and he killed one attacker, it meant he had an accomplice who stole the rune. Nier swore and said it was penetration. He asked why anyone would want to attack the arbitration, as it was an act of war. The old man looked at the fallen reaper for a while, wondering what could be done. However, his attention was also drawn to the body of the protagonist, which was burning on the ground. The man decided to lift his body and, using magic, dragged him along with him. Lee was right, and the boy thought he was an idiot, and why didn't he think that the Hell Reaper could be guarded? He thought that killing him was a good thing, but the school put him there for a reason, but to protect the borders. Noah asked the security guard who approached him if he could help with anything, and he replied that he probably could. The guard asked if he had been to Scorched Acres, and the guy thought they had come for him quickly. The man introduced himself as Nier and said that he was one of the academy's guards, and if he lied, it would be obvious. Noah replied that yes, he was there and asked what happened, and Nier said that the academy had been attacked. He added that anyone who was in the area was a suspect. The guy asked what happened, and the guard said it was none of his business, but then changed his mind and asked him to wait. He turned to the operator and said that he had not told him that Noah was a first rank, and asked if he knew the man. Tim replied that he knew him well and that he was his best client, who came almost every day to train. He added that he was part of a group that had recently taken an exam there, and that he was a professor, and a very good one at that. Nier, a professor of the first rank, asked with a grin and asked how he even taught his students. Noah replied that he was trying his best, and Tim added that he was actually quite good. The guard said that the Hell Reaper would crush the first rank without blinking an eye, but he could help the one who actually killed him. So Noah is still a suspect. And Nier told him not to leave the academy grounds, because running away would be considered an admission of guilt. Noah swore and said he was such an idiot, and Lee asked if he wanted someone to insult him. He could have just asked. He asked Lee if she had seen it, and she replied that it was him getting trashed or him getting everyone in trouble. The guy said they were going to find his body, and Lee said they had already found it fried to a crisp and it had his badge on it. Noah asked how, and she replied that she had her own ways, adding that they would not be able to identify his body, but they knew that the master rune was missing. They believed that a large group was at work, since it is impossible to kill such a monster alone, and the guy realized that he was seriously in trouble. He said that things were only getting more complicated, and Lee asked if he had at least taken the master rune. Noah replied that after all he had been through, the bastard better leave him something. He added that the Hellish Reaper gave him a lot of energy, but the real prize was something more important. Noah told Lee that she better step back because he didn't know what was going to happen. She asked if he wanted to do it in his room, and the guy sighed heavily and tried to concentrate. He thought that this fire was not related to the master rune, and he was almost certain that the rune's real purpose was to make oxygen hyper-reactive. Noah said he was lucky he didn't know physics. Otherwise, he would have realized the rune was breaking its laws. But great runes have a passive effect. He asked if it was really that easy for him, and suddenly froze and cursed, saying, "Just not again." The boy began breathing heavily, and Lee asked what it was. The hero replied that he made oxygen completely inert. He added that it would take time to get used to, and the Hell Reaper seemed to hold his breath while he fought. The main character sat on the floor for a while, trying to come to his senses. He started to act the fool and shout something, but Lee stopped him and said that someone was coming. There was a knock at the door, and someone told Vermal to open it, and the boy recognized Braden's voice. He swore and said that this was the guy he met when he first came here. Braden shouted at him to let him in and said it was official Linwick business. He stood at the door and had no intention of leaving, pounding his hand on it ever harder. Noah replied, "Sorry," and opened the door, and Braden walked in and, seeing Lee, asked if she was another student. The guy replied that no, she was a teacher, and Braden chuckled and asked if that was true. Noah confirmed that it was true, and Braden said that he congratulated her then, but asked to take her out because they needed to talk. The guy asked Lee to leave, and she reluctantly left the room, and Braden said that he was there on business. Braden said that it wasn't that anyone was spying on him, but he knew his father, and then groaned loudly with tension. Noah asked if he would share what this official matter was, and noticed that Vermal had become even more cautious than usual, brother. He added that no one would pass through his shield and told him to stop pretending, asking if he wasn't tired of it yet. The professor said, okay, it didn't matter, and if he didn't trust him, that was probably why he was chosen for this task. He paused and turned to his brother again, saying that the family was starting to worry about what was happening and that he only had one job. Braden asked why the hell he was still alive instead of lying dead in the acres, his voice sharp and demanding. Noah asked, confused, what was going on, and Braden repeated his question with irritation, insisting on an answer. The guy replied that he was helping him die and that he was working. But Braden countered that he was definitely working, but not on the right thing. He added that his father wanted to know how long he would take it, and that they had a strict schedule that could not be broken. Braden recalled that Vermal himself said he could handle it and asked whether he could handle it or not, and there was doubt in his voice. Noah replied that he was afraid, that he had no idea what he was talking about, and that he was a very busy man, pointing to the door and asking his guest to leave. Braden exclaimed what the hell and said he didn't care how committed Vermal was. But this was already getting strange, and he asked why he didn't trust him. The guy replied that he had no idea what they were discussing, but speaking in vague terms must be Vermal's style. Braden said he needed at least some time and asked to be told that everything was going well because his father didn't like delays. He added that it was all those damn runes he needed, and Noah thought that when in doubt, you should tell people what they want. The professor told Braden to calm down because everything was going great and exactly according to plan, and he replied, "Thank you." Braden added that he became worried when he heard that Vermal was still alive, and that killing the Hell Reaper made sense. He said that was why he came back. But when he heard that Vermal was still wandering around, he almost blew his cover. Then he said that he would leave him then, and that he didn't want people to start suspecting anything. Braden added that he knew he was busy and all, and suggested that maybe tomorrow they could grab a few drinks. Noah didn't have time to answer because the door swung open with a bang and an angry girl burst in. The guy recognized her as Torin and asked her what she was doing at his door, and Braden said that she was definitely up to something. The girl asked what she had in mind, and Braden replied that he now understood why he had not been chosen for the mission that Vermal had been chosen for. He added that he would have revealed himself immediately, and Noah asked everyone to calm down, explaining that Braden had just come to discuss something. The man said that everything was fine and he would go, and as he left, he told Noah to be careful and not to trust her no matter what she said. After Braden left, Moxie asked Noah what he had gotten himself into again. At the table, she had already said that everything was clear, and that was why Lee had told him to come running here. Noah nodded and said yeah, and added that it was time to test Moxie's loyalty and that it could be a big mistake. But he had to take the risk. He asked if she had heard what happened to the Hell Reaper, and Lee said of course she had. The guy said that there were armed knights everywhere here, and that the killer was clearly a complete idiot. Moxie asked how, and Noah replied that he killed him, and when Moxie asked, he said that it was stupid persistence and a little deception. Moxie exclaimed that she was shocked and didn't expect this, and then asked if his brother knew or not. After all, it was the Linviks who provided the school with a hellish reaper to protect the borders. Noah replied that he didn't think he suspected anything, and Moxie chuckled, saying that it was terribly funny. She added that he, by the way, is in complete trouble, referring to his deplorable situation. She said, "Oh," and before she forgot, and handed him the book he had asked for, remarking that he was lucky the Torrens kept records. But first he would answer one question, and Moxie asked if he had the Master Rune. The guy replied that he had killed the Hellish Reaper, meaning that, of course, she was now his. Moxie said admiringly that it was exciting and admitted that she was even a little jealous. She added that he would definitely have to show her the rune later, but not now, of course, because the investigation was still ongoing. She would prefer to know as little as possible if she were suddenly asked questions. Moxie said to try not to kill himself until he finds out why the Linwiks want him dead. She admitted that she had become so interested in all these secrets that she would be disappointed if he abandoned this matter. Noah said how sweet of her, and the girl replied seriously that she was serious and told him to be careful. Moxie added that she didn't want to be in the dark and wanted to help, especially if it meant ruining the Linwiks. Noah said what he really wanted to ask was why Braden recognized her. She replied that it was a long story, though not as complicated as his ship analogy. The girl said that there had been no open battles since the treaty was signed 5 years ago. But they hate each other, and anyone in their families who really knows what's what will immediately recognize one of the others. Left alone, the main character realized that this book was rather boring. It looked like he was going to have to take matters into his own hands, and the guy said he hoped Braden would want a drink so he could get him talking over a glass. Braden raised his glass and proposed a toast to Vermal's health and to his continued pursuit of the task to its completion. Noah took a large sip and noticed that the drink was of very good quality. Braden said thoughtfully that he couldn't remember the last time he and his brother had gotten together and sat like this, like family. The professor apologized for the fact that they continued to see each other in this way, in fits and starts and infrequently, explaining it by his constant busy schedule. The guy added that Noah was treated much better and with more respect in his teaching job than he was treated in his service. Braden said that frankly, he should thank the mysterious man who killed the monster. After all, it was he who was the reason that they were now sitting and drinking together, and he exclaimed, draining the glass to the bottom. The guy noticed that Braden drank like a fish and then admitted that he simply couldn't pretend that he drank like a fish. He thought that, despite his outward relaxedness and simplicity, Braden had a very sharp and penetrating gaze. Braden said he didn't see any reason for Noah to be worried. He added that by the time it could make a difference, he would no longer have to worry about the consequences. Noah replied that yes, he knew, and that he was just curious, and Braden remarked that he had never understood him in that regard. Braden laughed and said that Vermal was stronger, but he was always the weakest here. He asked with admiration if he had actually hit Edward, and how he wished he could have seen it with his own eyes. He added that this freak deserved such treatment, and watched in amazement as his brother emptied one glass after another without stopping. Noah thought he should keep it up because Braden still wasn't drunk enough. Braden said it was really cool and awesome to trust your abilities so completely, something he himself wouldn't have the courage to do. He added, not wanting to be misunderstood, that he was very glad it was him and not someone else, because he would have screwed it up anyway. Braden said he was looking forward to his brother finally coming back to them and quitting this useless teaching job. Noah wondered how a dead person could ever return anywhere, and then muttered that he was going to vomit. He rose abruptly from the table, declaring that he would be right back, and left the room, noticeably swaying and holding onto the walls to keep from falling. He went to the restroom, where Lee was already waiting for him, and she asked with displeasure why it was finally taking so long since she was hungry. Noah hissed and said they needed to do this quickly, and asked why there were so many of them and which one he should talk to. Lee said he had a knife, and the guy took it and asked whose idea it was, to which the girl replied that it was his. He said exactly that, and that it was necessary to finish this before he began to think and ask unnecessary questions, and Lee promised to wait for him here. Noah went out the back door and returned a little while later, slightly out of breath. Braden asked if everything was okay and added that he thought he heard someone scream. The professor replied that yes, everything was fine, and said that because death was so close, his mind was a little clouded. But at least he is not drunk and can think normally and sensibly. He announced that it was time to find out some important information, and admitted that, it was very difficult for him too. Braden noted that his father would never approve of such a thing, and that he would never have thought of it, since Noah had always been so confident and determined. The guy replied that it's easy to be confident when you don't have to worry about the consequences of your actions. He added that perhaps he had not yet fully grasped the seriousness of the situation. Braden said that he was apparently not really a brother, but just his father's sword in the hands of the family. He added that perhaps he had completely forgotten about his role in order to have a good conversation with him, but he had only come to tell him about the task. Braden said he wouldn't tell his father that Vermal was late due to stress. Noah replied that he wasn't worried at all, and Braden remarked that he knew his brother would never do something so bad to him. He asked him what he was going to do next and warned him that if he didn't finish what he had started soon, his father would make him return everything. Braden asked rhetorically whether anyone else could even handle the task. He himself answered that this is precisely why his brother is doing this, because there are no more such crazy and reckless people. He said it was good that Noah was still human, and that it inspired him even more, and then he thanked him. The man asked if he knew if his father would be very concerned about delays after working on the draft for so long. He added that becoming the main branch of the family is important, and there is no doubt about it. Noah replied that he knew, and Braden added that no one had ever succeeded in doing this before, and that he was very worried about it. He asked what if something went wrong and warned that his brother might die for real, not just go into hiding. Braden hesitated and said, "Well, of course." And Noah knew what his father hadn't meant. Vermilu would have to die for real. He just had to fake his death. The man asked what if something went wrong after the call-up and added that it was just smuggling. But then he corrected himself, saying that it's not so easy to kill yourself, He admitted that he was confused again and asked himself whether Vermal should die or not, and he had no answer to that question. Noah thought that he shouldn't have brought Braden to this state, and now he has no idea whether he's talking nonsense or being completely serious. He said that Braden was right, and that he should have more faith that everything would work out in the end. and added that yes, of course, he knew it would. He warned that any of his connections could be influenced by the demon and asked if he would mind if he got some sleep. The man thanked him for the drink, and Noah thought about what he had just said and repeated to himself that terrible word, demon. Noah sat alone and turned over in his head what he had heard from Braden, thinking that Vermal had summoned a demon. He wondered if the Linwicks wanted to influence the elections in the main house, but immediately dismissed the idea, deciding that they must have had motives. It seems Vermal had to either fake his death or die for real by summoning a demon. Perhaps that was why his soul ended up in this body, and he wondered why Vermal needed to be in the Scorched Acres. He found himself in a rather secluded place, and the boy suddenly froze for a second, realizing that all this time he thought that Vermal had failed the task. Suddenly, Lee emerged from the shadows and greeted him happily. She asked how the conversation with Braden went and admitted that she listened for a while, but then got bored. The guy replied that his brother had answered some of his questions, but had added many new ones. He suggested going for a walk to discuss everything in the fresh air. Noah stopped, looking at Lee, and firmly said that she was not a face stealer, to which she confirmed that it was true. He asked her why she lied, and why on earth she shouldn't lie at all, but she only countered with a question. After which, she calmly replied that she was not a face stealer, but a demon. The guy asked, puzzled, why pretend then when she could have just told him the truth? Then he wouldn't care, and he wouldn't treat her any differently. He added that she knew the answers to half the questions he asked Braden, and Lee nodded affirmatively, confirming his guess. The guy asked her why she didn't tell him the truth, and she asked him if he knew what it was like to be in those damned acres. Noah admitted that she had no idea how much he understood her. After all, he finally had a chance to get into the human world and live without having to tear every piece of life out of someone's jaws. Lee said that of course she used it and asked if he knew what the Inquisitors do with demons. She replied that they were tormented with stories and tales, even there, in their hellish world, and that soon she herself would hear them. Noah waved his hand and said, "Come on," and Lee noticed that he wasn't Vermal. She played along with him, because he asked Braden about things that Vermal had already done, and she saw him do them with her own eyes. She said that this was another secret, and that only a truly powerful magician could destroy someone's soul. Lee added that she only knows of a few archdemons who can do this. They certainly don't do it with the same disdain as he does, and she can definitely tell that he's not a demon. He probably wouldn't have been able to stand the presence of a demon near him, and Noah asked why she had even gotten involved with him. He asked if she had copied his body and approached Todd thinking he would kill her. Lee exclaimed that they were stuck in the Scorched Acres because Vermila's summoning portal had bound her to the place. The guy reminded her that she had sworn an oath on her runes to the original owner of this body. She said that they would work together until they came to an agreement to break this oath. Lee noted that he had never given her a rune oath, and Noah was surprised to realize that Vermal's contract obligated her to obtain his permission. But Vermal did not specify which soul should own his body, and this was a nitpick, but it was enough to find a loophole in the magical contract. The guy asked her why she stayed then, and Lee replied that she was lonely. She had been waiting for this for most of her life, but when she got here, she didn't know where to go or what to do. She didn't want to stay, but then she met him and his students, and he spent time with her and believed her. It was fun, and she became attached to them with all her heart. The girl admitted that she lied about who she was because she didn't want to be alone anymore, and still doesn't. Noah asked if that meant she was not bound by that oath at all. Lee confirmed that she mentioned the original owner of Vermal's body during the oath in order to avoid fulfilling it. Noah said that he had not given her any reason not to trust her, and that was enough. The guy asked why Vermal had summoned her. Lee replied that he had not summoned her, but another demon, and that she had simply managed to slip through the opened portal unnoticed. Noah asked what happened to that demon, to which Lee replied that she had no idea, all because she ran away as soon as she felt his presence. She added that the demon was too strong, and the boy cursed, realizing the scale of the problem that loomed over the academy. Noah noticed that she had withdrawn from her contract with Vermal, and Lee confirmed it again. The girl said yeah again, and noted that it didn't seem like the demon had attacked anyone, but maybe he was killing and terrorizing people somewhere else. The girl apologized and said that she should have told him earlier, but Noah replied that he didn't blame her. He said that the demon really wasn't their problem and they didn't need to think about it. But he immediately added that he was close to the academy, which meant that his students were under threat. Noah noted that if he reported this, he felt that no one would believe him, or even worse, they would start interrogating him. Lee noted that he was the one who did this whole thing with the hellish Reaper, and the suspects could be guilty. However, the guy asked to forget about the demon for a while. He said that he had an idea and headed to Moxie's room. When he knocked on the door, the girl indignantly asked why he was knocking on her door at such a time. She reminded him that he was under active investigation for murder, to which Noah replied that he was aware. He just wanted to ask if she wanted to go on a little field trip. He asked what if he went with one of the investigators and reminded him that Brayden was his brother. If he accompanies him on his trip, the school will have nothing to worry about. Moxie asked why he would even go to the Linwick estate, and Noah replied that the chances of someone truly recognizing Vermal were much higher if he stayed here. The girl said that if he found an unclaimed rune, he should just throw it away because it was probably a fake. Noble houses make them to create artificial scarcity and keep prices high. She added that fakes are good only until you combine them. Otherwise, boom, at best the combination is ruined, and at worst, the soul will split. Noah said that if he told me that an incredibly powerful demon was walking around the school grounds, would anyone believe me? Moxie replied that there was no chance. The guy asked, "What if you report it?" And Moxie asked why he was asking about it. She added that it was a rather unpleasant series of questions. Noah asked Lee to bear with one more question and asked what was more dangerous, Linviki or the demon. But he added that this question only makes sense if he really is Vermal. The girl replied that she needed more context about this demon and asked irritably if he could ever say something meaningful. The guy shook his head and said that for the Linviks he was not Vermil. He told Moxie what he'd learned from Brayden, saying that if she told anyone else about the demon, it would blow his cover. The next morning, he met with the students for a lesson for the first time in a long time and apologized, saying that he had been a bad professor. He announced that they would not have a lesson today and that he simply needed to discuss something with them. They deserved to know the truth, at least part of it, and he told them about the hellish reaper, about the exit, and about the demon. Isabel noted with admiration that it turned out even better than she expected. Todd excitedly asked if the teacher had gotten the investigator drunk right during the murder investigation, calling him awesome. The girl corrected him, saying that awesome wasn't exactly the word she would have used, but she couldn't help but agree that the act was impressive. She asked why he told them all this without resorting to the rune oath. The guy said he had been thinking a lot about runic oaths and their usefulness. When Todd asked why they didn't make it, Noah replied because they were his students. Isabel assumed he wanted them to be able to wash their hands of it if anyone found out. Noah answered briefly and confirmed that he was their teacher and that this time was his responsibility. Todd firmly stated that he would not tell anyone anything because that was his life credo. He added that he doesn't help aristocrats and that good riddance to the hellish reaper. Noah said that he thought they had come to an agreement then. The hero added that now he wants them to think carefully about whether they want to go on this expedition or not. He warned that he could not guarantee their safety at the Linwick estate. The students assured that they would take this seriously, and they agreed to meet the next morning at the transport gun. 2 hours later, Noah was sitting in the academy library with Lee. He thoughtfully asked Lee if she was of the first rank, like himself. Lee replied that it was clear, and Noah asked what she had been teaching the students while he was away. She replied that it was the basics of filling things with mana. She then explained that Moxie and Emily already knew how to do it, but it was new to Todd and Isabel. At least it should have been new, and Noah was surprised, asking what it meant. Lee said that of course it wasn't there, and explained that Todd already knew how to fill things. When Noah asked why and if he had learned it on his own, she said no. The guy was surprised and asked again, Lee confirmed, explaining that filling a body part with a rune makes it better in aspect. It all depends on what kind of magic you fill it with, and that with heat his eyes feel the heat better. Noah asked if this meant he was filling his eyes to use the heat rune. The hero thought that these books contained an obvious diagram for the second-rank runes, but unfortunately, they simply listed the names of the runes. But it seemed that an extra word was added for each rank, and Noah wondered what the 5th-rank rune would be called. He chuckled and said that you can trick your opponent by saying it and then defeat him while he is confused. Noah asked what part of the rune she could fill, and Lee replied that she had only just reached the interesting part. She added as much as she wanted, I guess, but only an idiot would fill too much of his own rune at once. She continued her thought, explaining that his rune was like a lake, and by filling it, he created a river that drew water from the main rune. Lee added that even though there was energy in the river, he could only control the energy in the lake, not to mention the mental damage. Noah asked how much damage would be, and Lee replied that it depended on how attached she was to him. Then the girl asked why he was asking. The hero thought to himself, because if he keeps a large collection of runes, he will be able to mix and match them. He said that separation could separate them and he could keep them, untying them from the soul while he united them. Noah added dreamily that then he would be able to walk around with an army of perfect filled runes. Lee noticed that his mouth was watering, to which he replied that no, they were all perfect. Noah apologized and said that it was too exciting. The guy firmly said that it was time to move up to the second rank and prepared for a new stage of his development. The next day, a man worked peacefully, humming a song to himself. At that moment, Lee appeared from the roof and, using her long arm ability, grabbed him by the throat. She quickly and easily lifted him up and shoved him into the huge bag. He couldn't even resist. The protagonist sat near a tree and complained that he had no idea how Lee had jacked up the price of 10 gold coins for catching several monkeys. Noah indignantly said that the demoness was simply taking advantage of his eccentricity and the fact that he could not leave the academy grounds. 10 minutes later, Lee enthusiastically shouted in greeting to the protagonist. The guy indignantly asked what the hell, because the victim looked like an unfortunate person who had wandered into a trap. He decided to check who was inside first. Lee explained that they are face snatchers and they have a different smell, so they are not as difficult to find. She's 100% sure that some poor guy got there by accident. Noah still wanted to, but inside there was a terrible-looking monster, completely different from the person he was before. The main character, frightened by this sight, began to hit him with his sword. Lee noticed that if they were thrown around often and forcefully, they would forget whose guise they were assuming. The guy said that these monsters give even more energy than monkeys. It was a pity that they were so weak, and he added that he gave 10 coins for speed, and here is the speed for him. Lee reminded him that he was also complaining, to which Noah replied that it was okay, apologizing. He asked if he hoped that her concept of speed included disposal of corpses. The demoness grinned and said that of course, and asked who he thought she was, and the guy felt how power filled his runes. He said that it meant it was time to combine, and looked at the 7 runes in his soul, which were flickering with multicolored lights. Lee explained that it was easy, and that he just needed to relax and let the energy from the combination permeate his soul. She told him to focus on which rune he saw next, because desire was fundamental. She added that the better the synergy of existing runes when combined, the more capacity will be available in the future. The new rune will be less charged than the previous ones, since its capacity will initially be significantly greater than theirs. Noah remarked that 50% was good, but he had heard that there was an ideal combination of 10%. Lee explained that the excess energy expands his soul. She said that the edges of the runes touch, and the pressure of each affects each other. Everyone's soul is different, and some may hold fewer runes, but the soul will also grow due to combinations. Even with a small soul, it will still be able to accommodate an additional set of first-tier runes, being second-tier. By the third, his soul should be able to accommodate an additional 7 second-rank runes. Lee added that if his soul was also large, then it could accommodate even more, and Noah sighed, saying that all this was very difficult. This is why people avoid creating runes from scratch at ranks 1 and 2. Noah said, "Grow and grow, and for now, this is the perfect field for experiments." Lee hovered over him and asked if his effort training had worked. The boy replied that yes, he felt stronger and faster than ever before, and his body was filled with a power he had never experienced before. Lee explained that it was no accident that a ton of energy had gone into his soul, and that the combination was causing a release of power. For a couple of minutes after the reaction, he becomes stronger until the soul returns to normal. The guy said, "Okay," and asked her to move away, adding that it was time to do some experiments. He wanted to test the limits of his new abilities. The hero activated a new combination rune and let out an incredibly powerful whistle. It echoed throughout the area, and Lee remarked that it was impressive, and that it was the most terrifying whistle she could remember. At this time, Moxie worriedly thought about the fact that there was a demon in the academy, and there was no one to tell without blowing Vermal's cover. She immediately realized that she had accidentally mistaken Lee for a face stealer, and realized with horror that Lee was the very demon she had heard about. Noah took a drag from his pipe, which was filled with flaster leaves, and was pleased to notice that the thing was beautiful. It's also surprisingly cheap, as less than 10 gold pieces for a full tube is a real find. He explained that as long as it absorbed energy, the tube would continually regrow leaves. True, it does create a lot of smoke and foam, but now he doesn't even have to think about it because he can just use his rune. Suddenly there was a rustling sound from the pile of leaves, and Noah asked if Lee was still sleeping in that pile. Before he could finish his sentence, Moxie ran up out of breath and exclaimed that she had looked everywhere for him. Noah asked in surprise why she was there, to which the girl irritably replied that she had just said that she was looking for him. The idiot. She explained that he was not in his room, where he usually hides from problems, and Brayden was snoring too loudly and continued to sleep. Moxie brushed the matter aside, saying, well, it didn't matter, and that she'd found out something that meant he was in danger. Moxie then announced that Lee was not a face stealer at all and that she was actually a demon, and she had thought a lot about what he told her. She studied face snatchers for some time before coming to this conclusion. She then explained that at first she thought Lee was either very strong or a new variety. After all, they knew almost nothing about them, but then Moxie realized that the demon he told her about was not hiding, but was standing right in front of them. Noah asked if that was bad, and the girl indignantly replied that of course it was, because face snatchers are driven by hunger, but demons are not. Besides the fact that they were very dangerous, very little was known about demons, and she could believe that a face thief would work in concert with them. But she can't believe that the demon will be on their side, and it looks like Lee is waiting to make his move. Noah said thoughtfully that he didn't know, and that he personally didn't think Lee was all that devious, and added that Moxie had had a good time with her too. He asked her to give it all up and reminded her that demons were the most dangerous monsters. The girl exclaimed, "Damn it, Vermal," and told him to concentrate. She asked where Lee was because she couldn't be trusted, and that he wasn't just risking his own life, but the lives of his students were at stake as well. The guy replied that it was not a risk and that he trusted Lee, but Moxie interrupted him, asking just what, to which he had no answer, and then Noah asked if she had spoken to Lee. Moxie accused him of already knowing about it, and he confirmed that he had found out about it the day before and asked her to just talk to Lee. He said that they could not judge by the rumors she had read in books, and that she herself had said that they knew nothing about demons. But at the same time, she believes that each of them is the embodiment of evil, and Moxie apologized and said that she understands. He wants to see the best in Lee. However, it was beyond their power, and she came to warn him. But if he was not going to help, she would deal with everything herself. She added that she had read about demons and knew what they were, and that it was for the sake of their students and for his own sake. Moxie promised to do everything to protect the academy, but Noah desperately asked her not to, and in his voice there was a plea for mercy. Noah reminded Moxie of what happened in their last fight and said that it was then. But things change, and so do people. That's why she should give Lee a chance to explain her position before making any hasty decisions. He assured the woman that Lee would never do anything so stupid. Moxie replied that this was her last chance. She wanted to let him work with her and get rid of the demon slowly, so that no one would have time to understand that he had betrayed the Linviks. However, she said that she did not want to do this. If he was against her, then she would have no choice. She will have to call inquisitors who will comb the academy until there is no trace left of the demonic energy. The guy replied that only if she could get to them. Moxie told him to get out of the way because she didn't want to fight him, but he objected that if she wanted to go through him, she had no choice. Noah cursed under his breath and said that there were too many plants here that the girl had summoned. It was the worst place to fight Moxie, who controlled vines and weeds, and he asked if she had noticed that he had reached rank 2. He dodged another attack and exclaimed, "Damn." The girl used another of her moves and directed her power straight at the guy. Moxie saw that the main character couldn't get out of the vines, so she shouted, "Enough." She apologized, turning her back to the hero. Moxie told him not to protect the demon, and Noah replied that he was not protecting the demon. He continued by saying that he was protecting a friend, after which a crushing blow followed. The ground beneath their feet shook, and a strange mechanical noise was heard from the dense foliage. The girl asked in shock, "What the hell?" The boy screamed for her to just listen to him and began to furiously fight off the vines entangling him. He said that if Lee had wanted to kill her, she would have already come out to fight her. Even though it was about her, she sat and did nothing, just watched from the side. Noah called loudly to Lee, telling her to come out of her hiding place, and asked the stunned woman if Lee was a self-centered monster. Did she think she would help him fight her? And Moxie muttered in confusion that she didn't understand. He asked what her plan was, and he himself answered that she herself went to look for him, and therefore came to him alone without witnesses or reinforcements. Moxie asked suspiciously if this was his plan, to trick her into doubting her. Noah. He reminded her that it was she who went to look for him, and not he who lured her into a trap, and the girl asked what if he was wrong. The guy firmly replied that he would rather be wrong and be an idiot who trusted his friends than a monster who was right. Moxie coldly remarked that they were not friends, but at most colleagues, and that they knew each other very little. Noah objected that time was a strange thing. He didn't see anything special about it. It's not how long you do something, but how you use it that matters. And she asked him, confused, what he was talking about. The guy asked to forget and admitted that if they fought again, he didn't think he could win. Moxie sighed and said, okay. She listened and asked to be taken to Lee. But the guy refused, and when she indignantly asked what, he explained that he didn't know where she was. He added that there was no conspiracy, no goal or planned trap. Lee ran away because Moxie hurt her feelings with her accusations and suspicions. The girl asked, what should she do now? Wait and see if he turns out to be an idiot or not. And Noah nodded, and she said bitterly that he was a disappointment. After this conversation, Lee came out and said that Moxie hated her. One added that Moxie was right, because that's how people should react to demons. But the guy countered that Moxie was just scared. She wants to protect her students and thinks irrationally. But Lee asked what difference it makes. She will still try to kill her. Lee said she had to leave, and if he had been smart, he would have left too. To which Noah replied that she had gone looking for him, you know. She couldn't just sit there if she wanted to know something. And he reminded her that what he had said to Moxie about her applied to him as well. They already realized that he was an idiot, and Lee asked, so what? To which the guy replied that it was up to her to decide, and that she was the one who needed to determine her future. He added that if she didn't want to talk to Moxie, that was her choice, and it would probably be logical to leave, avoiding the risks entirely. But no one stops her from being an idiot. After this conclusion, the girl remained sitting alone on the bench. Seeing Lee, Moxie decided to approach her and start a conversation. But Lee was the first to ask the question. She asked how she could prove it, and Moxie asked to prove what. Lee explained that she wanted to prove that she wouldn't kill everyone. But Moxie admitted that she didn't know. It doesn't work like that. There's no timer. It just happens. And then Lee asked if she would hurt her friends. Moxie looked down and replied that she had no friends and couldn't afford them. When Lee asked if you should buy friends, she said that friends are people you protect. She wasn't strong enough to protect anyone and asked why she was even asking. Lee replied that she was interested in the fact that if there was no limit to how long one should know someone, then Vermal was her friend, and Isabel and Todd were her friends too. The girl wondered if demons could have friends, because she thought they only recognized suffering and strength. It's all because no one cares about others in the damned plains, and Lee admitted that she likes helping and teaching people. Moxie wondered how the demon could sympathize with her. What if she was wrong? The girl said that they were all the same, and among them she was the only one who did not behave according to so-called nature. Moxie wondered if everyone were like Noah, then maybe the world would be a better place. But if you look at it realistically, they would all just be dead. She noticed that he was not strong enough to behave the way he did. He needs power to allow himself mercy. And she admitted that she does not know what she should do. Moxie said she couldn't trust her and she couldn't trust her. Lee was surprised, and the guy asked if she came alone and if that meant she trusted her at least a little. She added maybe because she still wanted to be friends and asked why she didn't have any friends. Lee said she had no friends and asked if Moxie wanted to be a demon because she sounded like one. She added that she does not understand why one cannot trust others. The girl said that she speaks as if she had never been betrayed. Then she asked hopefully if she really considered her her friend. Lee confirmed, but Moxie exclaimed that she should never trust her then, but she replied that she still trusted her. Lee said she still wanted to be friends, and Moxie asked why, and Lee said maybe because he was a bit of an idiot too. Moxie started crying, saying she couldn't make a decision and might make a mistake, and the girl repeated it again. The family doesn't need to know about this, and it's a decision she can truly make herself, without the help or pressure of her family. She said she didn't want to live like that and apologized to Lee, adding that maybe she was wrong and asked if she wanted to be friends. The girl was surprised and said, "Isn't that what she wanted?" And Lee replied that yes. But she thought that Moxie would not agree and asked if that was all. Now they were friends, and Moxie nodded and said it was her first time, and Lee replied that it was her first time too. The friends had already gone back, saying that they needed to come quickly so that the guy wouldn't think that they had killed each other. Lee and Moxie approached the main character, and the guy asked if they had come to some kind of agreement. The girl replied that she didn't really, but then added that she had listened to Lee. She's still thinking about what was said and admitted that she may have been too harsh in her judgments and conclusions. Noah said with relief that it was great. Otherwise, he was already starting to miss a normal relationship between them. Moxie asked if his students knew about Lee, and the boy replied that they didn't. They don't know much because his job is to make sure they only encounter what they can handle. He added that as long as they weren't trying to kill anyone, he was sure everything would be fine. And the girl said, okay, and that she had spoken to Emily. They will join their expedition, at least until they arrive at the Linwick estate. Noah replied that he understood and suggested meeting at the transport gun the following morning. Now he needs to go back and talk to Braden. When he woke up, he asked if it was already morning. Noah replied, no, he slept all day, to which he was surprised, and said that then he had to go because he had a lot of work. He added that the night had been great, but he couldn't relax, and Noah said she understood. Before Braden left, he said he wanted to talk to him about a job. It has to do with the Hell Reaper, and the guy asked if he knew anything, and Noah said he knew more than anything. The hero added that she asked what he would do if everything went according to plan, and Braden said that his father was very impatient and time was precious. Noah replied that he was right, because there was nothing left to worry about in principle, and he apologized. He needed to make sure everything had settled down before telling him more. Braden asked what he wanted to talk about and asked what he was talking about. He added that he knew him better than anyone, and Braden asked if he was celebrating anything more than his arrival. Noah replied that he was drinking to a successful mission. The brother asked if he had been holding it in all this time, and Noah said that he just sat there and that it took a while to find balance. Keeping something so powerful in your body is not easy. He said that everything was just beginning and it was time to talk. Meanwhile, the students were already gathering on the playground. Emily asked where Moxie was. Lee replied that she was still planning to, and the girl noted with admiration that she had never been able to convince her to leave the arbitration. She asked how the hero did it, to which Noah joked that he simply insisted that it was the best thing to do. Besides, there is a survival test coming up soon, and it will be a good experience. Emily cursed and said that she had so hoped that she could bribe her with something, but it seemed that she was too rich. Noah was surprised, saying that she had never seemed like that to him. The girl explained that she was Tauren, working for the main branch, specifically for his mother. Moxie is one of the mages with the most potential they have ever seen. She could have been a soldier, but she chose to be his teacher instead, and Noah asked why she didn't become one. The girl replied that she had decided to give it up. Being a soldier was not as great as it seemed. Todd objected that this was not true. Soldiers are people who discover many new runes, and it is not about glory, but about the search for new magic. Emily didn't argue, but noted that this didn't change the fact that soldiers most often drove themselves to death in search of that same glory. Todd noticed that it was not for nothing that she did not see the noble soldiers. Emily asked if he meant that someone could have trained her better than Moxie. She said that his teacher is now suspected of killing a great monster. The guy replied that if this is true, then her teacher is an awesome guy. Emily replied that he was a mage, like Moxie, only much worse. But Todd countered that he was a soldier pretending to be a mage. At that moment, Moxie herself approached them and asked what was going on. The girl quickly replied that nothing special happened and that they were just chatting. Moxie then asked incredulously what it was about. The guy hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly, Braden came running around the corner, shouting with delight that he was already looking forward to their adventure. Noah smiled when he saw her enthusiasm. Then Braden approached the teacher and asked why Moxie was going with them. After all, he understands that he does not want to leave his business even for something personal. Noah explained that they were working together on joint classes and added that they had different areas of expertise. So they decided that combining their knowledge would be best. Braden remarked sarcastically that this was very generous of him. Moxie reassured him that they wouldn't be going with them all the way to the estate. The guy asked to wait a little longer because he was waiting for 2 more people. Braden explained that since they were going to the Linwick estate, he had made preparations to make the trip look more official. They were already here, and he called loudly for Magus Allen and Edward. Lee cursed under her breath, realizing exactly who he had invited on this trip. The rest of the team looked at this couple with the same distrust. Allen became indignant and asked what they were all doing here. Braden addressed them, saying that they both needed to be at the estate and asked if there were any problems. Noah replied that he was on Allen's side and they should travel separately. Allen agreed categorically, and the guy said he understood, but grumbled that he was ignoring them. He doesn't intend to go through this journey twice, to which his opponent replied, "Oh well. As long as Magus Vermal keeps his distance from them, they won't bother him either." Noah agreed, saying that they would agree on this, and added that there would be enough dangers on the road as it was. The whole journey would take about 2 weeks, maybe a little less if everything went smoothly, but that almost never happened. And he explained that he didn't have a wind rune, so the flights were canceled. Even if there were, he doesn't intend to carry them on himself, so they go on foot. Noah asked if he should take the tent. Brayden replied that they would camp there for the night. He asked if anyone could make a fire, and the protagonist volunteered. Alan turned to Isabel and said that she had a rune stone, so let her build them a shelter. Because I don't want to sleep without a roof over my head. The girl was surprised how he knew her runes, but added that it was good practice for her. Although she doubts that what she creates will meet their high standards, and that he didn't want to disappoint Magus, and Alan looked at her work and said that it was passable work, even if his rune was spent on it. Noah added to himself that she was a clever girl, because the rune she took from his book was the Great Rune of the Stone. It turns out that after that bet, she took the stone rune from Alan. Noah turned to Lee and asked for enlightenment about the rune placement on the body, assuming that it was similar to a normal rune placement. Lee confirmed that it was true, but it was more difficult because you were working with a part of yourself. She explained that you need to start small, applying the rune to the chosen part of the body using a small portion of energy, and then repeat this process every day, and over time the rune and the body will begin to get used to each other, establishing a connection. Lee added that if you were good, you could do it much faster, and the guy agreed that this was logical. Emily asked Lee why she was so good at it, and Lee replied that she had a good teacher. Then she thought for a moment and added that she was thinking about her mistakes. Lee asked Emily how her rune casting was going, and she replied that it was going poorly. She can't get the ice rune to stick in her stomach area, it keeps disappearing. Alan added that implanting into the body is difficult, and using first-tier runes is also dangerous. Magus Allen asked Moxie why she was putting her student at such risk, and added that he could understand Vermilla. His students were rabble. Noah cut him off abruptly, telling him not to dare talk about his students like that. Moxie called him an old grouch. Brayden asked not to be judged too harshly, but added that enough was enough about that. Then the guy asked everyone if it was time to eat. The group began preparing for the night after a long and stressful day on the road. Noah woke Moxie up, telling her that his shift was over and it was her turn to keep watch by the fire. The girl reluctantly rose to her feet, rubbing her eyes. She moved away from the camp so that no one could hear her. Having made sure that the distance was large enough, she stopped and took a deep breath. From the darkness emerged a girl, whom the girl recognized, whom she called Magus Evergreen. Moxie noticed that they were already on their way, and the girl said that she hadn't reported back for a long time and asked what had gotten into her. She said that she was going on a trip without permission, to which Moxie replied that she was very busy. It's all because a lot has happened, and she sternly said that the more things happen, the more often she has to report. She told her to speak already, and asked who she was, a nerdy schoolgirl or Magus from House Torin. She recalled how she said she was close to finding someone who could be easily manipulated. She added that his name seemed to be Vermal Linwick, and ordered her to tell everything about him, and Moxie obediently lowered her head. Moxie said that her shift change was over and now it was another one's turn, adding that there shouldn't be any problems. Even Torin has to deal with this. The protagonist listened to this and moved away from the camp. The boy was sneaking through the night forest. He was thinking that it was a little strange to sneak around at night to hunt monsters, but he can't allow anyone to watch him train, at least not until he's sure he won't be killed before their eyes. Moxie said they were traveling together right now and that they weren't alone. They walk with the students and Brayden Linwick towards the Linwick estate. The girl asked if she still imagined herself as a teacher after everything that had happened. She said that she was not a teacher, but a guardian, a servant who protected Emily until she was ready for real training and nothing more. She sternly told her that there was no need to rush her or push her beyond the limits of what was possible, because this is how those who could have become great perish. She will not allow it to tarnish her pure bloodline, and asked if it was clear to her. Moxie responded obediently, of course, addressing Magus Evergreen with respect. She told her to finish answering the previous question, what happened to the boy from the Linwick family? The girl said that she might have overestimated him in their previous conversations. After all, he was still Linwick, and there was nothing special about him. And then the girl asked if he would be of use. Maybe this is another way to shirk her responsibilities. She replied that she was not sure. Magus asked if there was anything else she should know and said they were running out of time. Moxie replied that nothing was happening right now, and she told her to keep going. Magus told her to make sure nothing happened to Emily, and Moxie wondered what Emily would think. She learns about all this, and about her own feelings, and about how her teacher never had a choice, and she sighs quietly. The girl approached Moxie and told her to watch her inner flame. At this time, the main character took a deep drag and blew out a cloud of smoke. He was alone in the darkness, fighting in his own manner with yet another monster. The hero suddenly noticed Lee behind him and looked in her direction with a little fear. He asked if she had followed him, and she said yes, and had finished off all the monsters he hadn't eaten. Noah thanked her ironically, saying that now he didn't have to worry about anyone finding the bodies. Then, with sweat beading on his forehead, he added that, although it was unlikely to bother anyone. The girl asked him what he was doing there so late and asked if he trained when he even slept. Noah replied that he wanted to be prepared and that he was still a teacher and needed to teach Todd and Isabel something. Lee asked if he thought his students could handle those tasty brown mold tubes. Noah replied, yes, no problem, and that they were slow, weak, and predictable. He needn't worry, and Lee noticed that if she touched one of these flowering bushes, the mole would immediately jump out, as if defending his honor. She added that it was probably time for her to return to camp, because several hours had passed and her shift would be starting soon. The night was long. Moxie approached the guy and asked if the night was long because of eating corpses. He replied that no, and that the night had been boring. She agreed, saying that she had the same, while sitting down on a stone next to the main character. The girl yawned, and Noah timidly asked if he could ask a question. When she agreed, the guy asked her when she had this whole story with Lee, why she didn't think that he was one of them too. Moxie replied that she thought about it for a moment, but then realized that he was too incompetent. If she was to believe anything she had read about them, he was completely unsuitable. The guy asked if he should be offended by this, and she replied that it was up to him to decide, and said that he was going for a morning run. The girl asked if he was still going to teach that lesson this morning, and the hero confirmed, saying that he would soon go wake up the guys. Lai crept up behind him silently and suddenly called out, causing him to flinch and cry out. The girl laughed and said that you wouldn't even hear a rustle coming from her, and that it was much more fun that way. Lee asked him if he thought she was acting strange, and Noah replied that maybe just a little. Lee thought she could give her some space by asking if that wasn't what you did when you made someone angry. The main character said that he would go wake up the boys for their morning lesson and asked if she would go with her, to which Lee happily agreed. They approached Isabel's tent, and the girl shouted loudly that it was time for class. She woke her up, and she sleepily replied that she was getting up. She said she'd be right there, and Lee said she'd see her outside in 5 minutes, and Isabel nodded with satisfaction. The girl stretched and yawned, still not fully awake. She lifted her t-shirt to reveal a bleeding wound and quietly told herself she should have been more careful. Todd looked around and asked in confusion where the monsters they were looking for were. He added, "Will they really fight with plants?" The main character did not answer right away. He took another drag. I just asked to look, telling Todd that he was almost right. At that moment, the ground under their feet began to shake slightly, and the boys asked in fear if it was an earthquake. Noah took another drag and shook his head, looking thoughtfully into the distance. A huge, blind creature with a long nose, which she called a sniffer, burst out from under the ground. He told me not to ask why he looked stupid because it was obvious. The hero explained that the only thing he worries about is the bushes, which he fiercely protects. Noah said that in his experience they are not at all smart, but that does not mean they can relax. Because stupidity won't stop him from ripping their faces off if they're not careful. Noah said to watch how he moves. The protagonist asked if there were any more questions, and he asked who wanted to try first. Todd asked if it was just a matter of touching the bush and carefully reached out his hand to the leaves. At that very moment, the ground beneath their feet shook, and a huge, blind sniffer burst out from under the roots. Todd leaped forward with lightning speed and released a powerful clot of magical fire at the monster. The flame illuminated the entire clearing with a bright orange light, and the monster began to convulse. Isabel noted that he should have been more patient. She also called it a preemptive strike. Sniffer let out a low death roar and fell to the side as Todd proudly delivered the finishing blow. Moxie admitted that Todd has talent. She doesn't think she would have mastered body filling as quickly even with great teachers. Lee asked what she was hinting at, and the girl reminded her that in the middle of the last lesson she had been distracted by a butterfly. She indignantly replied that it was flying right in front of her and that she really wanted to be eaten, and asked. The guys said Todd did a great job, even though he was a little impatient. However, Amelia noted that he could have tried harder and killed the monster faster. He's worth a 4 at most, and he was just showing off and could have killed him faster. The guy objected that this was not true and that it was called practice. If he can kill a monster quickly, it doesn't mean he needs to do so because it's training. The main character said that he had done a good job and added that, besides, they all came here to study. He asked why he didn't share exactly how he won, and Todd happily explained that he filled his eyes with heat. Although this magic isn't actually the most comfortable because his feet get really hot when he uses it. Emily said it was her turn now and added that she was going to beat him up. But Moxie interrupted her and told her to speak as Torin should. Noah said admiringly that it's always good when everyone pushes each other to become stronger. The girl stepped forward and killed the monster with one precise and graceful movement. Emily turned to Todd and said proudly, "That's how it's done." She walked away gracefully, demonstrating her lightness and speed. Noah praised Emily and said that it was a great job and a wonderful performance. He added that it is good to tease a friend, but one should not let it develop into hostility. Moxie said that was good advice and announced that it was now Isabel's turn and asked if she was ready, to which she replied yes. Last night, Isabel said that her shift was over and it was his turn. Lee asked in confusion where she was going and where Vermal was heading, and realized that she was confused. The girl reminded them that they should not leave the camp at night, and asked what Isabel was planning and why she was secretly heading somewhere. She noticed that Isabel was holding pages from the book Vermal had given them to study the runes. Lee said she didn't know it was allowed to tear pages out of books, although it's convenient, allows you to learn more and do some preparation. Suddenly she saw Isabel trying to lift a huge stone and she cursed, saying that it was too heavy. When the stone glowed with magic and became lighter, Lee was surprised and asked if Isabel was crying, but she wiped away her tears. The girl firmly said that the target could be in the Linvik estate. She must be strong enough to kill him. Isabel fought the sniffers alone, lifting huge rocks with magic and practicing her attacks in complete silence. She cried from the stress and pain, but each time she wiped away her tears and continued training. During the day, the girl would step forward in front of the entire group with cold calm and, with a precise, graceful movement, would knock out the monster. The teacher and his comrades looked on in admiration, unaware of those grueling night hours. Todd, watching her, recognized her talent and said that even with the best mentors, he could not have mastered body magic as quickly as she did. Emily just chuckled and reminded that even the most dangerous student will only become truly strong once she gains experience. At night, the girl was completely exhausted, but still found the strength to fight again during the day. Wiping the sweat from her face, the girl looked at the observers and asked what was going on. Todd cleared his throat and said it was nothing. It was just a little risky, and Emily remarked that it was almost suicidal. She added that while it was effective, Isabel would become truly dangerous once she gained experience. After this, they announced that there was enough practice and it was time to go. Because they spent daylight hours, the guy pointed behind him, calling for the road. Noah clapped his hands and said that everyone had done a good job and that they would try again tomorrow. He told them to think about what they could improve as they went and discuss it in the evening. The hero thought about which rune to use to fill the body. He realized that the first thing he needed to understand was what he wanted from this filling. When he combined runes, intention was an important part. The guy said that filling himself with a handful of pyroclastic ash sounds like a terrible idea. He doesn't even talk about splitting, because it would most likely just cut him in half. He admitted that he didn't know exactly how engines worked, but he was pretty sure it was small explosions that pushed pistons. He would have to be a physicist to figure out if he could somehow recreate it. Noah said it didn't sound very nice, but he would think of something. The group continued on their journey, which took another 2 long days. And Todd thoughtfully asked if there was some underground city of sniffers, or they were just loners, watching only their own bush, and at that moment the ground beneath their feet shook again from a powerful earthquake. Everyone froze and Alan whispered in horror, "Oh gods, Braden called this creature a root demon." He was a huge monster that attacked through the surface of the earth. The hero said he would cover for the kids, and Alan said he could cover for them too. But Braden replied that no, they couldn't, and explained that if they had no experience fighting a monster, they wouldn't be able to do anything against it. Todd asked if they were all going to die, to which Alan rudely told him to shut up. Suddenly, the ground stopped shaking, and Braden said in surprise that something had distracted him. It looked like they wouldn't have to fight, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But the guy still asked, "Seriously? What the hell was this?" Todd breathed a sigh of relief and said how great it was that the danger was over and that they would all survive. But the guy still didn't understand why the monster suddenly moved to the side. A tall man in a cloak emerged from the darkness, and Todd quietly said that it was the soldier who had dealt with the monster. He rushed forward, where a huge monster had recently flown out of the ground, ignoring the teacher's shouts. The stranger politely asked if they were okay and bowed low, apologizing for the inconvenience. He said that he did not expect to see travelers here, and hoped that he had not caused them too much trouble with his carelessness. The soldier took a deep breath and admitted that he had not made sure there were no people nearby before starting the fight. Todd was surprised and asked if he had really attacked that huge root demon on his own on purpose. The warrior nodded and firmly replied that it was his duty as a soldier who had sworn allegiance to the Empire. The group looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Todd was also at a loss for words, wondering how strong this man must be. Noah, with a confident smile, said that he would show them the class and prepared for another fight with the monsters that came out of the forest. The soldier let out a loud cry and delivered a crushing blow with his huge hammer, causing a sound like a small supernova to explode through the air. Todd exclaimed in admiration that this was amazing and watched in delight as his teacher easily dealt with another opponent. He added that there is simply no need to disturb him. Noah asked with admiration what rank one must have to do such a thing. He continued to stare at the stranger's power with his mouth open. Moxie remarked that she wasn't sure if the soldier could defeat such a powerful monster and asked if they should help. But Braden replied that everything was under control and that soldiers usually didn't like that kind of thing. When ordinary people without military training intervene, the stranger fought with monstrous strength and speed, raining blow after blow upon the monster. The main character, watching this fight from the side, could not take his eyes off it and thought about it with admiration. Noah mentally noted every movement of the soldier, realizing that his own second-rank strength paled in comparison to this warrior. The warrior apologized to the entire group and said that he did not expect to meet such a strong root demon in this area. He added that they were usually much easier to kill and asked if any of them had been hurt during his battle with the monster. Noah replied that everything was fine and respectfully added that he and his partner were incredible fighters. The soldier modestly said, "Thank you, but he was just doing his job," but his partner Jess rudely remarked that he was incompetent. She told him to be less showy next time and not waste her magical resources, to which Gavin apologized. He said he didn't want to expend so much energy, but the battle was too difficult and he had to give it his all. Jess indignantly asked if he was going to call her his battery, since he had used up all the magic from her runes without a trace. She added that he barely used his own power, and that her magic was not at all suitable for such difficult fights. Gavin calmly asked, "So what?" and suggested that they not discuss it now, but that he would rather treat her to dinner or something else tasty. Jess agreed, and the soldier apologized again for the disturbance and said that he would not delay them any longer on the way. Noah commanded the group that it was time to move on and happily waved his hand at the soldiers, shouting goodbye for now. Todd, separated from the team, asked how many magically infused items they had. Gavin replied that it had saturated every part of his armor, every rivet and plate, and his heavy warhammer many times over. Jess explained that they are designed to use minimal energy while being worn. Gavin countered that he was trying and appreciated her work, but sometimes in a fight there was no time for savings when lives were on the line. Jess asked Todd if he was interested in being a superintendent, but the guy firmly replied that he wanted to become a soldier, not sit in the rear. He added that he knows that the overseers work quite closely with the soldiers, and he just enjoys fighting rather than supporting others. Gavin said he remembered being in a similar position to Todd now, but he couldn't do it without Jess, he admitted. The group prepared to move on, but suddenly Todd exclaimed, "What the hell?" as he was already flying from the impact. He saw dozens of sniffers emerging from the forest and realized that they had awakened due to the previous battle with the root demon. Jess shouted at Gavin to get the civilians out of here before it was too late, but he said he couldn't. He had almost no energy left after the hard battle, and his runes were empty and his hammer lost its former power. Alan asked what rank they were, and the soldier replied that 2 were 4th rank, 1 3rd rank, and 1 2nd rank. He added that their students were not ready for such battles, and something needed to be done urgently, otherwise they would all die. Noah firmly said that they would deal with their own and immediately cover them, and ordered everyone to stay behind them. He strictly ordered them not to engage in battle under any circumstances, even if things got really bad. The students tried to object, but he categorically forbade them to fight in such a firm and decisive tone. Alan asked if they were ready, to which Noah answered briefly and confidently, nodding his head in the affirmative. Braden only asked him to stay out of the way, and added with a grin that he shouldn't even dream of getting into a fight with such monsters. Noah shouted forward and said that he would focus on keeping everyone alive and his magic would keep the roots from growing under their feet. He warned everyone to beware of attacks from the sides and to try not to leave his protective zone if they valued their lives. Alan said he would slow down the monster and asked Moxie to try to immobilize it since they were somewhat similar. The girl replied that she would try, but it was still a monster, not a full-fledged plant, and Noah then told her not to delay. Brayden warned that their defenses would collapse the moment he stopped concentrating on the spell. Alan asked Brayden if he could kill the monster, but he replied that he couldn't. Then Noah said that everything fell on his shoulders and added that a rotation needed to be done. Alan joked that he would add points for the beauty of the technique if he did it while killing a monster. The main character noticed that although he was a goat, he was capable. He asked Brayden to give him his sword from the storage room, thanked him, and said that now he would see how hot this piece of wood could get. Noah aimed his fire at the monster, but cursed as his attack barely managed to ignite the massive carcass. The hero looked ahead in fear and asked Alan how he was doing. At this time, the man held onto the giant with his axes, thinking about his further information. Moxie used her power to try to immobilize the monster with plants. She tried to strike, but cursed because the blow did not reach its target, and Lee suddenly saved her friend from the monster's blow. Moxie thanked her sincerely and she nodded. Alan exclaimed, "Oh no," and everyone froze, looking at their comrade. Noah asked if Alan was dead. He was flying towards the monster on his sword. Then he himself answered that no, and this frosty asshole will not just die and will continue to fight. The guy decided to try to attack the monster by jumping off the flying sword. He cursed because a normal sword couldn't fly straight and he needed more control. He realized that he probably shouldn't have used the vibration while he was standing on the monster, because he started shaking and being thrown off. The monster tried to break through Brayden's defenses, and Noah screamed that something had to be done immediately or they would all die. He said that he would kill him, but it wouldn't be quick. It is important to remember that it should not be flattened during the process. The guy added that they needed Brayden's strength, only he was capable of killing such a giant creature quickly. But he makes every effort to ensure the safety of children. He was stitching up the kids and wouldn't be able to help, so Noah said he should shut up and wait and that he was already doing his best. Alan said that his territory would be useless against such a giant, and Noah asked what the hell a territory was. He shouted that he was not some damn soldier, he was a professor, and he was not going to die here at the hands of some monster. The man charged again, using all his magic and all his runes to inflict some damage on the monster. He dodged the monster's huge paws and tried to find its weak spot, but each time he was thrown back with renewed force. Noah felt that his strength was running out, and that in a little while he would simply collapse to the ground unconscious from exhaustion. Lee assisted him by attacking the monster from the flanks, and Moxie tried to entangle its roots with her vines, but the monster was too strong. But the hero could not afford to give up, because his students were behind him, and he had to protect them at any cost. He gathered all his remaining energy, taking another drag from his pipe. Noah shouted out that he had an idea and told everyone to stay away from him and get down on the ground, preparing for a desperate move. Todd whispered in horror, "Professor," not believing what his teacher was about to do, and cursed under his breath. Brayden said damn him and that he shouldn't be a hero, brother, and he better not die for them now. Isabel ran up to the professor and asked him anxiously if he was okay, and Noah, coughing, replied that he was. He opened his eyes and thanked Moxie for cushioning his fall, and the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Emily, looking at him, noticed that he had released such a stream of power, but his runes should not be capable of such a thing. Noah chuckled and replied that there was a lot of smoke in a confined space and all sorts of laws of physics. He also added that anti-smoking advertising worked brilliantly. Alan asked in surprise if this was some kind of joke, and why he was acting as if he himself was incapable of pulling off something like that. The boy replied that he didn't know what Professor Allen was capable of, but he had only performed such a trick to look at their faces. At this point, Jess intervened and said that she wanted to say that he looked more like a suicide. Noah objected, saying that he had not been through anything. The girl added that if he suddenly decides to change jobs, they will help. Brayden revealed that Noah Linwick was one of their family, but not from the main branch like himself. Jess nodded understandingly, and the other wondered why noble families had started sending their people to the slaughterhouse. Noah simply thanked them shyly for their help, saying that without them they wouldn't have been able to cope with these giants. Jess added that it was their duty to prevent civilians from getting involved in battles with monsters. But today, they had done the exact opposite. Brayden noted that all's well that ends well. Gavin said that was correct, and added that they would go then because they did not want to delay them any longer, and the group began to say their goodbyes. Now the boys set off on their journey together again. But Emily stopped and said that he never answered her how he did it, and Noah repeated again about a bunch of smoke. He added that it was unhealthy, so she should know. She said that especially if you blow it up, but she didn't mean magic and noticed that he was a second rank, but he rushed at the monster without thinking. The girl added that didn't he hear what Brayden said? Even for him, such a creature is a threat, but he didn't even blink an eye. Lee said that fear is a tool that sometimes allows you to know your limits and sometimes only holds you back. Emily asked if the professor seemed to understand his limits, and Noah replied, something like that. He said that if Moxie and Alan weren't there, he would never have acted that way in a fight. He added that he didn't want to compliment Alan because he already had enough arrogance. However, he was skating in circles around the root monster. Emily cleared her throat and said that Alan was actually the head of the figure skating club and he had shown her a couple of moves. The girl said that she had been attending his classes for a whole year and he had a lot of tricks hidden away, and that this was part of the show. The main character muttered sheepishly that probably everyone has their own hobbies. The girl said that this is exactly why she wants to know what his hobbies are. Where did he learn to fight like that? And Todd replied that it was because all he knew how to do was fight. He has no other hobbies. He's like a soldier in a professor's skin. He's like a human teacher, and Noah asked not to tell anyone about this. The boys continued walking, discussing their problems, until it was already completely dark. Brayden decided to take everyone to the nearest eatery, which smelled deliciously of hedgehog and drinks. The group walked in, after which Brayden threw a bag of money on the table, ordering drinks, and added food too. Everyone laughed as they sat down at the table, listening to the guy's next story. When the food arrived, the guys were impressed by the amount, asking why the guy had ordered so much. Moxie said that Noah had done an impressive job in the battle, and that maybe defeating her in the garden wasn't a fluke at all. Noah thanked her and said that there was no point in putting himself down, and that he couldn't have done it without her help, and without Alan's help. Moxie admitted that if Lee hadn't arrived in time, her shield wouldn't have helped against such a monster, and she would have simply been crushed. The guy insisted that she was right and not joking, that the most important thing was that they had won, and everyone nodded in agreement, feeling relieved after a hard battle. The hero turned to Moxie and said that he had a question, and the woman looked at him questioningly, waiting for him to continue. When the boy started talking about the battle again, he asked what territory was. Moxie added angrily, wondering if he was interested in anything other than fighting. She explained that territory was the main reason why there was a huge gap in strength between the 3rd and 4th ranks. Moxie added that the territory allows one to keep other mages' magic away, but with one condition, if their power is weaker than his own. She said that at the 4th rank, he would receive an additional 50 years of life, and would receive even more at each rank. Noah asked in surprise if he would seriously live longer if he reached the 4th rank. Moxie confirmed, and the guy said with disgust that he didn't really want that. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed that this was incredible. Goodbye, death. Moxie explained that with each subsequent rank, lifespan will only increase. Lai enthusiastically asked for more bread. Noah reflected that old age was one of the few things where his ability to be immortal wouldn't help. Lee admitted that her runes don't fit together that well. Her people are usually not very fond of planning things in advance. But perhaps this is precisely why those who survive become so strong. The girl noted that this also had some difficulties. Moxie said it was hard to think through a strategy to rank up in advance, and guessing wasn't the best idea. Noah asked if her family provided her with rune combinations. The girl replied that no, she doesn't, and there was bitterness in her voice. The hero firmly thought that he could fix this for both of them. He could fix everything, and his eyes burned with determination to change his fate. The boy understood that reaching the 4th rank would open up new opportunities for him, but he also realized what price this might come at. Noah and his companions woke up early in the morning at the hotel, and the boy asked if they were leaving soon. Brayden replied that he needed to replenish his supplies and explained that the innkeeper had sent someone to bring him the necessary supplies. Moxie noted that she hadn't been outside the walls of the arbitration court for a long time, and there might be something interesting going on here. But Brayden asked skeptically, in this seedy hole, and told Torrin to have mercy on herself. Brayden warned them not to walk for too long because they were leaving in an hour, and the group headed to the local market. Noah said with admiration that Moxie said this place was just a small market, but it was incredible. Suddenly he smelled something familiar. He noticed with surprise that one of the merchants was selling runes and came closer. The hero wanted to examine the goods, and his companion followed him. The seller greeted them warmly and said that he noticed their arbitrage uniform in the crowd and immediately realized that they would be interested in his product. He offered them the Great Fire Rune for 10 gold, saying it was a wonderful offer. Moxie tried to take Noah away. However, the seller angrily shouted at them to take their hands off his customer and said that Noah had already wanted to buy some runes. The guy objected that no, he didn't want to, and Moxie sternly told him never to buy runes from strangers at the market. Noah noticed that the seller's runes looked different from those he had seen before, and Moxie explained that they were poor counterfeits. She asked how he thought the noble houses kept the prices of runes high. She said that they flood the market with fakes or skimp on the energy needed to fill the rune. Moxie added that the rune market is heavily regulated by politics and threats, and he must only buy from trusted people. Noah cursed and asked if the salesman had been deliberately trying to cheat him. Moxie replied that he was most likely just selling something he bought from someone else. Who bought it from someone else? The guy said that was clear, that was bad luck, and since we were on the subject, he asked if she knew why the noble houses were so keen to keep runes banned. He said he understood the whole point of power, but he felt like it was too much, and Moxie replied that there were many reasons for that, and power was the main one. Noah asked for more details, and the woman explained that there was no one above the 6th rank in the empire, and the emperor was no longer there, he had disappeared. She told me that many years ago, the Arbalest Empire was the arena of a great war. Many mages were killed, but there were too many casualties on both sides to continue it. This was unacceptable, Moxie concluded, and so a truce was called, and after that, all mages of the 7th rank or higher simply disappeared. Noah asked if they were 7th rank people and they were on the run, to which Moxie replied that it could be. Many people think that this is a fiction, and there is no record of a 7th rank mage ever existing. The hero asked what this had to do with controlling the rune market, and whether they were really that desperate to reach rank 7. Moxie said no, they were afraid that someone would reach rank 7 before them. Every family is desperate to rise in the ranks, but the combinations become incredibly difficult when you rise that high. If enough people tinker with runes, eventually someone will figure it out. They don't want that, she added. And Noah asked why not just combine several similar runes to reach rank 7. Moxie asked if he had seen what happened to those who used only one type of rune. Noah said no, and she said it wasn't the most beautiful sight, especially at the highest ranks. She explained that runes need balance, and different types prevent pressure on each other, but the same ones do not. If there is too much of one type and nothing to restrain it, the result is disastrous. Noah realized he would not have survived the experience and said that just like his other runes, they held back the separation. Moxie nodded and said that it was time to go because an hour had already passed, and the group headed back to the inn, thinking about what they had heard. Noah sat by the fire and thought about how dangerous the world of magic was, and how far noble houses were willing to go to maintain their power. Noah sat and tried to fill his body with magic, but the process was interrupted by Lee, who frightened him. Lee was surprised why it took him so long. She thought he would master full filling the same day she told him about it. Lee asked if he was becoming more patient, but Noah replied that he wasn't quite. He explained that Moxie had told him that the body infusion was fairly easy to reverse, and that had gotten him thinking. The hero said that the Hell Reaper was only a 2nd rank like him now, but his control over the burning rune was much better than his. The boy wondered how, and more importantly, why, and realized that part of it had to do with the fact that the Reaper was a monster. He said that if he could also get closer to his burning rune, it would be a huge boost in strength. After this monologue, Lee admitted that she did not understand his thoughts. Noah asked what he had that stayed with him even after death, and Lee suggested his intemperance, but he replied that it was his soul. She asked if she could at least fill it up, and the guy said there was only one way to find out, and Lee told him to be careful. She explained that each master rune can only exist in a single copy. If he tried to fill her slowly, he would technically be splitting her, and he asked if that meant he had to fill her all at once. Lee confirmed it was all or nothing, and Noah said he hoped he was right, otherwise he would do himself irreparable damage. He said it was meant to be that way, and he just needed the right intention when filling it. Otherwise, he will end up with his own ring of fire following him forever. The guy decided that if he limited the amount of combustion power he spent and kept the rest in his soul, he should be able to do it. He screamed in pain, and Lee shouted at him to remember his intention. Noah whispered for the fire to enter his lungs and come out with his breath. He concentrated and directed all his will to ensure that the burning rune remained in his soul without causing him harm. The boy opened his eyes and said with relief that he had succeeded, and Lee smiled, watching his success. Noah felt like he was one step closer to his goal. He realized that his control over the fire was now much better. Lee said with surprise that it was somehow red, and the guy realized that his experiment with filling the soul had been a success. He said that he knew that it was possible to fill one's soul, and that not everyone would do this with a rune that they had already outgrown. Lee noted that he might be onto something, and Noah suggested finding a sniffer and demonstrating, asking if she was up for it. The girl replied that she was ready and hungry, and the monster jumped out to test his new power. The guy said he figured out how the Hell Reaper did all his tricks and that the breath flow was what mattered. It was he who made it possible to control everything so easily, including the air itself. He explained that the Reaper used the fire rune along with combustion. He absorbed embers from his ring of fire to use as fuel. But it doesn't need a ring of fire, and pyroclastic resonance can make things vibrate together. This resonance lasts until they burn out, and then it can burn everything to the ground. Lee said it was interesting, but there was a catch, and asked how he didn't set himself on fire in the process. After all, it wasn't fireproof, and Noah replied that it was a secret. He explained that the passive combustion skill was the most important part, and he could make the air near his skin inert so that it couldn't burn. He then uses pyroclastic resonance, which he uses to fill his lungs. This is to condense the flame into a thin stream that holds the heat. Lee noticed that this was why he was coughing so much when she found him. Noah said that in this way he could use the vibration of his breath to control the ash in his lungs. He told her to watch and demonstrated his new technique. Lee said admiringly that as long as there was something to set on fire, he had a weapon. The guy added that more importantly, he has a backup plan for emergencies. If he ever fights an incredibly powerful opponent, he can donate his body because it burns just as well. Lee said it was fucking awesome and that he was like a Hell Reaper, only a little skinnier, and asked if he was going to test it out again. Noah replied that she wouldn't mind a few cooked dishes. He thought that if he could condense energy and use it in his body, he could become much stronger. Lee said that then what was he waiting for and that she wanted to see. Noah replied that it was too early. This requires a lot of training, and he doesn't want to accidentally blow up a limb and die while they're traveling, so he'll have to wait. Lee asked why his death mattered at all. The boy cursed, saying that he never told her that after death he couldn't use magic for some time. The next morning, the boys trained again, showing off their strength, with Todd going first. Then Emily came out and did a great job thanks to her dexterity. The hero gave another excellent lesson, praising the students for learning quickly. He said that especially she, Isabel, and noticed that she studied so quickly between classes. It was like she'd fought 10 times more sniffers than Todd and Emily. The teacher approached Todd and asked if he could ask him something before he went back to camp, and he agreed. She asked about the energy filling his eyes, saying it was truly impressive. However, he must ask whether he understood exactly how he was able to do this. The guy thought for a moment and replied that it was unconscious and that he just did it without thinking about the mechanism. But now that he asked, he realized it had to do with his intention and desire to see. He explained that when he wants to see something, his heat rune fills his eyes with energy and he begins to see heat traces. The hero noticed that it was a very quick answer and the tone was too calm, and wondered if he had rehearsed it beforehand. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the dark office and the man asked if it had arrived. The man received an affirmative answer from a female voice. The man said okay and told the girl to leave. The girl addressed him respectfully. It was her father. She put the box on the table and bowed. The man took out a bottle from there and said that it was just in time for Vermal's return home in a few days. Meanwhile, Noah sat outside and happily realized that there were now 2 runes in his soul. Pyroclastic resonance. He remembered that when he created the pyroclastic resonance, something was wrong with the combination, and it was made of 3 vibrations. The guy decided that the best solution here would be to replace the ash rune with the wind rune, because after all, ash is moved by the wind. But if he replaces the great wind rune, he will not be able to use the flying sword, so he must first imbue a copy into his grimoire. He understood that if it was a copy, it would lose a lot of energy. But finding a couple of monsters to restore the energy wouldn't be that difficult. To be safe, he'd have to write another pyroclastic resonance, and he didn't want to screw up and lose his arm due to it being separated. Noah hoped that Vermal's book was made of good materials. Otherwise, he would lose quite a lot of power when transferring the rune. He should be able to get by with only a minimal amount of her energy. This is to save most of the magic for future battles. Moxie had warned him that second-tier runes required better paper. Now he will find out by conducting a dangerous magical experiment with the risk of his life. He began to quickly turn the pages and realized that he had to do everything faster before the rune burned itself out, and he began to create a copy. The boy imbued the copy of the wind rune, then called for separation, feeling the energy flow from his body into the pages of the grimoire. Here they are, all 7 components. Now all that remains is to remove one ash rune. This was the only rune that was interfering with the perfect balance of his new combination. He replaced it with a wind rune and recombined them, and to his relief, it worked. He created a perfect rune, superior to anything he had before. Noah swore from fatigue and said that he had to return to camp. Braden announced to everyone that it was time to move on, to the finish line of their journey. All that remains is to cross a place called the Deadlands, where it is more dangerous. But if they move at a good pace, they should get out of there before dark. When asked how much more dangerous it was there, Braden replied that the monsters there were more terrifying. They are more terrible than the root demons, and for him they are not a threat, but for the students they are. Alan said he could stand up for himself and there was no need to put him on an equal footing with everyone else. However, Braden recalled that that root demon was his first real fight in many years. He added that his family sent him to arbitration because of his inspiring research. It was not because of flexible limbs that this happened, and he was told to be grateful for that. Noah had a hard time regrouping his lungs with pyroclastic resonance in such heat, and it was brutal on his body. Luckily, his soul wasn't particularly damaged by the rune splitting, probably because he canceled the combination rather than completely removing all of its components. He coughed and a loud whistle echoed around him. The others, in shock, asked where Braden had gone and if anyone had seen him. Someone screamed that they were being attacked, and Noah asked if it was the root demon again. He asked what could have made such a hole and if he could see anything, but Moxie replied that it was too dark in there. Noah said that maybe he could do something about it and started creating sparks. Moxie replied that no, it was still too dark, and he suggested stretching a vine through it to get inside, but he was stopped by a shout. Suddenly, the boy said he saw something, and Lee screamed and grabbed him to keep him out of the dangerous area. Alan called back to everyone, and Noah obediently backed away, falling to the ground. The man muttered that that worm just ate Braden. Everyone froze in silence, peering into the darkness, and Noah felt the tension growing with every second, and his heart was beating somewhere in his throat. The guy gathered all his will into a fist and prepared for battle, and Alan stood up, preparing to attack. Moxie stood by his side to protect him and the others from any threat that would emerge from the darkness. The group stood at full combat readiness, and Noah felt his new runes pulsing with energy. They were already ready to break out and destroy any enemy. He knew this battle would be tough, but he was not going to give up because he had his students behind him. Noah shouted for everyone to retreat back, and the group began to quickly move away from the dangerous place, escaping from the unknown threat. Noah said that if he were alone, dying in battle would not be a problem. But the others were here, and he couldn't risk their lives, and at that moment, something else approached. There was a scream. It was a guy screaming, and then he screamed for help. Everyone froze, and Noah asked in horror what was happening, and Braden exclaimed, "Oh gods, how disgusting!" Everyone saw Braden coming out of the monster. Isabel said she thought he was dead. Braden replied that he couldn't be killed that easily, and he was caught. But the easiest way to kill a pale worm was to pierce its heart. He said he got caught and struck, and then added that he kept going deeper until he found what he was looking for. He hoped the worm would be too busy with him to fight anyone else. Noah cursed, and Noah noticed that the worm didn't even try to attack them. He was convulsing and trying to get rid of Braden, and he asked how strong he was. Braden replied that he didn't think anyone was hurt. The guy indignantly asked what about him. "We're talking about his juice," and Braden offered to help him with them. He refused, saying that it was not necessary, thanking her. Then Lee offered help, but he again refused. Braden said, as he said, "The Deadlands are not the most pleasant place," and asked if we should move on. He said that if they wanted to make it before sunset, they couldn't stop, and the group continued on their way, which took several more days. With only one day's journey left to the Linwick estate, everyone was exhausted but determined, and they moved forward, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, Moxie called out to Noah and said that something was wrong. He and Emily won't go any further, and that it's a wise decision on her part. She explained that even if she was quite good for Torin, none of them should appear on the Linwick territory. Noah asked where they would go then, and Moxie replied that they would train for the survival test. The hero asked how they would get back to the academy, and Moxie said that it was none of his concern and they would figure something out. Moxie replied that it depended on the circumstances and asked how long they planned to stay at the Linwick estate. Edward chuckled and said as if that idiot could handle a hellish reaper. He added that he might have performed well in the battle with the root demon, but when the Hell Reaper was killed, he was only a first rank. The hero thought he sounded almost believable and that he was getting better at lying, and Isabel asked if it wouldn't take long. Brayden replied that it would only be a little while, a week or two at most, and then she would take them to arbitration, and Brayden told them not to be late. Moxie said she was never late, unlike some people, and nudged Noah, and the boy indignantly exclaimed, "Hey!" Moxie wished him to keep up the good work, especially if he was dating someone important. Noah replied that it would be fine, don't worry, and asked her to be careful too, and everyone said goodbye, wishing her good luck. The protagonist thought that he knew it would be better this way, especially now. Noah looked at the Linwick estate, which was more grand than he remembered. Brayden asked, "Something like that, it's really huge." The guy repeated Brayden's words. This place is huge, and he expected to see a mansion or a fortress, but definitely not a whole city. The boy thought about all this, what he had gone through, everything that had happened since the moment he arrived in the Arbalest Empire. It was thanks to his father, the man he almost met, to the man who most likely sent his son to be eaten by a demon. These thoughts made his soul feel languid, and the guy lit a cigarette again. Brayden asked his companions if everyone was ready, to which they replied that they were absolutely ready. A girl, the man's daughter, entered the man's dark office again. She came to inform him that Vermal was already there, to which he replied that he was aware. The group continued moving forward, entering the Linwick estate. They entered the gate, and the main character, scratching the back of his head, was again surprised by the scale of the estate. Brayden announced that they had arrived, and in that case, their journey had come to an end, and it was great to see Alan. Noah replied that yes, he did too, and thanked him, and they said goodbye. Alan called his assistant along with him, and they went their separate ways. Brayden turned to one of the servants, ordering him to take the three to his guest house, and the servant nodded obediently. He said that he and Vermal had an appointment with their father and asked the students not to worry and that he would meet them. The servant gestured for them to follow him. Noah asked Lee to wait a second while he picked up his things. The guy handed her the package and asked her to put it in a safe and inconspicuous place. Because he didn't want to walk around with him in plain sight, Lee sighed and said that she would take them, and they headed for the exit. One of the servants asked in surprise if it was really Vermal Linwick himself. He asked how long he had been away from home, 2 years or 3. Noah replied that something like that was the case, and the servant named Hanlon laughed. Hanlon tried to talk to him, but Brayden cut him off, saying they didn't have time to talk, but Noah said it was okay. He asked Hanlon how he was doing, and he replied that anything can happen in life, and that both white and black stripes come his way. Hanlon said he was sent to the Red Marshes for several months last year, and it was terrible. Noah winced and said he shouldn't have asked, and Hanlon pointed out that it didn't sound so bad until you experienced it firsthand. The boy asked Hanlon if he could ask him for a favor, and he happily agreed, asking what happened. Noah said he was afraid of accidentally crossing someone's path and asked if much had changed while he was gone. Hanlon replied that yes, a little, and now there is unrest, and there are rumors that another war, a civil war, may begin. Noah asked again, civilian, and Hanlon said that although it was rumor, he should keep it in mind, and Brayden hissed at them, telling them to keep their voices down. Hanlon apologized and said all the rumors were centered around Dayton, who recently returned from a 3-year trip and came back with a bang. He has reached the 5th rank and is now dissatisfied with the social hierarchy or the family's position in the empire. He wants the Linwikis to be more involved. Dayton has publicly challenged the head of the family several times already. It's not difficult. It's all because the head of the family barely appears in public. The worst part is different. People begin to follow him and say that he is the one who will bring the necessary changes to the family and lead it into a new era. He is ruthless, grew up receiving everything for piety from his parents, runes, resources, and reputation. Dayton believes the whole world owes him. The girl looked at the house and said that this was his house. Todd quietly said he knew, but tears were already streaming down Isabel's cheeks. They approached the house, and Hanlon announced that they had arrived, and in that case, he would leave them alone. He added that it was great to see Vermil, and Noah replied that yes, he did too. Hanlon and thanked him, and they said goodbye. Brayden said it was time to go. They entered the room, and a soft melody came from the hallway, and Noah asked if it was real music and how long it had been since he had heard it. Noah froze when he heard it, and Brayden called him, seeing that he was lost in thought, and asked if he was ready since he knew his father. The guy replied that no, he didn't know, and that they would never be ready. It would be better to just tell him everything. Braden said that his father always listens, and if he can help, then he should call him. Although he doubted his father suddenly became interested in what he thought, Noah replied that he had already helped a lot. If he hadn't said it yet, then thank you, and Braden sheepishly asked not to embarrass him. He said just go and talk to him, and asked. He added that he was waiting downstairs, and Noah replied that he was, as always, and sighed. The boy scratched the back of his head and said it was time to go back to the first lesson. He headed towards the office, feeling the tension build with every step. He entered the office and saw his father sitting in a chair. The man gestured for him to sit down and said that they had much to discuss. Noah asked his father if it was safe to speak here, and the man replied that in all the empire there was no place more secluded from prying eyes and ears. He added that since his son's last visit, he has added additional protection. He has imbued every corner of this room with magic, but something must remain a secret. His father said that a surprise is no longer a surprise once it is revealed, and Noah couldn't help but agree with that statement. The man asked his son if it had worked and how he should play his cards, and Noah wondered whether he should continue pretending to be Vermal. He realized that if his father was even a little bit as paranoid as Braden described him, this ploy wouldn't work. He asked his father, and he himself thought so. The father asked sharply if he dared to play games with him. Noah calmly replied that he had forced his son to call him, and he had begged him to help. He said that the price was paid with the blood of his family, so it was his father who dared to play games with him. The man demanded to know where Vermal was. Noah said it was time to make a bet, and no father who cared about his son would use him as a tool. You can tell just by the look in his eyes that his father doesn't care about anyone but himself. He's dead, and his father killed him, and he's the blade he used. He said his father was trying to get his attention and admitted he hadn't meant to play along, but he got bored and killed the pathetic monkey. Noah hoped his father had something interesting to keep his attention. He replied that he had admitted that he was not limited by anything, and that the call had been a failure, and his father asked how he knew that he was not out for his head. The man said that he had to destroy it right there. Noah replied, "Please," and added that he didn't care about his son's body. He was too weak. He said that killing him was like cutting off his hair, and his father demanded proof of this. Noah answered why, and that he was still living in an illusion. The father asked what he could do that would cause him more inconvenience than an ant. Noah said that there was no harm he could do, and his father asked him to stop showing off. He said there was another man who dealt with demons. Noah asked who it was, and his father replied that the one who was stronger than them all, and that his son had not failed. He was a gift. The father asked about the wine, whether it was good or not, and Noah replied that he no longer cared about the taste of food and drink, and he preferred to feed on murder. He said that food is just a waste of time, and then they are two different. The father added that when people are well fed, they are more willing to fulfill his wishes. Most of what he wants can be obtained by killing them. The father noticed that he was not as cunning as expected from a demon, and Noah asked if one had to be cunning to crush an ant. He asked what he could do that would cause him more inconvenience than an ant, and his father looked him straight in the eye and thought about it. Noah said that he was tired of this game and that he wanted to know what his father was capable of, and that he was not afraid of his threats because he was already dead inside. His father chuckled and said that it was interesting and that perhaps he had underestimated him. The demon said with a grin that he could kill him, and the father objected that no, he couldn't, but he could cut his hair. The father remarked that it was funny and that everyone wanted others to believe in their immortality, and added that he was a powerful demon. The man said that it was impossible and that Vermal could not summon such a powerful creature. The demon asked what he wanted from him, and the father replied that he would prefer to know his wishes. The demon said that he wanted knowledge, and the father asked what he was willing to give him, and the demon answered that his life. The man ordered Braden to be sent to retrieve his other body, which took the form of a woman named Lee. Noah said, "Okay, Lee, it's time to test how well she can improvise," and asked her to go to their current form. Lee responded, of course with absolutely no fear of the consequences. Something monstrous began to happen next to Braden. The image of a dark clot with burning eyes appeared. A few moments later, another image of the main character was already standing in the middle of the room. His father told Braden to go, and he reluctantly obeyed, noting that this could hardly be called proof. The demon said the point was how true his statement was, and he assumed he would say that. The demon added that there would come a time when he would regret this decision, but he knew that he would still make it, and the father asked what he was carrying. He told him to stand up, and the man asked if it was a threat. The hero replied that it was just the opposite and asked for a dagger from his collection. He said that no one should have any reason to suspect him of a trick, and the father asked if that would be enough for his show. The demon replied that it was just a hair, putting a dagger to his throat. He staggered and plunged the dagger into himself, causing scarlet blood to spill around him. The main character looked at the man with a furious gaze and said that they would meet soon. The father looked at him with bewilderment, and the demon repeated his words with a bestial smile. Father noticed that the floor was filled with mana, which helps wash away the blood. He then examined the body, saying that if it was a copy of a corpse, it was a pretty good one. He added that the body would de-transform after death, and it was not a face stealer, and told Lee in the man's body to wait outside. The man said they would talk again when his words were confirmed. Then he took the bottle of wine to put it back. He noticed that he had been building up an immunity to this poisoned wine for years. He asked if he should continue taking the antidote and was told there was no risk. Having dropped a couple of drops into his mouth, he wiped his lips and said that this nasty stuff was intended for the soul, not the flesh. The man said that Vermal didn't even flinch and that he didn't want to buy that poison again since the bottle cost 10,000 gold. He added that, of course, he could always stumble upon another person he suspected of being possessed. He looked into the boy's eyes and concluded that this boy was definitely dead. There was no trace of life left, and the father said that it didn't matter. He had fulfilled his purpose. It still remained to be seen what he had brought to the threshold. If this had been ordinary control, the poison would have pulled the monster out of the body. And since this did not happen, the creature became a full-fledged part of the body. Most likely, this is a powerful demon. But is he an archdemon? And the man wondered. He does not think. And that probably this is the 4th rank. He noticed that when he became aggressive, the demon stood his ground, but did not get angry in response. Therefore, he was not looking for a pointless fight. Still hungry or bored enough to listen, and he said he was arrogant, but not too arrogant, and that more tests needed to be done. The protagonist woke up in a room and said that he shouldn't make a habit of killing himself, otherwise it will become a dangerous addiction. He asked himself where Todd and Isabel were. Then, as I was getting dressed, I thought they were supposed to be here and swore, not understanding what the hell they were up to. Noah went outside where a peaceful rain was pouring down, so the hero took an umbrella. Walking back to his father's office, he met Braden, who asked in surprise what was going on. Braden was surprised to see 2 Noahs and asked if he was sleeping and why there were 2 teachers and what was going on here. Noah apologized and said that he would explain everything later and that it had to do with what he knew. The hero said that nowhere is safe, so you never know. It's better to keep quiet now. He asked Lee to go with him to his father's office just for a moment. Then he said that he needed to find students later and that he had a bad feeling about it. Lee replied that after all, they were his students and they might do something stupid. Braden informed him that he knew he was here and it was better not to keep him waiting. Noah replied that he hadn't thought about it, and he walked into the office with Lee and greeted his father. The man asked if they would continue their conversation and that he had definitely made his point. "You can consider that he convinced me," said the father. "He believes that he is a demon, as he claims." Noah asked if he planned to keep the body as a souvenir. He asked if he wanted to move back in and added that he apparently liked the hairstyle on his previous body better, and the man just grinned. The protagonist said that energy is energy, so he offered Lee some. Lee opened her huge mouth, knowing that losing such a good body would be a waste. Noah told her to get out, and Lee, completely covered in blood, walked out of the office. Father, sitting at the table, asked that his second body could not stay and communicate. At this time, Todd and Isabel stood nearby. Todd saying that time was very precious and that he was not the only one weaving intrigues. The girl said that if he wanted, he could go. However, she wouldn't let it go that easily, and Todd remarked that he didn't think it was a good idea. The guy objected that this did not mean leaving everything, but rather taking the risks into account. They have time, and there is nothing wrong with waiting. Isabel countered that that was the problem, and that she had done nothing but sit idly by for years while others took action. Todd said they were making progress and getting stronger and asked her to look at him, but the girl was no longer looking at him. Her attention was drawn to some man. She felt his premonition. Suddenly, another stranger approached them and said, "Who we have here?" He added that the 2 of them had been examining this area for too long. Then he told them to come with him, and Todd and Isabel looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Noah approached his father and said that now they needed to discuss the issue of his payment, because information is not free. The father asked why he should pay for something the demon did himself, since he didn't force him to do anything and he was just talking. He added that it was Noah who had cut his own throat, and they both knew that words were no less dangerous. The hero said that his father would lose nothing if he gave it to him, and asked how much he had lost after his death. He asked if this was not fair, and added that he could always take payment in blood, and that he was well protected here. The rest of the Linviks were nowhere near safe, but Father replied that threats against his family would accomplish nothing. Demon said he had his suspicions about it, but believed the attention it would attract would be more problematic for him. The father thought for a moment and said that it was possible, and asked if in that case they had come to an agreement, to which the demon replied that it would be partial and would give a little information, but he will not reveal all the combinations of their runes, because many of them are too valuable compared to the services that were rendered. Noah said he probably did, and asked how he would get this information, and his father said he would make sure someone met with him. While he gathers his resources and prepares for their real conversation, he added that Brayden will show the room. The boy answered, "No," and the father asked again in surprise, "No." Noah said he would keep his reputation as it was until now. It is in his interest to be considered as much of a fool as Vermal was. Let the relationship between them remain strained in the eyes of other people. The father said that was very good, and that then he would return to his students. Noah thought that his father was testing how much he cared about his students. He told himself that he had to be very careful. Images of his students immediately appeared in the protagonist's head, but he didn't show it. Noah asked if he thought he would have told him that in his confident manner. The man, holding the blade in his hands, replied that he could always find out for himself. He asked, "Should he get a haircut?" "Yes." At this time, an unfamiliar guard stood on the street above Isabella and Todd. Todd immediately covered the girl with his body and said that we were guests. The guard asked if they were guests or spies, grabbing his sword. He reported that the butler had spoken of suspicious people near Dayton Linwick's house and asked if it was them. Todd replied that no, and that they were just looking around and were already leaving. Isabella asked if he was even a city guard, noticing the Dayton crest on his armor. So he's not guarding the entire Linwick estate, he's just Dayton's mutt. They are not on his territory, so he has no power over them. The guard asked indignantly, "No power," but Todd told Isabel to leave quickly. The guard said that he would show them, but then Noah came and said that he had found his lost disciples. The guard asked who he was, and Noah replied that he was Magus Vermal of his father's line. The hero said that they slipped away while he was busy talking. He added that he should have found them earlier, but he needed to change his clothes. Noah said he hoped they weren't in trouble, but the guard said they were. He said they would go with him to report to Dayton, and the butler said they were exploring the area. Noah replied angrily that he thought they were just standing on the path. The guard was about to answer something, but Noah sharply stopped him. Then he grabbed his hand, wanting to show who was really boss here. At that moment, in his father's office, Noah asked him if he was willing to pay the price of cutting off their ties out of idle curiosity. The man remarked that this was a fair remark and that in response he would not interfere in his affairs. He then asked what name he was known by. The demon. The hero realized that the question was a trick question, and Lee had no name when she appeared. My father suggested the name Spider, saying that he liked to weave webs. The main character said that it seemed to suit him, and let it be Spider. Meanwhile, on the street, another Noah, grabbing the guard by the hand, smiled with his fangs. He shouted at him to take his hand off him and asked what he was doing. He pulled away and said like this, and Noah froze, not understanding what had happened. Noah began to choke, feeling a strange effect. The students exclaimed in shock, "Professor?" In the office, the father wanted to ask one more question, turning to the guy. He asked about Brayden. Noah replied by saying that he didn't know anything and that the best option would be if things stayed that way. The father agreed and said okay, and that then he would take him to his house together with the students, and added that they would talk again soon. The main character said goodbye and see you later. The man added that he was very interested in what he could do for him. Isabel asked the professor in confusion what was going on. Todd was also standing nearby. The main character, with a bloody look, asked if he would really wait for more of his kind to appear. After these words, everyone rushed to run away from this terrible place. Meanwhile, in the dark corridor, Brayden, breathing heavily, said that he hoped this time it was Vermal seeing Noah. He asked why there were two of them, he and Lee. He felt like he was hallucinating. Noah replied that Lee was Lee, especially when it came to others. He cursed, not knowing how to say that his brother was dead. He understood that he could not play this performance forever. He'll eventually let it slip, adding that Vermal might be the only person in the world who cares. Brayden asked if that meant it was an illusion or a shape-shifting, and Noah replied that he knew better. He said he knew what he was doing. Brayden asked, "She did, didn't she?" Noah realized that he meant a demon, but not the one he thought of. Out loud, the guy said that it was not for him to judge, and added that it would be better to ask his father if he really wanted to know. But Lee was on his side. He added to himself that it remained to be seen whether Braden's side matched his. Braden said that maybe when things calmed down, he could tell him all about it and asked how he felt about it. Noah said maybe, and Braden suggested getting drinks like last time and said it would be fun and told him to rest. At this time, the other Noah told his disciples that if anyone was following them, they would get away. Isabel asked what was going on and how he knew where they were. Todd said he couldn't believe he just killed that guard. The hero replied that he had been following them and had planned to simply observe. But then they had figured it out themselves. Isabel asked how, because she thought they had gone to meet her father, and why he didn't have his gourd or his grimoire with him. Suddenly the girl thought and realized that he was not Vermil. She said that he was his clone, opened her eyes wide and began to examine him. Noah replied that she had figured it out quickly, standing against the backdrop of an angry sky. The guy asked that it remained between them and that Vermil didn't need all his secrets to come out. Isabel thanked him and said that if he hadn't shown up, things could have ended badly. The hero said it was a stupid decision and added that whatever her goal was, it wasn't worth it. He said that she clearly had a grudge against the one who lived in this mansion, and that letting him know that she was hunting him was the stupidest thing. Isabel asked if he was 5th rank, and Noah confirmed. Then he said that it didn't matter, and that she wasn't even close to strong enough to resist him. He asked what she hoped to achieve, and she replied that she hoped to see. But Noah interrupted her. The hero said no. She hoped he would see her. He said she wanted him to be scared that she was coming after him, for him to feel fear, and that she wants him to feel everything that he made her feel. Noah added that she wasn't strong enough for such games and that she would eventually just die. Noah told them to go back inside, and seriously, not to try it again. They'll be lucky if Dayton doesn't send anyone after them, especially after what happened to his security. Todd asked about security. There was only one guard there. Then he turned around and said, "Exactly," and thanked him. And together with the girl, they walked away. The hero thought that perhaps he should tell Vermil what had happened. The demoness in Noah's body said that she had already caused a bit of chaos today. She asked herself if anything terrible would happen if she had a little more fun. At this time, Noah, walking down the street, thought about how paranoid his father was, how calmly they can speak when they think they are alone. He asked if he was playing into his hands. Now the father told his daughter to follow any orders the guy gave her. He added that it didn't matter which ones. And the girl answered, of course, addressing her father. The boy said he was trapped and that his father might have planned this from the very beginning. He always stays on the sidelines, and he put all the pieces into play a long time ago. Noah thought for a moment and said that even if his father had planned everything down to the last detail, no, he had calculated every detail and every step. But there was one thing he could not have foreseen. Noah walked down the street in the pouring rain, smoking a cigarette, shielding himself from the rain. He said there was no way the man could have foreseen it. The next morning, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Noah asked in surprise who was there, to which the girl replied that her father had sent her. She stood timidly in the doorway, clearly nervous and unsure of how to act, and Noah told her to come in and asked her name. The girl introduced herself as Janice, and the guy suddenly realized where he knew that name from, but he didn't show it. He asked how much she knew about his situation with his father, and Janice replied that only that she was to carry out any orders he gave her. Noah asked incredulously, "Any kind?" And he didn't like the way she said it, because there was a hidden threat in her voice. The girl asked him if he wanted to test whether the demon really liked human flesh, and Noah, after a pause, confirmed that any kind. He decided to start simple and clapped his hands, starting the interrogation, and asked what position the Linviks occupied in relation to the others. Janice replied that they were considered one of the 4 most powerful families in the empire, along with the king, Heron, and Torin. She added that there is no exact rating, but they have an extensive information network and connections that make them politically influential. Noah asked what their relationship was with the Torins, and the girl replied that they were politically superior. This is because they have more allies, but their mages are usually considered the best fighting force. He asked if anyone held a grudge against them, and Janice said that was possible, but they had no more enemies than any other family. The guy thought for a moment and said that if Vermil was killed for political reasons, then his list of suspects would be very long. He asked if there were people who didn't like his father. Janice replied that yes, and that one of them was an influential member of the branch who enjoyed a lot of support. Noah realized that they could sit here forever if she listed all of his father's enemies. The hero decided to change the subject because it was leading to a dead end. He said he was beginning to think that whoever poisoned Vermal had been aiming at him, not his father. This does not look like revenge or a desire to spite the head of the family. The guy announced that it was time to move on to another topic and asked to tell him about the Master Runes. However, not just basic information, but details that really matter. He added that he has many questions he wants answered, but the range of questions he is willing to share is much shorter. Janice was surprised and asked again if he was asking about the Master Runes, and Noah confirmed it. She began to explain that no one knows exactly why the Master Runes are unique, although there are many theories. The main theory, she said, is the theory of the manifested aspect, which states that the Master Rune is a manifestation aspect of the universe. Noah remarked that if they were always the same, then they were essentially like laws of nature, and asked if he was sure why or how they became runes. Janice said it was too philosophical a topic right now, and Noah asked if that immutability made it hard to feed them, didn't it? The hero thought that if others did not realize that the Master Rune could nourish the soul, then she would not be the one to reveal the secret. The guy said that was true, and Janice continued that there was only one way to nourish a Master Rune, and that was to bind it directly to the soul. Noah said that everything was clear now and asked if this quality was unique to Master Runes, and the girl confirmed it. She added that this was provided that one's soul was initially large enough to withstand its power. The guy was surprised and asked, "Oh, really, what about the great monsters?" After all, the Hellish Reaper wasn't third rank, but only second rank. Janice agreed and said that was true, and it was a good question that challenged the accepted theory. Noah wondered if it could be because of the split itself, and shook his head in amazement, realizing the uniqueness of his situation with the Master Rune. He returned to the topic of Master Runes and asked what the main benefits she had mentioned were. The girl replied that it was access and functionality, and that filling the rune was the fastest way to gain access to power. She explained that it usually takes a moment to call upon the runic energy from within and channel it. The guy noted that this is probably why powerful magicians create such strong runes on weapons and armor. He said that a split second makes a huge difference when you are fighting for your life. Even without being filled, he can already summon his runes quite quickly, and that is usually enough. However, he added, there certainly comes a point where the benefit of speed diminishes, and content can become a bit of a crutch. The main advantage, Janice said, wasn't speed, but the ability to use infused runes simultaneously. Noah clarified that usually only one rune can be used at a time, and there is no other way for a regular rune. But the filled Master Rune in his soul can still respond to his desires. She confirmed that this is what makes the Master Runes so effective. After all, they can be used in combination with his other runes, creating powerful and unpredictable combinations. The guy said that everything was clear to him, and that it explained a lot, especially about the Hellish Reaper and how it prevented him from using magic. If the Reaper also had wind runes, he reasoned, then he would simply suppress his attacks with them and simultaneously use burning. Noah said that they had different abilities, and that it was time to change something in their strategy again. He decided that his questions should be similar to those a demon would ask, in order to confuse his father. After an hour of intense questioning, Noah looked at the book Janice had brought and asked what it was. The girl replied that this was the only thing that her father had placed restrictions on, and no matter what he ordered her to do. The boy asked what was so special about the book, and Janice told him to open it and find out for himself. He is allowed to study 2 runes from it, but no more. Noah chuckled and said that it was clever of his father, very clever, because he wanted him to take the runes that suited him. He remembered Lee saying that knowing every rune on a demon could tame it, and that extracting the first-tier runes from it would be a mistake, especially if it really was a demon. The boy asked if his father had placed any restrictions on what he could do with these runes. Janice replied that no, it was a gift, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. He asked if he had also included any combinations he could take. The guy looked at her and said that he didn't need the runes, and loudly called out to Isabel and Todd, telling them to come to him. The students ran up and asked what had happened and if everything was okay. Noah replied that he was more than happy and told them to thank his father. Todd immediately announced that the teacher had officially become the best mentor who had ever lived, and he made a promise. Janice reminded him that he had only been given 2 runes, and Noah thoughtfully repeated that he had understood that. If they take his runes, he will never get any more. The boy stated that he did not need such ordinary runes, and that refusing them would make his father nervous and think about his true intentions. The students thanked the teacher, and Todd said that he liked the new Vermeil, referring to his changed behavior and concern for them. Noah asked which rune Isabel had chosen, and she replied that it was the armor rune. He was surprised because he was sure that she wanted to be a melee combat mage. Todd noticed that she also had 2 stone runes, and that it was curious, but he was missing something, and thanked the teacher on his own behalf. Isabel said that Todd was right and that it was incredible and that the teacher was spoiling them. Noah replied that they would repay him with their success and announced that that was all for today. The boy wondered if Janice's father would punish him if he tried to take more than 2 runes. When Janice turned to leave and said that if that was all she would go, Noah stopped her. He said that he hadn't yet and that he still had a few questions. At this time in the room, Todd said that he felt like he was falling in love with someone else. The girl didn't understand what he meant and called him an idiot. Todd whispered excitedly that they had received 2 high runes, but Isabel told him to be quiet so as not to disturb the teacher's conversation. She said they didn't want to interfere with what he was doing and that there was clearly some political maneuvering going on down there. Todd said he couldn't stand it. He admitted it was too much effort for him. The girl replied that Todd was just like her father. Then she said that he was right and that she was afraid to show hope again. The guy said it was a damn good deal, even if Dad decided to leave after giving them 2 free high runes. Todd noticed that at this stage she was already thinking about her 2nd-tier rune. Isabel said she already knew which one she'd choose, and Todd added that either Professor Vermilion would have done it. The girl asked him to shut up and threw him onto the bed. Isabel asked what rune he had just taken from the book, and Todd replied, "Armor." Isabel was surprised and said he was too, and he retorted that she wasn't the only one who had been greatly impressed by her father. Noah warned Todd not to do what his father did, because everything has its limits, even the content, and Todd replied that who would talk, meaning that the teacher himself is at risk. Isabel noted that he could at least pull through if he had a master rune. The guy asked her who he thought he looked like, hinting that he already had such a rune. Todd said that just a few months ago everyone was his type. He called him the strangest face thief in history, referring to his uniqueness and unpredictability. Meanwhile, Noah knew he wanted to give his father as little information as possible. Of course, he would realize that that was exactly what he was doing, but he added that, oh well, and that his whole conversation with Janice had come down to that. He thought that Moxie could be in serious trouble if anyone found out about their secret relationship. The Torrens are said to be very cruel and do not forgive betrayal. Noah said thoughtfully that it sounded like the truth, although he would have to confirm it with someone who wasn't Linwick. Master runes are most effective when used in conjunction with other runes. They are unique, but not necessarily rare, and that high-ranking mages are likely to have them, including the father. The boy noticed that his father's name literally means father, which is strange, and that it was written the same way in the book. Well, at least it's not Daddy, he chuckled at his thoughts. The protagonist stretched and said that he couldn't stand all this political nonsense. He just wants to study magic and teach quietly, without getting involved in intrigues. The guy said that he had probably done enough work for today, and the guy said he'd like to get into real music someday. Hearing her for the first time in centuries in his father's house, he did not realize how much he missed her. He noted that pyroclastic resonance should help, but it alone is not enough to create music. He needs something for resonance, either more wind runes or plants. Noah added that he could create his own wind instruments using magic, but his thoughts were interrupted by Lee. She ran into the room through the window and apologized, saying that she had gotten a little carried away when she jumped. Noah, shocked, asked what the hell she was doing. She replied that she had told him she was jumping through the window and that she had been running and did not want anyone to see where she had gone. He asked who she was running from, but Lee was no longer listening to him. The main character did not like this state of affairs at all. At that moment, the fair-haired man cursed in his office and said, "Damn the plane. 8 dead soldiers in 1 day, and he had to send someone." The guy swore and said that she knew he took it and sent someone after him. But then he calmed himself down, saying that no, everything was fine, and that now he knew. He added that the next time they came, he would be ready, and determination lit up his eyes. Lee asked what it was and explained that it was some of that non-alcoholic moxie potion. Noah, shocked, asked why the hell they were even trying to kill Dayton. She replied that she thought he had killed their parents. Both parents, 4 of them in total. The guy noticed that it seemed like Isabel harbored a very strong grudge against him. Lee added that they were foolish enough to go against a 5th ranker, but they didn't actually plan to kill him yet. She said she thought Isabel wanted him to know who was coming to kill him, and that was why she had been studying the Linwick family tree. Noah asked if he had noticed them. Lee said she didn't think so and that she had gotten the boys out before things got too bad. She had to kill a few guards, but it wasn't too hard because Dayton's guys are idiots. Noah said they bought it all and that he didn't want to know the details. Lee asked him if he thought Todd and Isabel would try again. The guy replied that he didn't know because he had scared them quite a bit, and that it probably wouldn't be soon, but that they would do it eventually. Lee added that he killed both of their parents. Of course they would want revenge, but the guy said that was for later, and if they were planning to bring down the whole house on us, he needed to be ready. Noah asked if he should stop them, but immediately said why, because having a reason to become stronger is a great motivator. Lee said that she would go to bed then, and added that perhaps you should keep this hobby of yours to a minimum. Before I forget, when she entered, I felt several active feelings in the house. She explained that she thought they were there to spy on them, but not to worry. She had destroyed them. Noah asked if it was true and said it was convenient and thanked her. He wondered, left alone, if he was being too cold. He should have been more hurt by Lee telling him how many people she had killed, but it hardly changed his feelings about her. Granted, if they didn't want to die, that changed things, but he understood that she was acting in the interest of protecting his students. There was a knock on the door. It was the father's messenger, but the main character was not in the room. He greeted him, coming up from behind. The man said that his father had sent him and that he was waiting for him. The boy nodded and thought about what his father could need from him. Entering his office, the father told the boy to sit down, noting that he had had a stormy night and must be tired. However, Noah replied that he thought boring would be a better word, and he said that he hoped he had something interesting for her. He then added that the information he received was mediocre. The father asked, "A demon interested in politics?" The hero replied, "Why not? There is no better way to start a war." The man handed him a glass of alcohol and said that in his room the time was always the same. Day, night, it didn't matter. The hero remarked that this sounded like a veiled way of saying that he was a reclusive alcoholic who never left his mother's basement. Father said that since Janice said he was intrigued by the affairs of noble families, he believed he would appreciate her request. He took a sip and said that the Linwicks were like a tree, perhaps. But he was getting ahead of himself. But the service she was looking for was pruning. He said that he wanted them removed, leaving no connection with him. The hero thought that it was about some kind of elections. He asked who exactly, and his father replied that they could start with the one he already had his eye on. My father firmly said that it was Dayton Linwick and ordered him to be eliminated. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the crackling of the magical fire in the fireplace. Noah noted that it was much more straightforward than he expected from such a political deal. He wondered if his father was sure he wouldn't betray him, or if there was something else going on. Maybe he thinks the information he has on him is enough, and it probably is. The guy said that Dayton's goons were a nice way to kill time, but killing a rank 5 is no easy task. The man said that this scoundrel was only a 5th ranker in name, and he did nothing but revel in cruelty and use the resources of his branch to climb the ranks. Even if he possesses a 5th-tier rune, it is only a pale reflection of true power, and yet it is still a 5th-tier rune. Noah asked if he really expected him to lower the price. His father replied that perhaps not, and asked what he wanted then. The boy said that she had given him useless runes, to which his father asked if he was complaining about the gift. He also noted that he had bad manners calling him Spider. The guy replied that he never said that he was a supporter of decency. Noah said to be honest with each other for at least one sentence. He wants runes, but he doesn't want him to know which ones. The father wants him to kill the man, but he doesn't want it to be associated with him. The hero said that he would take Dayton's runes. The father added that he was the head of his branch, and his grimoire was worth much more than his life. The protagonist asked if he was worth his death. The father replied that he could take a quarter of his runes, but Noah demanded 3/4, and she said 1/4, no more, and he offered half. The father asked him why he thought he cared about the rest of his house. The hero reminded him that he wanted to elevate the Linwick family, and spoke of it as a tree, and no gardener wants his tree to wither. He added that even if Dayton was a fool, he had decent people under him, and suggested that he planned to take them under his wing. Father said that was very insightful and that it looked like they both had trees that they were nurturing. He added that it was probably in their mutual interest not to sprinkle salt on the ground. The hero realized that this was a threat addressed to Todd and Isabel. He said that if he agreed to this now, it would be very clear that he cared about them. He offered half the grimoire, saying that the trees could be replanted, but he was much younger. Father said 3/8, and Noah agreed, and then they would sign the last one. The hero asked if he had to be dead. and the father replied that that was the whole point. The boy asked if a cowardly fugitive was worse than a dead martyr. He said that if he could get him to show his true colors and escape, then he will renounce the name of the Linviks. That will be even better. Father said that they had come to an agreement and that within a week he would either be dead or on the run. Noah confirmed that they had reached an agreement and they parted ways, preparing for the upcoming hunt for Dayton. Noah walked slowly down the corridor, his steps echoing loudly in the silence, and he felt a heaviness in his soul. The father noticed that this time the hero was being watched much more closely. However, he did not find any sign that Vermal had poured out the poisoned wine that had been slipped to him. The observer reported that Vermal definitely drank the poison, but then why does it seem like it didn't work? He feels completely normal, as if nothing had happened. The father asked if his daughter, who had just entered, was sure that she had not lost sight of him on his way home after their first meeting. The girl confirmed that yes, he did, and that he did not feel sick or do anything that would indicate discomfort. She added that she was invisible and he didn't know she was there. However, the magical contents in their house were destroyed as expected. His only belongings were a grimoire, a travel bag, and a gourd, and he did not drink from the flask. The father said, okay, ordered them to go, and, left alone, he thought about the fact that without an antidote, even for a demon, the effect of the poison would be terrifying, unless his soul really is the size of an archdemon's. He wondered who this spider was and if it was the demon he was expecting. Maybe he's someone else who accidentally slipped through Vermal's portal, or maybe he's something else entirely. His father said he couldn't wait to see how he handled Dayton. If he survives, he's not as stupid as he dismissed him as, and he might even be interested in him. Noah came out to the disciples, who asked if the hero would join them, and they reported that they had brought food. The main character was surprised and asked if they really ate it, or if they were crazy or something. Lai reassured Ego, telling him not to worry. She wasn't poisoned and she would have smelled it. Noah said that someday they would talk about her nose, to which she replied that he was just jealous. Todd hesitantly asked the professor if they would talk about what his clone had told him. Noah replied that of course he told them, and that he had no secrets from himself, so they knew. Isabel asked if that's what he did when he came to arbitration and found out about the terrible teacher and did nothing, and Noah said something like that. He said that it would be left to him, and asked why he should waste time sitting around doing nothing. After all, you can become stronger and work towards achieving your goal. The guy added, let them use every opportunity to take action. They just let the bar get further and further away from them. Todd asked what a bar was, and the guy said it was like a target. Then he asked if they thought Dayton was sitting around doing nothing, maybe splashing around in a magical bubble bath of monster juice. Isabel asked if he was angry with them. Noah replied that if they knew even half of the stupid things he had done, they would probably be angry with him. Isabel asked if he cared that they were trying to kill nobles. The guy said, why should he care? And added that he simply shouldn't kill those who don't deserve it. He added that they should not get caught doing this, because death would come for each of them. He hoped their plans were a little bigger than just killing a bunch of idiots. But who was he to judge? Todd said she hadn't really thought about what they would do after all this. Todd honestly admitted that he didn't even think they would get this far, and that he thought they would be dead by now. Isabel asked in surprise if he was serious. The guy replied that he was just telling the truth. Having fun is one thing, but he's not a complete idiot. The odds are not exactly in their favor for two blacklisted children against some of the kingdom's most powerful mages. Noah said that with that attitude, definitely not, and told him to stop. It was time to practice. He added that Moxie is not with them now, so they shouldn't expect help from her. He explained that they would have to use his strategy. It meant becoming strong enough to beat the crap out of everything around them. Isabel asked if this was a task. Todd noted that there was so much space and they weren't using it at all. Noah replied that that was unlikely and that they had provided them with the perfect place to train, although he's not sure that's exactly how they plan to use the place. He added that while it does seem like a good place to practice, it's a shame they don't have shields they can use. Isabel asked if he was afraid she would hurt him, and Todd said that his dad definitely had some that they could use. Noah noticed that the less concern he showed for the well-being of his students, the better. He said it was okay, and they wouldn't spar with each other anyway. When they asked who they should spar with then, maybe Lee, he said no, it would end with them flying through a wall. Noah announced that they would spar with him and asked who wanted to hit first. Isabel volunteered, saying that this way she would have a chance before Todd set something on fire and ruined the whole lesson. He became indignant, saying that it had only happened once and that he had burned down the barn. The girl objected that he was not like that before he set it on fire. Noah said he was confident Todd could avoid setting fire to anything too important, adding that luckily it wasn't his house. Noah said okay, and Isabel added that she didn't plan to hold back. The guy repeated, okay, and said that then maybe she would be able to strike. Noah said it was okay to start slow and then pick up the pace if things weren't going as planned. But Isabel sped up suddenly, taking him by surprise. He noted that it wasn't much different from fighting monsters, as you just had to learn your opponent's attack style. The hero thought that if Isabel was smart, she would only hold back a little. This way, she could surprise him with a sudden acceleration when he least expected it. The guy was surprised how she used stone runes along with her sword. After all, he thought that it was impossible to use runes at the same time. And did she really succeed? Isabel threw a punch, but Noah easily dodged it, and she cried out, got caught. But the guy parried the blow. He said she used a layer of stone on her stomach, which was clever again. Noah said she was full of surprises today, and if she couldn't beat someone in a fair fight, then underhanded tactics were always good. He praised her, saying that she was doing great, and asked her to show him more. At that moment, a magic sword flew right past Noah's head when he didn't expect it. Standing on the edge of the stone, he asked his student to show him something else interesting. Isabel became angry and was ready to strike again. The hero, standing over the girl, said that she was also dead, but asked her not to be too upset. Her results are truly impressive, and Isabel said she could have done better. Todd, sitting on the bench next to Lee, screamed that she would definitely get him. Noah asked Lee if she, the professor's assistant, had any advice, and she said, "Be faster," and Isabel said, "Thank you." She told Todd that she didn't even know whether to wish him to do better or worse than her. The boy thanked him and asked if the teacher was ready. Noah said to start when he was ready. Todd asked if he minded if he started there, and the guy said he didn't mind if it helped. This is training, and he wants him to show everything he can do. The guy said that he understood everything and told me to start. Todd asked what he was doing, and Noah replied that he was filling his pipe and needed smoke to do that. Todd said he hadn't done that to Isabel, and the guy asked if he was the bigger threat. Noah replied that if he wanted to, he could think so. Noah said it was time to begin, and immediately realized that it was the same as the Hellish Reaper preventing him from using the wind runes. Pyroclastic resonance gives some control over heat, and since his runes are stronger, it can suppress Todd's runes. The guy asked if he had just stolen his fire, and Noah replied that he had redirected it and hoped he had something else. Todd said they would find out now, directing another dose of fire at the teacher. Noah said it looked like he was going to have to adapt, although it was weird. The protagonist noticed that it was becoming more and more difficult to absorb his fire each time. He said okay, and that he wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Noah realized that he couldn't take the fire from his hands until he touched it with his magic. The guy said he figured it out quickly and praised Todd, saying, "The training continued, with the students learning to adapt to new conditions and use their strengths." Noah was pleased with their progress and knew that they were getting stronger every day. He knew that many challenges still awaited them, but he was confident that they would cope because they were a team. Noah grinned and, deftly dodging another of Todd's attacks, knocked him off his feet, causing the student to fall to the ground with a dull thud. The boy stood up and indignantly said that it was unfair and that the teacher was interfering with his magic, but he didn't do that with Isabel. Isabel exclaimed why he was whining, since he had gotten to him, and explained that she saw how one of his blows slightly grazed the teacher. Todd was delighted and said that yes, it was a little hot and that he was the best. Noah told Isabel that he was sure she could have landed a hit if she had used ranged attacks more often. Except for the time she threw her sword, she had never tried anything long range. He added that she could definitely throw rocks or something, and Isabel remarked that it didn't sound at all scary. Todd realized it was because she wanted to fight like her father. Todd said that after all this, it was time to confess, and that he didn't see him telling the professor who he was imitating. Isabel responded because her father's fighting style really suits her and that he kicks her ass when he doesn't hold back. Noah asked if he was a soldier, a very good one, and if he always fought only in close combat. Lee confirmed that no, he just didn't like it. Noah said it was interesting and that he wouldn't tell her how to fight. He added that it doesn't mean she doesn't hold herself back, but he has already said that he is here to help them achieve their goals. If these are their goals, then who is he to stand in their way? Noah said he thought her father would want her to do more than just copy him. He ordered them to rest, adding that they had something to think about and that he also had things to do. He left the students alone and headed towards Leighton Linwick's house, knowing that this visit could be dangerous. The servant announced that Master Dayton was waiting for him and asked him to follow him. Noah thought with a grin at how quickly, and he wondered how Dayton had found out about his visit. He began to wonder if it was because Lee had killed his guards. Maybe there was a leak from the father, or maybe they are working together and this is some kind of trap or test. The servant politely pointed to the door, inviting the protagonist to enter the office. The guy walked into the hall and noticed with disgust that this place was terribly tasteless. His steps echoed loudly on the marble floor. Noah looked around and thought it looked like the lair of a dragon, a tasteless dragon with no sense of style at all. Dayton greeted him and said he was wondering when he would arrive. Although he didn't think he would just show up and knock on the door, Noah replied that he had been told he was unpredictable. The guy asked how he knew he was coming, and Dayton chuckled and told him not to play dumb. He recalled that yesterday he dealt with several of his guards. He added that half the Linwicks were hunting him, and it wasn't hard to guess. Noah asked if he really thought it was him. Dayton said that of course he was a killer, although he admitted that it surprised him. His father had never shown any hostility towards him, and he thought he might even be one of the few who agreed with him. He noticed that his father seemed to be jumping around in his judgments, although it was not that he was wrong. Noah said how sweet. Did he really think his father would associate with the assassin he hired to kill him? Dayton thought for a moment and said that that would be extremely stupid. And Noah, seeing his confusion, wondered if he had really stumped him. He added that there are dozens of reasons why the father could have done this. If only to prove that no idiot would behave like that, Dayton asked why he was here then. He said he thought he had come to try to kill him, and Noah asked how about he answered that question for him. The hero asked if he felt the power of his runes. Dayton replied that, of course, and at most the third rank. He couldn't even scratch him, and asked if he really thought the killer was a third rank one. He asked mockingly, who simply showed up at his front door after killing a bunch of guards to bask in the glory. Dayton said that his patience was wearing thin at the time, and that he hoped he had come to amuse him. But it seemed he was here simply to die, and Noah asked again, to die. He said that he had done nothing to make him believe that he intended to harm him. Dayton replied coldly that he did not like him, and that was reason enough. Dayton added that the Linwicks had become soft, and all this politics, all this dependence on other families and caution was disgusting. If they want to regain their former strength, they cannot continue to waste resources on games and empty talk. They need action. Dayton stated that actions that begin with following the heart. His heart tells him that Noah can't be trusted, to which the boy replies that he's sorry to hear that. He said he hoped they could talk before things got worse for him. Dayton asked with a grin if it was for him, and if he thought he could do anything to harm him. Noah gave 2 pieces of advice. The first piece of advice was that everything was not as he thought, and that he was not even who he was thought to be. Dayton warned that his next words would be his last, and told him to choose them wisely. Noah said the second piece of advice is to get fire-resistant clothing. There was a cracking sound in the room, and Dayton asked in shock what was going on. Dayton's office was in chaos. He himself didn't know what to do now. He thought it was some kind of self-exploding puppet or hoax. Dayton wondered if he was being played and whispered that he was scared. The servants in the corridor also heard and felt the explosion. Dayton tried to escape the heat. He used a protective shield. However, even under it, there was an uneasy feeling. Sweat was running down Dayton's face from the fire. This act made the man very angry. He bared his teeth, wanting to kill the main character. Noah himself, already outside his body, whispered to Dayton, "See you tomorrow." Dayton was left alone in the smoke and chaos, unsure of what had just happened. Noah couldn't wait to see the look on his face and cursed him. Noah left the room, saying that suicide wasn't the most pleasant experience, but Dayton would be pretty damn confused. Once Dayton makes some inquiries, he learns that Vermal was allegedly at the market the whole time. The next time he visits him, he thinks he will be much more willing to listen to him. Noah exclaimed and asked what Lee was doing there, to which she replied that she was hanging out. The girl jumped from the chandelier and asked why the hero asked her to wander around the market. Whether he was trying to throw someone off the scent, the guy confirmed this. Noah asked Lee for help again tonight. Lee assumed he was going to Dayton again. That was correct. Then she handed him the bread, and the main character asked where she got it from. The girl said she had it, saying she took it from the kitchen. He thanked her and asked where he was from, and she replied that she had already eaten a dozen of such loaves, and said goodbye until the evening. Noah thought she was so weird, but that's who she is. That same night, he went to Dayton's lair, creeping through the dark alleys. Lee carried him in her arms, and he asked her to be careful, but she told him to stop whining, and they went inside. Noah asked if it was necessary to carry him like that, and she said yes, and that it was fun, and asked if he was sure he didn't want her to stay. Noah said he was sure and told her to return to safety. She said he would have fun alone while waiting for him to show up. The guy told her to trust him, that he could handle it, and said goodbye. The girl obeyed him and jumped out of the window through which they entered. The protagonist turned Dayton's table over for his convenience. He sat down on the man's chair, already anticipating how he would enter his office in the morning. Dayton walked leisurely along the corridor and only after waking up headed to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he became very scared and screamed. Noah met him and asked him if he really wasn't going to do it again. Noah chuckled and noted that he hadn't taken his advice to get fireproof clothing. His clothes are also easily flammable. Dayton demanded to know who he was and declared that he would not leave until he received an answer. Noah said he didn't know he needed his permission to leave. Dayton asked if he thought he was that smart and who he worked for. Was he trying to turn him against his father? And Noah was surprised that he thought so. He said that he was not so self-confident now and that he had studied his father's worthless guests. The idiot whose appearance he copies was at the market while he was here. Dayton added that it would be smart if he weren't such an idiot. He asked why he didn't drop his disguise and tell who he really was, and Noah asked why he would do that. He said that for the one who claims to be a worthy leader of the main Linviks. He seemed completely confused about the situation and suggested postponing their conversation until later, perhaps when he was in the bathroom or at dinner. Noah said he didn't care when he came for him and that he would crush him like a bug over and over again. Dayton asked what about his people. The guy replied that he had made an unfortunate mistake and that he thought he cared about their petty family feud. But that was not the case. He said that maybe he was strong enough to not let him catch him. But what about the rest of his estate and the Linwicks under his protection? And Dayton called it an empty threat, saying they were replaceable. Noah noted that to a certain extent, and that in the end, there weren't that many of them. He called Dayton from an empty house and asked if that was an impressive title, wasn't it? He added that no Linvik would support the extermination of their people, and he did not think his threats had any force. And Dayton paused, realizing that his opponent knew much more about him than he had assumed. Dayton stated that he was no fool and that his threats were unsubstantiated, and asked if he still didn't understand. Noah remained silent, and Dayton, breathing heavily, said that he was not Linwick at all, and asked if he worked for any of them. He demanded that he answer who exactly it was, and suggested that it was her. The guy told him to throw a tantrum. He wanted to see if whining and complaining would help him get what he wanted. He added that for every visit he made that was wasted, he would take something from him. Then the hero got scared and thought that this weirdo was really going to kill him. Coming out of his body again in spirit, he thought that this was not what he had expected. In the evening, the hero visited his father, who asked why he was there and whether he had a task. Noah asked if the son could just visit his father while filling his glass and remarked that the wine was absolutely amazing. He said he needed some supplies to deal with Dayton, and my father asked if there were any difficulties. The guy replied that he was not at all and that he was running out of clothes, and the man was surprised and asked if he was trying to seduce him. Noah asked if it was worth it and smirked. He said no, and Noah replied that it was fine, but he still needed clothes. He wants perfect copies of the one he's wearing now and reminds her that his clones don't appear dressed right away. The man called his daughter and told her to call his tailor. He asked her to tell him it was an urgent order, and the girl nodded, leaving the room to carry out the order. In the morning, the servant sat and calmly leafed through the newspaper. Noah entered and announced from the doorway that Dayton was waiting for him, and the servant asked if that was really the case. But the boy replied that he shouldn't worry. He knew the way. He called out loudly that he was back, and Dayton, breathing heavily, asked what kind of creature he was. Noah replied that he was still asking the wrong questions. The guy asked if he would believe him if he said he came to help. Dayton said that maybe he's not a complete idiot, and unfortunately that's why he's here. He was outraged that he was helping by breaking into his house and burning down his office. Noah pointed out that he was alive, wasn't he? And Dayton said that at first he was hinting that he was there because he was hired by one of his enemies. Now he says he came to help, Dayton asked. Even if he started listening to him, why should he believe a single word he said? He noted that these statements were not mutually exclusive and told me to simply say what he wanted. Noah replied that he would help, of course, and said that he was going to die soon. And Dayton called him an arrogant bastard. He said that just because he couldn't kill him completely didn't mean he would listen to him. The guy said he didn't say he would do it and asked how many enemies he had made. Dayton replied that more than he could count, and that the weak would always envy the strong. Power is taken with fists, not with pathetic words. Dayton said it was obvious his enemies were scared, and instead of challenging him personally, they were sending him. Noah thought it was her again, and that Dayton had connected him with someone not from the Linwick family, but with someone he feared. He said he should find out who she was, and Dayton asked if he could just tell her what he wanted. He is here to help him or fight him, and Noah replied that he is here to have fun. He was bored and someone offered him a job. The pay wasn't great, but the offer sounded interesting. Dayton asked how loyal he was to his employer and said that he could pay him more and that he had the resources. He asked if it wouldn't be funny to turn his attention to them. Dayton said that at first he wanted to fight everyone personally, but now he is trying to bribe him and asked how cautious he is and why. He said he thought he wasn't afraid of a fight, and he already thought he knew who his employer was. The man asked who else it could be, and Noah replied that it was Evergreen Torin. Dayton was surprised and asked Evergreen Torin, Moxie's family, and said that she had been interfering in other people's affairs for years. She's the only one who would have the nerve to summon something like him, and he's sure of it. He said he knew who he was, the creature, and Noah asked, "Oh yes," he asked, to enlighten him. Dayton replied that he was a demon, perhaps even a servant of the archdemon, the one who had given him his powers, adding that he had been keeping an eye on his father's suppliers. He also has connections, and that the luggage for the next month, as it cooled down and he was preparing to defend himself from the demon, every month he orders soul poison. Dayton said he was scared, but he knew better, and that demons had no allegiance, so he could be bought. Noah replied that it was possible, and that it was more important to make sure that Lee never touched him. Dayton said they could talk it over, but Noah said no, that he held all the cards and that he could beg. She wouldn't send some small fry after him, and Evergreen always acts in a big way and asked if there was anything else, right? Noah remained silent, and Dayton, realizing that his opponent knew too much about him, thought about it. He thought about how to get out of this situation and realized that he had fallen into a trap from which there was no escape. Noah thought that the more Dayton thought of it himself, the better, and asked if he was just one of many. Dayton asked what her conditions were since he said he had come to help. The guy replied that he just needed to get the Linwick estate rid of him within a week. Dayton was surprised and said that in order to be strong enough for this, he was not a servant, but rather an archdemon. He asked what she had offered, and Noah replied that his reward was the runes from his grimoire. Dayton said it was a meager offering, but fun, and that the real reward was the act itself, not the payment. He said he could give more, and Noah replied that time, several weeks, was not a commodity he could bargain with. The guy said that he originally planned to just torture him at night at random times, but this is even better. He noticed that he wasn't even trying to hurt him with those fire blasts, and that he should have known the magic was too weak. Dayton said he wouldn't die that easily, and Noah said he would die and then come back to him, and again and again and again. Dayton, in fear, said no, he couldn't, and said he had found a loophole. There would be no trace of him left in the estate if he left. His contract would be fulfilled, and Noah asked, perhaps. But why would he want that? Dayton asked why he would let go of his reward and said he could have the whole damn grimoire. He said that he didn't need it anymore and that he had already combined his runes, and asked what about the entertainment part. Noah said that his time would be wasted if he left with a bunch of pathetic runes. Dayton said that if he really was an archdemon, then he posed no danger to him. He vowed to become stronger and fight him and asked him to give up momentary pleasure for the promise of getting something. Noah said that when the day comes when he will think about the correctness of his choice, let him listen to the wind and hear the cries. Dayton asked what about Evergreen, and Noah replied that what he does is his business. He told me to keep my end of the bargain and not to look too hard into the shadows in the corners of my eyes. He added that he could find him there, and Dayton was left alone in his office. He understood that he had lost this battle, and that his life was now in the hands of a creature he could not control. Noah walked out of the house, but Lee caught him and said she thought she could help him leave in style. She added that it was an excellent speech, very pompous. The father asked his daughter in surprise what she had just said. She reported that the gate guards confirmed this, and she personally double-checked his mansion. Dayton fled the city. The man thought, the demon really did it, but how? He asked if those small explosions had been enough to scare him off, then asked if she had any tasks for today. The girl replied that unless he wanted her to follow him outside the city, Father said he had other spies for that, and he ordered her and Braden to join the demon and his company for dinner. At this point, Noah asked Lee if there was anything worthwhile there, and she replied that she had no idea. It looks impressive, and what do you think? It's a third-rank rune. She said she couldn't say for sure until she consumed it, but it felt powerful. Lai warned him not to try to absorb third-tier runes because his soul would burst like a grape. Noah asked if it was that bad, and she said it was, and that she had seen it happen to greedy demons. He asked what he should do with them, and that he had promised his father to give him the book, but did not plan to just part with these runes. He said that he could then use the division to turn them into a pile of lower-ranked runes. Noah said it felt like there was a lot more energy in them, a lot more, and he cursed. He realized why Dayton was so afraid of Evergreen and asked, "He stole a whole bunch of her runes, right?" Lee asked him if he thought she missed them, and Noah said that given how scared Dayton looked, yes. Lee added that if she found out he had them, he would end up in the same mess as Dayton. She asked if he had thought about just not telling her, and Noah said that was great advice, as always, and that he would do just that. He said that, however, nothing could be done about it now, and for now he would carry them with him, and that his father should have been more precise. A few hours later, Janice and Braden were standing outside Noah's door. Braden asked if she had brought anything, and she said no. The door swung open, and Noah saw Braden and Janice standing in front of him, and he said he was glad to see them. And with gifts, he didn't know that Janice would also join them. Braden asked if he was busy or just avoiding him, and Noah replied that he would never do such a thing. "I was just up to my ears in work, and Braden said he was causing quite a stir with this hellish reaper, and the investigators were out for blood. He just talked about leaving while the investigation was going on and nothing more. And Noah said that everything was fine and they already knew." Sitting at the table, Lee asked if Janice would eat it, and she said no, and that he could take it. Noah asked Janice what she was waiting for, and she replied that she was just there to keep Braden company. The hero added that whatever the reason, they had more than enough food here. Todd asked what about those investigators, if they were going to come for the teacher. Braden said that of course, perhaps the teacher should have covered his tracks better. Isabel asked what would happen if they found out that he did it. What difference would it make? He was from the Linwick family. Braden said he might get into trouble, but he doubted he would get boiled. Janice said she was sure everything would be fine. Braden was a master of his craft. He said that he does a lot of things, and that the word master is too strong a word. Usually he can simply put pressure on people with his authority. Noah asked Braden not to get into trouble because of him, and said that he was able to deal with the consequences of his actions. Braden said it was okay, he was just following orders. Todd and Isabel were surprised and asked again, "I was following orders, I mean." The protagonist cursed and said, "Not now," and Braden said that technically he didn't do it, it just happened. Todd said it seemed like they were trying to make a boring story out of an interesting one. Noah said he had something to eat and grinned, and Braden said okay and that he had to go. Work couldn't wait. He thanked her for the invitation and said it was always nice to see her. Noah replied that he felt the same way and said that he was going and asked them to try not to get into trouble. Braden laughed and said he couldn't promise anything, and Noah waved and said bye. The main character thought to himself that they are not brothers. After all, Vermal died at the hands of the man with whom he had just dined. The protagonist thanked Janice for coming. The girl thanked him for the dinner and replied that it was just his job and wished him good night. Noah also said goodnight but stopped at the threshold. She asked if the protagonist would allow it. She would like to ask a question. She stopped the guy and pointed behind him. Noah asked what it was. Lee asked Noah why he needed these runes and explained that they emitted a huge amount of runic power, and he asked what kind of runes they were, 4th or 5th rank. She was surprised at how much power the thing was emitting, and Noah asked why he didn't feel anything. Asked whether one needs to be of a certain rank to feel the runic power, the girl said that, to be honest, there is nothing special about these runes. Although she didn't realize that energy was leaking out of them, Noah asked how bad it was. She replied that it wasn't that bad and that she had only noticed it recently. She asked what kind of runes they were, and the guy replied that they were all different and nothing that his father didn't have. She said she got a little distracted when it came to runes and that she had to go home. Janice walked out and Lee wondered if she realized what it was, and Noah said it wasn't hard to figure out. He needed to absorb the runes from the grimoire before she could tell her father. He asked if she was ready to start work. Lee replied that it would be a long night and that she was ready. Then added that besides, it didn't really belong to Dayton and that he had stolen it. Noah said he thought the strategy right now was to focus on getting as many 2nd and 3rd tier runes as possible. Then take the higher ranked ones as your promised part of the grimoire. He added that therefore he was not obliged to give it to his father. And a few minutes later, Lee asked which was the last one. Noah said that life-giving water, 2nd rank. Lee noted that it sounded quite sophisticated. Noah said he doubted Evergreen would use them for herself, but the rune combinations were to be kept a closely guarded secret. She said she bet she was furious about them going missing, and asked if he was thinking about getting them back. Noah replied that he would never do so, and that he had a better idea, and asked that the rune of the earthly cataclysm be brought to him. He said that it was certainly a well-formed rune, but it was not perfect. Noah said he might be able to fix it, and something similar to what he did with his vibration runes, but with more fine-grained control. He said he wanted maximum clarity, and Lee noted that the title had completely changed, although the components remained the same. Noah said it was another perfect rune. He added that intention does change how the runes fit together, and more importantly, what he got. Lee let out a joyful exclamation, and Noah said, yes, it worked, and that it was perfect. The girl was glad to finish her work, so she began to eat the treats. Todd said the last couple of days have been absolutely amazing, and it feels like they have a personal chef. Lee asked him if he had ever had a personal chef before, and he said that, well, yes, he and Isabel had one for a while, but not anymore. He said that, well, they were blacklisted, both their families, and that Isabel's father was an explorer and technically a soldier. Todd's father was his filler, and their families were very close allies. Todd added that both of their houses were minor nobles and had gone unnoticed until Isabel's father got his hands on the Master Rune. Suddenly, they found themselves in the spotlight. Nobles of the 3rd and 4th ranks from all the great houses were knocking on their door. They demanded that she be given back, and there were even representatives of the 5th rank, and that it was very scary and dangerous for their families. Todd said his dad didn't mean to do it and that he was awesome and that's why he got killed. He added that at first they tried to bribe them at home, and when that didn't work, they started threatening them. But his father didn't want to give up this stupid thing. Isabel explained that her father was convinced that the Master Rune would pave the way for a better life for their entire house. So he was ready to fight for her, but powerful houses act differently. She said that when they didn't get what they wanted, they simply poisoned him and his mother. Before anyone could explain themselves to them, they killed her parents and almost everyone else in his house. This all happened because of a rune they didn't even have, and one of those scumbag nobles probably took it. Lee asked what happened next, Isabel explained, then used their families as cover. Noah asked how the two of them survived, and Todd replied that several other noble houses eventually intervened. They pretended to be cleaning up, but they of course sided with the larger houses, and all who survived were blacklisted and made an example of. At this point, her father asked Janice if that was all she had to say about last night's dinner. She replied that yes, Vermal seemed worried when she pressed him and asked about that scroll. Father said he thought he had outwitted her, and that she should rejoice in the grimoire of that fool Dayton. He added that whether he was a demon or not, he was just like everyone else, focused on the prize instead of looking at his feet. Janice asked what she would have her do now, and her father told her to spread the news of Dayton's retreat. He said that such an act of cowardice would be his undoing, because he always insisted that strength should be the master of everything. He added that in this way they would undermine his authority and lure members of his house to their side. Father said that of course they still needed to deal with the demon and he would like to get more out of him, but this guy was too smart. Janice asked if it was poison, and he said no, and he suspected it wouldn't do any good. He said he was asking for a favor, and when the demon returned to the arbitration in a week, the Inquisitors would deal with him. Janice asked, and the students, and said that she knew he told them to ignore the blacklist. But if the other houses found out that they had taken them in, then her father told her to let him worry about the other houses himself. Her goal was to carry out his orders, and she replied that she understood that he had ordered her to bring the demon the clothes he had asked for. Janice again said that she obeyed her father and would do everything as he said. He added that he should have something decent to look good in the grave. The next week flew by, and Noah said that very well. Isabel and Todd trained hard every day. Todd asked if it was unfair, since when did he know how to make earthquakes, and how did they lose 2 against 1? Noah spent every night studying the Dayton runes and choosing which ones to dismantle and take for himself. He said things were going unusually well, and one morning Lee burst into his room and screamed that it was time to wake up. She saw Noah lying on the floor. She jumped up and asked what happened. She clung to him and told him not to dare die. Then she thought about it and was glad for the free snack. She was about to bite the hero when he said, "Please don't eat him." Then Lee became even more happy and began to hug Noah, saying that she was very glad because he was alive. The girl said he had a strange place to sleep. His bed was over there, in case he didn't know. Noah replied that he had not been sleeping and that he thought he was being smart to study all of Dayton's runes. He figured out which ones he wanted to split and which ones he wanted to keep, but it turned out that everything worked out. He needs to stuff himself with runes like a pig. He said that he had divided one of the third-tier Dayton runes, the Howling Cyclone, the Pitch Black Night, and the Crushing Whirlwind. He stuffed 3 of her second-tier components into his soul at once. Noah added that he then lost consciousness as the pressure of the runes caused his soul to rapidly expand. Although he felt fine now, it didn't seem to have caused any permanent damage. He said there was no point in getting new runes if he wasn't going to test them. He asked Lee if she wanted to go with him, and she said she had agreed when he was still talking about the pig. Lee asked if that meant he now had 5 second-tier runes, and Noah replied that yes, 6 runes in total. He listed them, and Lee noticed that this meant there were only 2 left until the 3rd rank. Noah said that the rune of the Crushing Whirlwind is a complete mess, and if there is an opposite of the perfect rune, this is it. He'll probably just take it apart. Noah activated his new rune, and a powerful gust of wind swept around him. Lee remarked admiringly that it was cool, and he agreed with her. Lee asked if he ever intended to give the runes back to his father, and Noah replied that only when it was absolutely necessary to do so. He may suspect a shortage, but since he didn't say anything, he won't either. He said he would give them to Janice before they left, at least the ones that belonged to Dayton. Suddenly, Braden came in and told them to pack their things because they had to leave. Somewhere far away, at this time, priests were praying for Johan's strength. Noah asked in surprise what and why, what was happening. Braden replied that these were bad omens, and that Janice had told him of the appearance of powerful monsters on the way back. Noah said he thought it was safe here, since it was Linwick territory. But Braden replied that monsters didn't really listen to rules, and the longer they waited, the worse things would get. Noah asked what kind of monsters they were, and Braden said that the investigative committee wanted him back in arbitration. They don't want him to stay here too long because there's a chance something might happen. Noah chuckled and asked if they thought he would run away, for example. Braden replied that they were more likely to think he would be killed because he saw something he shouldn't have, but he didn't know for sure. At this point, Todd and Isabel said that they were kind of eavesdropping on their conversation, but they weren't spying, honestly. Noah asked if everyone was ready, and Todd said almost, and Noah said they were running out of time. The main character asked if he left something here. His father would get it. Braden replied that he was sure Janice would bring it to him when she cleaned the house. Noah then decided to leave what he wanted here, and the group set out on their journey. Isabel asked what about Edward and Alan, and of course it was great that they weren't with them. But still, Braden replied that they had returned to the arbitration a week ago, and there would be 5 of them before they met Moxie. Noah thought he couldn't understand why, but he expected more. Despite everything that could have gone wrong, everything went almost too smoothly, and it's strange. They stopped for a rest, and Todd asked if they were stopping for a rest yet. This is because there may be monsters roaming the area, and it will become unsafe at night. Braden explained that there were powerful runes ahead, something very strong. Braden said to stay here and he'll go check it out. Noah asked if he was sure he didn't want to take someone with him and that Lee could. He replied that there was no need to worry and that he was not so easy to kill. He said that he would be back soon, but if something went wrong, then run to the estate. Todd noticed that Braden had just teleported, and he thought he was saying it was too hard and he could. He said he wanted to learn teleportation and that it was an amazing fighting style. Lee said she did too. Isabel responded sarcastically, wishing him luck in finding the right runes for this. Todd said he would get Braden to spill the beans at some point during their trip. The main character, noticing Lee's confusion, asked if everything was okay, what happened. Lee suddenly said she thought she smelled something, but added that it must have just been her imagination. At that moment, a stranger appeared before them and said that he assured them that he was not an illusion. Noah asked what it was, and the stranger introduced himself as Johan and said he was here to help. He is a 3rd-rank Inquisitor, and Noah asked for help with what and said that they are fine, thank you. Johan told them not to be afraid, but he and his companion discovered a demon among them. Noah tensed, realizing that their secret was out and that they would now have to be doubly careful. He looked at Johan and said that he was wrong and that there was no demon among them. Johan chuckled and said that he didn't think so and that he felt the presence of demonic energy. He added that he had the means to smoke out the demon. Todd tried to intervene, but nothing worked. Johan stated that he had the authority to destroy any demonic threats in the Arbalest Empire. The Inquisitor raised his hand and began to scan the area, and suddenly his attention was drawn to Lee. Looking at the others, the man said that he could not guarantee their continued existence. He said he found it was her, enough, and Noah said he was making his students nervous. He told him to go away and that he would not repeat it twice while Lee was convulsing. Johann asked if he had really decided to intervene and added how unfortunate it was. Noah took a deep breath and prepared himself for the final battle. Knowing that his life and the lives of his disciples depended on the outcome of this fight,